3, 2, 1. We are on, almost on time. We are a few minutes late, but hey, welcome to the live stream today.
What's up, guys?
We're going to have, stop the FOMO.
Brian's Tech Therapy.
There you go. We made it on time. Today, we're going to have an amazing kickoff to the TV review year. We're going to be reviewing a bunch of amazing TVs, the best OLEDs of 2025, and then we're going to see how they're improved against the best of 2024, specifically from LG and Samsung. All day, we started around 12 Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Get your coffee. Pacific Time, we're going to go, hopefully, less than 7 hours, maybe.
Well, that would be a quick one for us.
That would be a quick one. Half day? I don't know. I'm losing my touch. So what we're going to do is, before we go any further, we have to say our thank you. So Brian has some special guests, the actual host of this, the venue host of this event. We're at Value Electronics, and it is because of Robert and Wendy Zone that we're here. So Brian, take it away, my friend.
Before I step up there, this is our third annual spring event that we do. That really does kind of fit in well with the Value Electronics King of TV's shootout, but it is a big undertaking for the store. The store is actually open. They move everything around. They set everything up for what I consider to be the best TVs in the world, and to set them up this way to make it easier for us to shoot. And we're basically taking over the store all day. So let me go up and switch cameras.
Ready when you are.
Mic check. How's the volume?
Here we go. Mic check. Volume is good.
All right, this is the official beginning of our spring event at Value Electronics in Scarsdale, New York. I'm Brian from Brian's Tech Therapy. That is about the Fomo. Now, it is a huge deal that we're here this early in the year to actually take over this amazing store called Value Electronics that many of you know for many, many years. The TV shootout is 20 plus years old, Robert?
21 and a half.
21 and a half years old.
Yeah.
But to understand the kindness and generosity to have us here and have me here all year long, what they do for us is amazing.
Oh, wait, Brian, they can't hear you. Come closer to the mic.
Should I start over?
Can you hear him now?
You guys hear me now? Yeah, hello? Mic check, mic check. Can you just put on the DJI?
We might have to. All right. Can you guys?
Hold on a second. You have a DJI?
Yeah. Let me put in the DJI. 1 second.
Live without a net.
That's like, they can't hear it. Wait. I got you.
Hold on, guys. I know we'll just keep the DJI around. We just keep picking it up.
I'll plug it in right now. Okay, let's try this again.
We good to go?
Almost. 1 second. I apologize, guys.
Behind you here that are
Oh, those are fine. Those are fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it onto Brian's. Hey, everyone. We're trying to get the Brian's mic up. 1 second. All right. Unfortunately, do you have the DJI wire that connects the DJI, the microphone wire? That would probably be easier.
I have something like it. This one? This?
Yes, that should work.
We're gonna need it anyway. We're gonna walk around.
Oh, we'll get this figured out. This will have all day, right?
Huh?
I'm saying this is why we have all day, right?
We want to be as professional as possible.
Okay, let me plug this in. I walked right into the mic.
That's pretty cool.
Sorry, guys. Okay, we're almost there. Let me select the mic. Okay, let's try that. All right. Check. All right, Brian, you're connected.
Make sure that the red, I think the red is recording, right?
Yeah. Yo, check. Can you guys hear it now? Okay, I think we should be good to go. Check.
Mic check.
Yep, you're on.
All right. Tell me where to stand.
That's perfect.
All right. Good to go?
You're good.
Take two. This is how we're truly unscripted. I'm Brian from Brian's Tech Therapy. I am here at Value Electronics, my partner in crime. Stop the Fomo. In my opinion, we're here comparing the best OLEDs in the world from both this year and last year. Before I go any further, I want to thank our hosts, dear friends. They're like family to me. Value Electronics, Robert, Wendy, and Leanne. The Zone family, this is a true family business. I'm here several times throughout the year. They are the creators of the Value Electronics King of TV Shootout. I'm gonna have them come up real quick and say hello to you guys, as it's a huge undertaking for them to not only set these amazing TVs up out of their personal stock, to set the store up this way, and to also, the store is open, so if you walk in, you will see us, but we do take over the store. This is our third year in a row, and I'm very proud to call them dear friends, but I want them to say hello to you. This is a true family business. Robert, Wendy, Lan, please come up and say hello to the audience. I can actually see you guys. If you want to say a few words, here you go.
Hello, Brian. Thank you.
The whole crew.
Hello, Fomo.
Is everybody in?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Zone family.
Hello. Thank you so much for making the trip to come out here and filming all the new TVs that we've lined up here. It's really a great pleasure and a great honor to be friends with you. And it's wonderful to share our passion together of advanced technology of digital video displays. This is a wonderful entertainment in your house. So this is fun entertainment. Thank you so much, very much again. And Wendy, my
Hi
beautiful
to
wife.
everyone, and thanks for watching. We love the community. All you people are great. I've talked to a lot of you on the phone,
Yes.
and excited to show you some of the new products this year.
Yeah.
Thanks. Look forward to seeing how the TVs compare.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. All right, so we have four competitors today. We have the brand new LG G5 with the new 4-stack RGB tandem OLED. We also have the S95F QD OLED, as well as last year's LG G4 micro lens array OLED. And we also have the S95F.
You know what? Come down here and talk on my side. That mic is just. All right. I'm sure you guys can hear me now, right? Always an audio problem. That mic is on. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the mic is working now. Thank you for your patience, everybody. And so, Brian, come on down.
Thanks, guys. What's up, everybody?
Hello, hello. It's going to be a day-long ride. What TVs do we have here today, my friend?
So, these have been the best TVs, in my opinion. They're OLEDs. They've been the best TVs the last number of years. You have the G4 from last year with micro lens array, which we no longer have. It's been replaced by the primary 4-stack RGB OLED. We also have the QD OLEDs. We have a 4th generation S95F and last year's 3rd generation S95D. Now, we're not going to say which ones are which, but these, for me, are the pinnacle of TV technology. They are the brightest OLEDs. I was saying to Robert the other day, did we ever be sitting here with OLEDs this bright, Fomo? When for many years they've been the best picture technology, but never were bright enough. Now they're brighter than a lot of mini LEDs, and with that micro contrast and extra color, pixel response, everything, amazing. Just boom.
So
Wow.
so far we haven't identified which TV is which yet, but we
Yeah.
will. What I wanted to do is before we show the TVs, I wanted to show the viewing conditions of this room.
Very
So
important.
I'm going to move the camera around. You're going to see a skylight above. You're going to see bright
Yep.
lights everywhere. And the exposure I turned down a little bit so the TVs, you could see the specular highlights a little bit better. And you see differences in the TV, and I'll explain why we have those differences. We'll also go over the settings of the TVs so you guys have an understanding of why the settings are what they are in a
Yeah.
bright room. So
Yeah.
let's look at the viewing conditions real quick.
And while Fomo was showing you the viewing conditions, what's very important about these 4 different displays are the different reflection handling of each one. You have the new anti-glare coating. There's the skylight that you've seen in all of my videos from Value Electronics. It is beautiful. If you guys are ever in the area, please stop in and say hello to their amazing showroom. And there's the door, and there's 2 huge windows in the front. So we have a new anti-glare technology from both the S95D and the S95F. It is different on the S95F this year. And a lot of controversy with this matte coating or anti-glare. For me, its main strength is ambient light, such as lamps, more so than sunlight. But they are tucked back, so the sun isn't directly on them. And then the G4 and G5 have some of the best anti-glare while being glossy technology in the business. I actually reviewed the G4 right in front of that window during the day. So very different looks from them, Fomo, competing technologies, but these are the absolute best right now.
Absolutely. And the reason why I showed you the lighting conditions is because also remember that the Samsung S95D and S95F have anti-glare coating. So we want
And different coating.
different coatings, right? The S95D has last year's 1st generation coating. This year they actually became a little bit more aggressive, but they made it so it's less it's more aggressive and anti-glare, but supposed to allow more contrast.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that actually is the case in a slightly bright room. This is not like super bright, but it's definitely, as you saw, bright enough. And I think this fairly represents most people's viewing conditions. We
Yes.
have some lights behind us, little specular highlights that you may see reflecting off the TVs.
But what we don't have, Fomo, we don't have the sun directly hitting any of the screens.
we
So
do
that
not.
is key for this comparison. And as we mentioned, I believe that Samsung's 2025 lineup, a lot of it has the S95D's coating. And the S95F, I think, is the only one that has this newer coating. And while it's more aggressive, it does a better job with the lights and ambient lamps that most of us deal with reflections.
And also,
Jennifer Gala in the house. What's
hey,
up,
Jennifer,
my dear?
we're using your content. If you guys don't know, we're watching Jennifer Gala's content. Please check the HDR Super Channel. That's where all this content is coming from. And Jennifer Gala is the producer of that content.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer,
Hi, Jen.
again. And another thing to remember is the Frame and the Frame Pro use a completely different anti-glare system.
Yeah.
We're talking about very aggressive. So this is not as aggressive as the Frame or the Frame Pro, but it is more aggressive than anything you'll get from their 8K or the
Yes.
QN90F this year, or the S90F for sure. S90F is a little bit glossy,
Yeah.
and it's different than last year. Last year's S95D is being used on all the other TVs this year.
Yeah, and I think very important, guys, and I felt the same way as Fomo and I battled at CES 2 years ago. We actually had a video called Matte where I was like, ugh, this is not the same matte coating you'll see on a cheap IPS monitor. Many of you have said that, you've read that from other reviewers, and you've dismissed it. I understand the trepidation and maybe not wanting to get into it, but the fact is there's nothing like an IPS monitor. It does not have that same matte finish. This is a completely different complex coating that is meant for something else. But to compare it to an IPS monitor of the past is kind of irresponsible. That's not what it is. Now the frame is more like that though. But the frame
Right.
uses that matte texture finish for artwork. That's what it's for. So I've definitely learned to maybe not love it, but understand its true purpose.
What I'm going to do now is go over the settings with you guys, and this is why it's important. As you all see, you're seeing, oh, the S95D, it's so much brighter and so forth, right? And it's all about the settings you guys have for this room. So I'm going to turn up the exposure a bit.
So while he goes in and changes those settings, this is why we talk about the presets are the signature of each manufacturer. Things like color booster, things like dynamic tone mapping, active versus static. It's always important to know that these one or two little adjustments can make the TVs look night and day. They may not be accurate, but they do change the perception of what you see in store versus what you'll see, say, at the shootout, where we keep it accurate and the TVs are calibrated.
Correct.
I
And
speak as if I'm reading a script.
I know, right?
Pretty crazy.
So the next step
Oh, my cue
is
card. Hold on, sorry.
XDarkU says, on the right, it's so much brighter and so much detailed. Now,
Yep.
before we jump into the settings, and you'll see why that is, let's hit a couple of super chats before I lose track of the day already.
That's a
go.
great way to say it. We should title that Masters Tournament. Excellent.
Thank you, Rob. This is my Masters tournament for the weekend, and it is ours. And you guys are getting a first look at all the top 2025 TVs, with the exception of Sony, because it's not released yet. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it would be here as well.
Of course.
And that would have been the most expensive 65-inch TV here.
Yeah,
ironically,
but I tell you,
right?
Valuetronic's not afraid. They'll open as many as
Oh,
we
no,
need,
they'll
and
be
that's
here.
what I mean about really being grateful. Is that these TVs are, this is their personal stock, and all the other TVs that are in this room are definitely hidden somewhere else, but they set it up for us. So thank you again to Robert, Wendy, and Leanne.
And thank you, Christian, for the super chat. Thanks,
Christian.
FOMO and BOMO, for doing this. And we are happy to be
BOMO.
here. And also, let's talk about some sizes. Thank you for mentioning this,
Yep.
boss. The G4 is 83-inch, and the G5 is 77-inch. The S95F and the S95D are 65 inches. And
Yep.
the reason why I did that is the G4 is at 83 inches, is very close in price to the G5.
Yes.
And so for just a few hundred more, you might get the extra size. If you can't tell the image quality difference,
Yeah.
why not go for the slightly larger size, the price being so close?
Yeah.
And then you're asking yourself, well, why is the 77-inch next 65? It's to see that size difference. We always say, try to get the 77 if you can.
Yeah.
And according to Valuelectronics, their number one size seller right now is the 75, 77-inch
Yeah, the
size.
77-inch size. Wendy had mentioned that to me last week because I was disappointed by the Bravia Mark 8 not having a 77. But among a lot of custom installs and higher-end stores, that is the sweet spot, as it's still a beautiful size. But what Fomo said is so important is when you think about buying TVs this time of the year that all the TVs information have been released, we do recommend going back to last year right about now if you want to go a size larger. I love the G5, but if I could choose an 83-inch, say G4, that size is close enough. Now, the reason we have a 77-inch G5 is 65-inch is actually not available, which is kind of backwards this year.
Right.
Yet. And the S95F, usually their sizes are a little more available. They're not available yet. And Robert does have these TVs much earlier than anyone else. So to have them lined up like this and to have a last year's G4 and the S95D is really a treat.
It is, definitely. And I want to address this question really quick because it's important. Sony's not here. With the A95L,
Why would you actually think that?
with the A95L,
Actually, no, before you, hold on, I'll read the question. CG, would the A95L have embarrassingly beaten them all, hence it's the omission?
Okay.
I'll tell you this. If we put the A95L out here, it may go the other way.
It's not okay. So here's the thing: in a shootout, dark room conditions, all that stuff, it does really well. But in a bright room, where the most important thing is trying to fight the ambient light.
Oh, nice. Very
To
cool.
try
Man.
and to try to
Check
beat
them
the
out.
ambient light. I know we have the audience walking in. To try to overcome ambient light, the A95L is not designed for that. It is designed for light controlled, but when you get too bright, and I start putting in vivid, dynamic, going against sports, watching hockey and all that stuff, I'll tell you right now, that A95L would not look good because it's not designed to do that.
Yeah.
And the Bravia 8 Mark II is designed to do that a little bit better.
Yeah.
So if we had a Sony, it would be the Bravia 8 Mark II. And the S95D, that's why it was my reference last year. It does bright room a bit better than the Sony.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, having the Sony here just, this is not the condition for the Sony. Now,
Yeah,
the
and
TV shootout is.
And
but
the
not
TV
this.
shootout, having everything set to its most accurate preset, the minute we would wander out of professional and get into these, the Gen 4 would smoke it. They're talking about Gen 2 versus Gen 4 between the S95F and the G5. So we're actually not hiding the A95L. It's just not fair to put it out here. The Bravia Mark II would be very fair. Now, if the Bravia Mark II was out, we'd have the A95L here for reference to compare them, but there's no way that we're keeping it away because it would smoke anybody. It's just not something that's actually ridiculous to think that it would. Now, the Mark II is a big jump from the A95L, which I think you guys will enjoy once those TVs come out.
And let's go over the settings real quick so you guys have an understanding of what settings we are actually using. So the G4, G5, and S95F are in the most accurate mode, meaning G4 and G5, and I'll show you the settings in a second, is in Filmmaker with no dynamic tone mapping. The S95F is in a static mode, which is the equivalent of that. And the S95D, the reason why it looks so great is because I have it on active with color booster on low. And the reason I did that, and I'll put it back to active for you guys to see the comparison. The reason I did that is when you're in a bright room, you will end up doing that as well. Because in this viewing condition, I find that to be much more engaging. The colors aren't off. It's just a bit more sparkly, three-dimensional, 3D
booster?
pop, the color on the S95D, right?
Yeah, for those of you that are familiar with Sony's live color, actually, LG doesn't actually have a setting like that. LG, you can change the saturation, but they don't have a live color brightness booster or color booster. They don't really have that feature.
So we're going to go over the settings real quick for you guys right here. I think we can see the settings pretty good.
Now, what I love about this shot from Jen when it comes to the slow drip is that the specular highlights. Now, you'll see with certain LEDs, they may bloom, but with Samsung LEDs in the past, it would flatten out the gray and then they would get brighter. With OLEDs, we don't have any of that. But OLEDs of the past would actually dim down around this point, and they're both killing it. Do you want me to show the Samsung?
No, I'm going to go over the G4 real quick. I just have to get this remote synced up to both of them. Do it one more time.
Do you have the factory remote?
Yeah. Well, they're actually using the same remote. Makes it easier for the LGs. All right, let's make sure. There we go. Okay. Brightness, max. Everything else is kind of default. Contrast 100. The auto dynamic contrast, of course, is off. Dynamic tone mapping is off. And we'll turn it on later. I just wanted to show you guys, in a brighter room, you would normally turn this on because it actually looks a little bit better. But we'll do that shortly. So we're going to go over the dynamic off so you can see accurate and static. But then, and on the Samsung will be static.
Yeah.
And everything else is off. Peak brightness is high because that's its most accurate for HDR. And of course, we turned off all of the crazy pixel shift, logo dimming, as well as eco mode. That's off. And on the Samsung, go. I love this new.
Oh, that's awesome. The new guide.
The menu system on the Samsung. Look, I go straight to HDR tone mapping. And you see that it's static, right?
What's
So-
interesting is the 8K actually has an expanded one. actually shows the last picture that it was on.
Oh,
These
nice.
these ones don't do it for some reason.
Okay, and peak, contrast, all that's default, most accurate mode.
And while we're going through that, I want to thank you guys for being here. Please please hit like on the video. We'll be doing this all day long. Fomo flew in from LA to be here. This is our third spring event at Value Electronics.
I'm going to pause here only because this is a good time to see.
The clipping on the S95D.
Not the clipping, but the color saturation on the S95D and color booster mode on. So in a brighter room, I had the S95D on just 2 changes. And that's specifically the active tone mapping.
So while he's talking, look at how the difference between going into the menu and the submenu and then the submenu versus the one straight menu on the S95F. It's one click and you're there. You're in like menu 4.
I know. So take that down to static. Oh, and also the color booster was on low. And we'll play again. All of them will have their best color on for you guys. There it goes on low. Let's turn that back down to off. So now it matches the other TVs.
Yep.
And this is what we always talk about. In filmmaker mode, the TVs look identical. And when you have challenging content, that's when they separate themselves. The reason why I chose this, the first few videos, is because it's not challenging them at all, right?
No.
These initial videos are very much normal content that you'll see on, oh, you know what, let's go into something. Oh, actually, yeah, let's look at this so you guys can see if there is indeed a reflection glare, because at the end, you have a space scene, and the question is whether the anti-reflection helps in the space scene. And what I'm going to do is turn up the exposure so you guys can see the difference between the TVs with the anti-glare.
You said your name is Tony?
Yeah.
Awesome. You from the area?
I'm from the city.
Nice.
East Harlem.
Oh, dude, thanks for coming down.
Yeah.
Have you ever been here before?
No, it's the first time.
This is Robert. This is Wendy. This is Leanne, the owners of Biotronics.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, of course.
I'll have you share your observations in a minute, man. You know, tell me what you think.
So we have,
This is actually a great representation right now. What you're seeing on camera is very close to what we're seeing here. I would say that the S95F is probably a little bit more in the light.
actually, you know what, let me, overexposing it kind of makes it, I think that's more accurate, right? There you go. So the exposure is so important to see these details, right? And it depends on how you want to set the exposure. My goal here is to set exposure to see the reflections.
That's good.
That's good, right? Okay.
So the now, in fairness, real quick, the G4 is by the door and the window. So that reflections, the G5 would look probably pretty similar if it was getting hit with the same light, but that is a reflection that you're not seeing on the others because the door is close to it.
Yep. And the S95D is a little bit in the dark side, so it's not getting all of that ambient light.
Yeah, so we'll describe to you a little bit more with Fomo. What do you think when you see these?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk by it with my infamous, here we go. Here we go. All right, I think that'll work. I'm going to walk by the TVs with this light.
Okay.
So you guys see this light, right? And you guys can tell me how the reflection pattern works, right? So hold that in front of me. So I'm dealing with the S95D.
Okay, get a little closer to it. Okay, so stay there for a minute, Fomo. Just stay there. So you guys can see what you're not seeing is a complete reflection. You're seeing is that refraction, where it dulls it a bit, and then as he gets closer, get a little closer, Fomo, to the S95F. Just move closer to the S95F. All right, there you'll see that now you have a little bit of a light, but you can almost really see, you can see his hand, you can see everything else. Now go back to the S95F, Fomo. Get closer to it, though.
Oh, no, thank you.
So as he gets closer, it's more impactful. But as Fomo steps farther away, Come closer to the camera, Fomo. When he steps closer to the camera, it virtually disappears on the S95F. So if that was a lamp, it would have no impact. Now, if he reaches over on the G5, from this distance, it's right there. Do you see it? So if you were comparing this as lamps, so he's probably 11, 12 feet away. It's still visible on the G5. There's nothing on the S95F. The disadvantage is as he gets closer, that's when it becomes a detriment, I think. What do you think, Tony? Becomes a detriment?
I agree. You can see more of the rainbow blooming when you get closer.
When you get closer. We got Tony from our community, stopped in from New York. We'll have him say hello and have him share his thoughts. We appreciate you stopping by, brother.
At the end in 7 hours.
What's that?
At the end in 7 hours.
Yeah, he's like, actually, I'm leaving. Oh, Chef Frank, they said Fomo is like doing a sobriety field test. He's not listening. I'm like, move closer. He's like, ah. So it's really understanding its true purpose. Now, what I will say is here, glossy will always yield a higher contrast ratio. That's indisputable. That's obvious. And while it's paused,
Brian, look how far back I am. You see the difference now?
so you can see, so Fomo's behind me, and you can't really see it on camera, but yeah, you can a little bit. So his reflection is still visible on the G5, and you can't see him at all on the
See
G.
it on camera now?
Yeah, you guys can see the little star on the corner, his flash. Now move over to the S95F, and there's nothing. But the trade-off is the glossiness of the G5 has a better contrast ratio, and the S95F just looks flat right now. That's really the trade-off, and you have to ask yourself which one is more important.
And this is something that there's no right answer, right? We're not saying, oh, you need to get the glossy or you need to get the matte, but we wanted to create an environment where you see the trade-offs. And I'll be honest, a lot of people love the S95D last year,
Yeah.
and they're looking forward to the anti-glare this year because for their viewing condition, like that little specular in the back, we have a little window. It made a difference for them because we're gonna let's put on normal content because this is the classic. The stuff that you don't ever see often, which is the stars and so forth.
So what's funny, we were filming at Samsung Labs, and we saw the glare coating. We didn't love it at first, but then when I got into another room and I shot the QN80 at 100 inches, I had to have people get out of the way. We had to close the door. We had to close the blinds. I mean, I could see myself in the shot. So it does serve its purpose. It's just, is that purpose something you need in your home? A lot of people are very excited about. Even the QN990F, the coating on that does serve a certain purpose. But for enthusiasts, which a lot of us are, it's no bueno, no question. I'm like, the S95F is terrible. Hold back, everybody. It sucks.
And again, this Samsung has said this is what people wanted, and they're giving it to them. So, is that what you want? Is this it? Right?
Thanks for all your work too.
Okay. Now, in something like this, honestly, I cannot see the contrast difference in these, like this brighter scene. I'm going to stop right here, Brian. Do you see a difference in contrast? I mean, they're side by side. They look very similar. Let me
They
turn.
do, yeah.
So I'm turning up the exposure on one end, right? And then I'm going to turn it down.
So it's a lot like Fomo. It's a lot like blooming. Like blooming is something that you wouldn't see in a very colorful scene.
Right.
Same here is that if you had an LED and you had everything colorful. So here you're not seeing the flatness of the image because it is a certain scene without any. It's really about the black level that's on a screen where you see it the most, or gray.
And most importantly, do you see a difference between the G4, the G5, the S95F, and the S95D? And the reason why you don't see that, so I'm going to pause right here, it's because this content doesn't demand it.
Yeah, we're about. I think
What
this
it's
is
saying
1,000.
is,
This
look,
might be 1,000 nits.
Maybe 1,000 nits, right? Look, up to 1,000 nits, all these TVs look the same. And what I've told everyone is when you're watching Netflix, you're never going to exceed that brightness in Netflix because Netflix is very good at making sure all TVs look good. If they started putting out 2,000 nit content, 80% of the TVs out there will start clipping. You're going to
Yep.
lose color detail because they cannot tone map properly.
Yep.
The 20% that can are the modern 2025 TVs that cost maybe $800 and above, whether it's TCL, Hisense, on up, because they've done a great job tone mapping. But most people don't have the newest and the best TVs.
No.
All the TVs will look like this, close to this, and that's what Netflix wants. So
Yeah.
they keep the color grades below 800
Yeah,
for
it's
that
like, it's like the
purpose.
sound. They mean to do it through like headphones. If you look at this shot right here, and Tony, you're here in person. The biggest difference you're going to see with an LED, even a RGB LED, is that you see like almost that ladder light on the right, Tony, on the top of the building.
Yeah,
It literally leaps off the screen.
yeah, it does.
If this was a very bright mini LED, they would never have that micro contrast where it pops. And what I love is that, you know, maybe a couple of years ago, Fomo, all these TVs would start to dim.
Yes, I couldn't pause.
They would literally, mew. But you can see how that pops. You know, so even if we had an LED that was 5,000 nits, it would not pop like that. So that's such a difference between the specular highlights of an OLED FOMO versus the massive explosions of, say, an LED.
Yep. And as I turn up the exposure a touch, right, you notice that, yeah, it's true, the S95F doesn't have perfect blacks. Right? It's slightly lifted, but I'm turning up the exposure to kind of exaggerate that a bit.
Yeah.
It's not that extreme, but it's there, and that's why I
yeah.
had to mention it.
It is there, and even as we're looking at it, no matter what you do with the exposure, you know, Tony can attest to this too, right? Is that what's funny is the S95F almost has a little bit of a brownness look to it instead of a gray.
Well, it's that magenta shift that some people notice because it's the way QD OLED has their color panel set up with the scatter plate, and then you combine that with the anti-glare matte screen. What happens is there is that slight color shift to magenta that some people notice, and it annoys them greatly.
And while you know we're looking at pay attention to the G4 and the G5. The difference between an 83-inch and a 77. Now, while they don't look that different, it's because they're centered. If we went bezel to bezel, you'd see the true difference in size. It is substantial. An 85, another different. So if we had the bezels lined up, it would look much larger. Because we have them centered, they don't look that much different in size.
Yeah. And what I'm going to do is, no, so we talked about the content, accurate, they all look the same. We're going to start, before I change the content, I want to change the setting. So you can see in a brighter room why you need dynamic tone mapping plus a little bit of color booster if you want a bit extra color. But you'll notice that the G5 and the G4 treat dynamic tone mapping differently. The G5 actually is a bit more aggressive. It gets a little bit brighter. So this is a scene that actually would be helped with dynamic tone mapping, and I'll tell you why. In a bright room, this kind of scene is difficult to make out the shadow detail. So what happens if you turn dynamic tone mapping on the G5 and active on the Samsung? Because a lot of people wonder, wait, should I turn it on or off, right? And this allows them to see how the new generation primary RGB OLED does it compared to last generation's MLA.
All right, guys, we got about 500 in the chat. Please hit that like button. Thank you guys for spending this time with us.
So turning on dynamic tone mapping, you see the G4 doesn't even budge, but look at the G5. Right, let's turn it off, turn it on. So if you need that extra boost in a bright room, the G5 will do it. The G4, it does not.
What's funny is even LG's Greg Lee recommended what he tells a lot of people is that, this is where a vivid mode in a bright room, if you warm it up, it's definitely a bright room. I know you use vivid for sports, but people say don't use vivid. But in a bright room, you can just change the temperature to warm, knock down the sharpness, and it's usable.
I prefer Filmmaker with dynamic tone mapping on versus Cinema Home, personally. Because, let me compare. So dynamic tone mapping on, we're talking LG right now. And the reason why the S95F, so let me change this.
And what's interesting with the settings on the G5, at least when I did the 83, is that the presets are very different from one another, unlike last. Cinema Home is very bright this year, and Filmmaker is pretty bright too.
Yep. Let's keep Samsung up with the Joneses here.
I can do it.
Yeah.
What do you want? You want to go to what?
Well, I already have it there, active, so that people don't complain. How come the Samsung looks so dim? There we go. And and they can do the same for the other Samsung. And what I'm going to do is now go to Cinema Home. At Cinema Home, that's filmmaker mode.
Look how many sub-menus I have to go to define this.
I know. I think for a bright room, filmmaker mode with dynamic tone mapping on is the better call, personally, right? Yeah. It feels like it preserves the color accuracy while giving you that extra burst. So we'll keep that on. So all the TVs are now in their dynamic tone mapping active.
Yep.
And with that, let's go into like really bright content.
Now, for you guys that are in the chat, you know, if you guys have these OLEDs, do you tend to, let's just say, forget about filmmaker mode. Do you like dynamic tone mapping? Do you like using active versus static? Do you change these settings? I know for gaming, a lot of times I'll use dynamic tone mapping. Some people use HDIG, which Samsung has a similar option for that. But what do you guys typically use yourselves in the comments?
So we have to pause here and say, when you have dynamic tone mapping on, the G5 is the most aggressive in brightening everything while trying to preserve that color accuracy. So this is why the G5 is everyone's favorite. This set of scenes from Jennifer Gala is not extra bright. It is probably graded around 1,000 nits.
It's 4,000.
No, not this one.
Yeah, go back.
Oh, did it say 4,000?
Yep.
Ah, she normally puts it on the title. She didn't put it on the title in this one.
She's starting to switch things out throughout the video.
I see.
So if you back up 5 seconds,
All right, let's see.
just the beginning of the flame.
Here, let's try that again.
Yep, just
Right
leave it
there?
there. It'll come
Okay.
up in a minute.
Oh, that's cool then.
Right here. Say 12-bit. Make it louder, me, Jen. 12-bit, 4,000 nits.
Okay, let's pause right there. All right, 12-bit, 4,000 nits. So the colors look the same to me, very close, but you get more HDR impact from the G5 over the G4.
Yeah, look in the middle of the flames on the left-hand side. Yep.
I'm going to turn down the exposure to emphasize the
So
difference.
yeah, as we turn it down, you'll see the specular highlights pop more. Look at the middle flame on the G5, left side. They're more pronounced. And that's not just because it's any farther off angle. Ooh, that's a good shot. This might be a video that I don't have.
So this is a great equivalent to a hockey video, right? You have bright snow, you have a lot of bright white, and the G5 is definitely brighter than the G4. So if you're watching these kind of scenes where hockey ice, right? Brightness. The S95D and the G4 is clearly last generation.
Yep.
Their full screen bright white cannot keep up with this generation's S95F and G5. And of course, if the A95L was here, it'd be even dimmer than the G4
Yeah.
or the S95D.
Because they would have capped it. But I mean, if you pause it quick. Now, this is where you guys have to ask yourself, now, if you're a bleeding edge enthusiast, you're going to chase that brightness. I sure as hell will, especially in how it looks on camera here.
And this is, remember, all the TVs are at dynamic tone mapping or active. They're pushing it, but let's try, let's see vivid. Let's push it harder. And what I'm going to do is go into this next scene. Can you put it into sports? Because people see sports and they'll do
There's
sports.
no sports in these TVs. You mean Vivid? There's no sports in Sony or LG or there's no sport. There's not TCL.
What do they call it? Sports?
There's no TCL.
What do they call it? What do they call
It's
it?
called Vivid and
They call it
Dynamic.
vivid, dynamic.
There's no sports on this level of TV. Are you crazy? Come on, Tony. What's he talking about? Where the hell am I? He's like, that's sports, baby. These remotes. Oh, picture mode. Okay, so we're going to go into dynamic. Now, the Samsungs are going to look very cool.
All right, we'll put in vivid on the LG.
And we're in dynamic on.
All right.
So active and static are by default in the tone mapping.
And if you need that brightness for hockey, and I always say hockey because there's so much white. G4 was the champion last year, slightly brighter than the S95D, but the G5 takes it to another level. S95F, interestingly, holds on to its accuracy. It's closer to the accurate white point. G5 is pushing the blue and the green a bit harder to get you that bright white, which I think is important.
Pause it. But I'll say there's more detail in the trees on the G5. Left 2 trees. Look at the bark. Look at the wood within the bark. That's your alpha 11. That's your depth. There's no depth on the S95F at all. It's literally.
And remember, the G5 has sharpening features now, Brian. Is it? Yeah, can you look closely on the S95F?
Yeah, it's basically just muddy.
I wonder if that's the sharpening happening. It's probably sharpening. But I'm not complaining. It's working, right?
You know, this is what we talk about, guys, with the Alpha 11 processor being on the flagship. But the flagship processor from Samsung is only on their 8K flagship. So while the processing is very good from Samsung, there's definitely more detail even in this vivid versus dynamic preset.
But I'll say this, isn't the red more vibrant on the S95?
It's a Samsung red, baby. That's that Samsung. Remember at the shootout?
Or is it QD OLED red?
At the shootout one year, we had that. What did we have, Robert? We had that that Samsung lipstick demo with the girl, and everybody in the room goes, "That's not accurate, but we like it." You remember that? The whole room agreed that it wasn't accurate, but everybody loved it. It's like that nuclear green.
And this is a mostly white scene. Look how both the G5 and the S95F hold on to that brightness.
Yeah.
They're holding on to it. I don't see dimming. And I'm going to replay this scene a few times for you guys. Actually, I'm going to go over it in slow-mo to see if they dim, right? So let's go back to the beginning of this snow scene. And we'll see if they dim over time, because that's critical for many of you sports watchers.
Dude, that red shot, though, man. Wow.
Actually, let's just pause on the red real quick, but yeah.
I mean, this is what's really going to be exciting about these RGB mini LEDs, Fomo.
Right.
Is that instead of blooming, what we're going to have is a stronger red, right? So that'll be interesting to see if they can do this.
Wow, this red on the S95F is just brilliant.
It is. Now, even with the 4-stack layer, what do we want to call it from now on? Let's call it 4-stack. We want to do the whole sentence.
Just call it the primary RGB.
Primary RGB. The color volume, the coverage is still going to go to the QD OLED no matter what. The whole idea is, can the G5 get close? And with high-nit,
and
can
also,
it retain the color?
Does the content demand it? Because if your content doesn't give you that wider color space, using that to their advantage. So we're going to go through these snow scenes and see if they can hold on to that brightness.
Now, for those of you that have been home and theater enthusiasts for many years, can we just take a second to realize you're looking at very bright OLEDs? I mean, we never really thought that this was going to be possible probably 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe.
And this is a good point that I want to repeat. Pierce, thank you for the comment.
What's up, Pierce?
The G4 overall was also a brighter TV last year. The G4 was so bright. That was my sports TV last year.
In vivid.
In vivid, and it matched mini LED. I did not expect the G5 to take it a step further, and that's what it did this year. So you're seeing the G5 say to the G4, you're not bright enough. Let me show you. Hold my beer. This is what I'm going to do. And the S95F, although not quite keeping up with the G5, I'd say it effectively is at least the G4, if not slightly brighter, in this scene. And we're holding on to the snow right now. The S95F is doing a great job.
Yeah.
So it saw what the G4 did. It did its own improvements. And so the G5 and the S95F, definitely brighter than last year. And look at the S95D. It looks dim, but technically it was pretty bright.
Yeah.
And that's why it's here. But I have to say, this is a good generational jump. If you're a fan of bright watching sports in this bright room, the G5 for sports watching is my choice. No, I mean,
most
hands down, is so good.
Well, and if you remember, the whites used to be the detriment of OLEDs. The minute you put on a hockey, you're like, oh, it's over.
Right, it,
But I
it
mean,
dims down, and then
and while we keep throwing around the words bright, we're just talking about that really in this segment. Really, throughout the video, think about what looks better to you. Forget about which one's brighter. That's going to change, but it's really going to be which one do you like the best?
So let's actually, this is a good question, or a good comment, Ed. It is about $1,500 difference between the latest G5 65-inch and the G4 65-inch, right? About 1,000. So obviously, if you wait a few months, it'll probably drop down further. And that's why we have the G4 next to it. The G4 is an 83-inch. So
hold that thought. Hey, Robert, what would be the differences in price upon release? Was the G5 more expensive last year or a little bit cheaper than the G4? Same time release, you'd say? They were comparable, right?
Yeah, they're comparable. I would have to double check to make sure I know exactly what the difference is.
So they were priced very similarly upon release, which is key. You're looking at a TV that is a full year old as well. Gaming is going to be different. 165 hertz is going to be different. These are things that these quality of life features are going to chase. And that peak brightness, I'm chasing it. So is it worth $1,500? It really depends on what is important to you.
this smack that is
Because Robert, I'll chase that baby. I'll chase it. I'll sell my car and chase it. I ain't afraid. I mean, Tony drove in from the city. He ain't afraid.
so smack that. G5 is brighter, right? So we're talking whites, of course, right? Great, great. But what about color? Which one have more colors? It's not a matter of more colors. Rather, there are certain colors on the spectrum of BT 2020 that the G5 cannot show. It'll look either muted or less saturated, and the S95F will show it better.
Detail on the freaking.
The issue is, can you find content that demonstrates that? And I know Jennifer Gallant has some content. Less than a handful of movies have that content, but I'll guarantee you nothing on Netflix has that content. Some video games will, right? Because they're having fun with getting really bright, vibrant greens and deep blues and ultraviolets, right? But the question is, if your content doesn't have that extended color that the G5 cannot handle, but the S95F can, does it matter? And that's what we're going to show you today. Is we're going to try to get more content with the vibrant reds because, well, first of all, we're on DTM, dynamic tone mapping, and active. Who knows? And they're in dynamic mode, vivid mode.
Yeah, but if you go back to that flame, FOMO, we can definitely see that last year. What we saw were when you did push the G5 or G4, I'm sorry, to over a couple thousand nits, 3,000 nits, it would be brighter, but flames would appear white.
Yeah.
We don't see that here.
So let's just pause on this flame. And, well, okay, so
The
DTM
color,
and active, you're always going to get a little clipping. So let me put it, or DTM active, let me put it back in accurate mode. Then you'll see for both of them, yeah. So take off static on that one, and I'll put this one, and put it back in Filmmaker, and I'll do the same. And then let's see, in their most accurate mode, can they show all the colors with this luminance? We're not talking about BT 2020 colors per se. We're talking about just the proper luminance in this bright color.
and guys, I know we're not really looking at the chat right now as much, but we're going to have plenty of time for you guys to request kind of what you want to see, if you want to see them in a standard preset, and we'll go through a lot of content today. We'll put some gaming up later as well. Now we're in Filmmaker for both.
All right,
Can't stand
actually. I just want to make sure this dynamic tone mapping is off. I know the G4 is still in vivid.
It's nice to see, man. Oh, she's the best. Now we're trying to match things up like for like, which is not always easy with different manufacturers.
So The G5, S95F, and S95D are in the most accurate modes, giving you the best color rendition. The G4 is still in vivid, bright, dynamic tone mapping on, so you guys can see that comparison difference, right? I'm going to lower the exposure so we can max out the available color, and you see more saturation on the QD OLED TVs, right, Brian?
Yes.
So I think you guys can see that. So the G5 and the S95F, there's just a little bit more deeper oranges on the S95F and the S95D. The G5, you lose a little bit of that, but I have it on pause. Let's just play this through. Does it make a difference?
Well, and the thing is too, guys, what LG doesn't have is they don't have a live color booster option. So you could even get even crazier with the saturation with the Samsungs by going into color booster. For the LGs, you'd have to go into the saturation and raise it, which always is crazy. But I like having that live color if you want it.
Yeah. Sorry, let's move on to this. There we go. Pause right here.
Now this scene is lifted anyway, so.
But look at the QD OLED.
Look at the G4.
Well, the G4 is on vivid, that's
Oh,
why.
I was gonna say that.
Let me take the G4 down. So let me switch this off.
That Roku remote. It's like a Fisher Price. The G4 is in vivid right now. What's up, everybody? Do us a favor, please hit like. How many we got watching now? Let's see. Appreciate you guys spending your Saturday with us. We got 561 watching. Please hit like. If you guys have any questions about these TVs and the availability, feel free to call Robert and Wendy. Let them know that we sent you. But Robert and Wendy, they're both great at answering any questions you may have. He answers the phone right on key. Probably calling him right now. I'm watching you live.
Put that static.
What are you looking? Static for what?
Yeah, I'm putting them all in the most accurate modes so you can see the color.
I think this one's still on FilmMaker. Put it back on FilmMaker.
Yeah.
Let me check static.
Yeah, put it on static. Because if you're looking for color saturation that's accurate to FilmMaker.
Did we change it? Yep, we did.
There you go. Static.
Ooh,
Right.
Lights are off now on the S95D. Damn. that got it dark. So you know what's interesting about this shot, guys? He didn't turn the exposure up. And Tony, what do you think? It really makes the QD OLEDs look like freaking artwork, don't they? They actually look like. Hey, Wendy, are you over there? Hey, Wendy. Hey, she must be downstairs. Like, I'd leave that up in my room. But you can see the stars are still sparkling, which is pretty incredible. But that looks like a matte painting.
No, it looks good.
I don't know if anyone's gonna like that. It's like, yeah, no, thanks. I want a painting. I'll get a painting.
But they're very close. I wouldn't say, oh, definitely QD OLED or definitely G5. And this is why you kind of get the cheaper TV that goes as big as you can.
Well, more importantly, what I think is interesting is the regurgitation of what you guys hear and read other places. Before the G5 was even released, all I heard was, I can't look at it, it's an old technology. You didn't even get a chance to see him. Now we have a community member who's from the city who just drove in. He's seeing them live. And to think one can easily be dismissed than the other to say, oh, I can't get that. I can't get those because they're not QD OLED. It's ridiculous. In the sense you have to give yourself, these are both, the G5 is a new technology. It's their answer to QD OLED.
And someone asked for a PS5 Pro. We will have PS5 Pro content, my friends.
Yep, we'll have it for later.
It's a day-long stream.
What's up,
so
Starman Gate? Watching from
time.
Manchester? We got to tell you, yeah, guys, if you've never done this before, this is all day, baby.
Since we're going all day, we're not going to rush to everything within the first hour.
All right, we're good. Let's run it back.
So we will get to PS5 Pro, but that'll be later in the day. Thank you.
We have 2.5 hours on the meter.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you gotta park it. LG Cope is real, Trey. Bro, you guys act like I give birth to these. Next year we got new TVs. You know what I was coping was that Samsung 83 inch. I was coping hard as hell. I was like,
Like those 82.
oh yeah, that's all I got. I'm getting that one right there. Well, not getting that one. I'm getting that one, the G5. Once you think about it, when you see an 83 inch, like you're here in person. When the QD OLEDs came out, there was no way I was going from that to that.
Nah,
And you can put a thing in your lap. It doesn't make a difference. So the problem is you'll never see an 83 inch QD OLED. They're never going to make it.
too expensive.
They're not. If it's Samsung, they're pushing their mini LEDs. So why would you go sell 83 inch OLEDs? I mean, they have it.
How does the processing of Samsung and LG stack up when it comes to streaming low bit rate versus
Colombo,
motion?
baby, you got it.
I got Colombo.
That
Colombo,
was funny. I saw it the other day.
Colombo on my TV, aka Colombo test, baby.
You know what? Let's go through some bright content and then we'll go through some Colombo. And hopefully I don't get shut down for showing Colombo.
Yeah, I mean the copyright is no joke.
I think if I show like 5 minutes, I should be good.
5 minutes.
I mean, 5 seconds.
I think I show 2 or 3 episodes. You're gonna be fine.
You gotta go to TV or something.
He said 5 minutes. Oh no, we got it on Prime. Heck yeah. He said 5 minutes. I'm like, damn, you got some friends over at YouTube?
I meant 5 seconds.
We did Mario at M-Wave and like the lights turned off.
Well, we were going for like 30 minutes.
We're like, hey, nobody knows, no problem. Get an
And then
email.
the lights went off.
All the red check marks. Oh man, we're having fun. Let's see. Yeah, so Benjamin says that's all TVs are awesome, but I love the package of the S95. And that's really interesting too, Benjamin. That is key. You know, those quality of life issues, the package, everything.
The OS, the operating system.
Yeah, the Tizen. These things, when the TVs get
I
that
prefer
close.
Tizen, Brian. What do you prefer?
Actually, I hated Tizen for years, and now as a reviewer, it's the best because it remembers everything. But for you guys, and look, don't be shy. We're all here. If you like the matte screen, say it.
I know. I'm not judging.
Look, nobody's gonna judge. Like, if you want to see your TV run wild, but just say it. We're all the community here. I mean, I can't control who's gonna yell at you, but there are people that do like it that thanked me for showing the matte screen, or I keep calling it matte. It's not the anti-glare. But you know, we want to have you guys engage. The same people chatting, that's great, but there's 500 of you guys. I'm not seeing 500 different people talk. So just say what's up, or just say hello to us. You know, it's why we're here, is for this kind of engagement.
But he wants to share. Tired of imbeciles that I hate the matte screen.
It's tired of imbeciles, libtards. So I understand, but that's okay. That's all right. If anyone loves it, please say hello and tell me you love it.
Yeah, don't be shy.
You know what you should have done for this setting? Been like, I don't know, the colors don't look good on this black and white. But you know what? The black and white, if you go back to it, it's got red in it. The lipstick's red.
Yeah, it is. It is. But if Jennifer doesn't go deep into BT 2020, then it just looks identical. And
Yeah,
that's
sure.
and that's the thing, right? Let me go into content that is vibrant.
What about the Samurai demo? That orange.
Oh, they want bright and vibrant. That one only goes up to 1,000 nits, I believe. Here we go. This one goes a little bit brighter. So this is interesting. I'm going to pause right there. You can see the brightness difference and the color difference because of the saturation. This is a really good one to show that.
But I will say that if you look at the S95F, I do like, it does seem to resolve, maybe it's not the brightness, but the resolving of the
colors.
clouds in the clouds.
Well, so this is why this scene is so difficult for the G4 and the G5, or rather, the G4 is not doing it too badly. And this is where the G5 is going to need a little bit of tuning. It's trying to hit that brightness, but you're losing a little color. The S95F is preserving the color, but it's not hitting that brightness. So you have a
Pick your
compromise,
poison, yeah.
right? get all the color in, but take down the brightness. And remember, they're in the most accurate mode. So they're choosing that decision. If you put it in dynamic tone mapping, then it's just going to go crazy. And you're in a bright room, though, and I think this looks great in this bright room. I wouldn't go to dynamic tone mapping for this scene.
What's up, Stanley?
Here's another one with the G5 for HDR impact. It really pops.
And what's, our friend tired of whatever, just close the window blinds if the glare bothers you. It's not really, I understand what you're saying, but that's not the strength of these panels. The strength of the anti-glare is lamps. And not everybody, and I do like watching TV in a dark room, but not everybody does. They like lamps. So you can put as many blinds on the windows as you want. If you have lamps in the room, what are you going to do, cover them? The whole point is having ambient light in the room, not sunlight. That's the real misconception of what the coating is for. It's not for the sun. You can't take it to the beach. Damn beach TV.
Not 83-inch on the beach, baby.
Heck yeah.
I mean, scenes like this, the TVs all look the same to me because it's 1,000 nits. Now, scenes like this, actually, I'm going to stop here because it's 4,000 nits. All right.
Well, we'll go back to this one. Please help me. It's a 97-inch G series question.
All right, Brian, go for it.
So the 97-inch LG G2 versus the 83-inch LG G5. Now, if you need, here's the thing. The 97-inch OLEDs are gorgeous purely for the fact that they're the only commercial OLEDs that large. They'll never get that large. But they'll also never have micro lens array, and they'll never be primary 4-stack OLEDs. So you're just getting a bright, beautiful OLED. The 83-inch G5 is superior in my opinion, but it can't get larger. So it's a good size, but if you need 97, then the G2 will be amazing because it's the size you need. But if you can go smaller, then go for the G5. It is better. But if you need the size, just go for it.
And if you notice a generational jump, I wanted to...
That helps, Chris.
I wanted to lower the exposure so you can see that the G4, although is bright, it's hitting that 4,000 nit. Look how much color you're losing, how much color saturation. Whereas the G5, I see it matching the S95F and the S95D. That's pretty amazing.
It's matching it. I still would give a little bit more to the QD OLEDs.
It's close.
And the whole idea, I think, for them was to get close.
Well, look at the G4 to G5. G4 bright, but lost a lot of that color.
That whiteness going. Yeah.
Right. The center of that bright sunset is mostly white on the G4. On the G5, there's a bit more of that color gradient, color saturation and there's even more of it on the QD OLED, but it's very subtle. I wouldn't choose either TV because of that. I'd go with the size. Go with either the less expensive TV or the slightly larger TV.
And the quality of life features that we're talking about. And again, if you want, like Jill had mentioned, see, Jill, you'll think we'll buy the 80 size matters. We're not a fan of Samsung matte screen. And Jill, that's that quality of life. And the fact is, the advantage for LG this year is there's nothing to stop it at 83. There's nothing. There's nothing available to even compete at that size. The 83-inch S95F, if it does have the 4-stack primary OLED, that'll be very interesting. But we just can't get confirmation that that's the fact. That's the case.
Now I'm turning up the exposure so you guys can see the rest of the color spectrum. And the G5 looks great. S95F looks great. S95D. So now in this scene, up to 4,000 nits, if the S95D is on a huge discount, would you choose it over the S95F, Brian? Saving $1,000, or you see the difference in S95?
No, you're asking me? No, I have a channel based on TVs. I'm not going to buy last year's TV. Yes,
there you have it. Can't do it.
Oh, hell no. I'm spending my whole day with you. Yeah, I'll go for the older one.
I'll go for the S95C.
You always think this is funny when people say, these TVs are so close. That would be very fun for every video. Introducing the new G5. It's pretty close to last year. Have a nice day. 3-minute video. Please like and subscribe. Yes, first of all, hi, Jill. If you're on a budget, yes, going back to last year, especially at this level, you're not losing anything. I would say that the problem with the G5 and G4 is a totally different technology, but QD OLED, it's a different generation. 3 versus, wow, look at that. 3 versus 4. I would want the newer panel if it's not like this is the S95C, which was glossy, versus the D. That's a big difference, FOMO, where I'd say yes or no, or a lack of one connect box. So they are similar. I would recommend if you want to save money, obviously the S95D is the way to go. Or more importantly, FOMO, go to 77-inch S95D. That is a question that I might go for last year's TV if I can get it at 77.
Correct. Yeah.
What's up, Big C-Dub?
Thank you for the super chat.
How you doing, my friend?
After seeing these demos, I can't wait until you guys get your hands on the Bravia 8 Mark II. Just might shock everyone.
So Big C-Dub, you leave his comment up for me?
Yep.
I'll tell you this, Big C-Dub. I think what you're going to be really impressed with, I wish we could have filmed the comparisons with the Bravia 8 Mark II, especially when I was in New York. They compared it to the G4 and the S95D. It was much brighter and much more detailed. So even if it's not as bright as these TVs, the detail was noticeable. So that XR cognitive processor, people say it's getting old. They retool them every year. It's not like it's 20 years old. But the processing difference, I think, from Sony is going to be the big difference between all of them. Sony is not going to go so bright that they compromise the director's intent. But I think you're going to love seeing the detailed difference, and that's what's going to set them all apart. Don't forget Panasonic as well. Z95B is going to be the 4-stack, but with that Sony look to it. So, that's going to be interesting too.
So, Spieler has a question every interested G5 prospective buyer wants answered. What about the G5 issues with low darks, when you have the near black coming out of black, bad posterization and banding? So, we do have
Spears and Munsell.
And Munsell, that out of black at the very beginning, and I'll slow it down, and you guys will see the difference. But more importantly, though, Spieler, there's another issue that another reviewer in the UK noticed was
Dolby Vision.
Dolby Vision streaming. That could also be an issue, but it's not seen in his review with just regular HDR streaming.
No. So what is that? So the thing is, we've been looking at near black content for an hour.
I haven't noticed anything.
So if it was an issue, this is not coping, by the way. Didn't give birth to these. We have no issues coming out of black with any of that. We've shown you a couple hours or an hour or so of footage. So if it's Dolby Vision specifically and it's streaming, I'm confident they can figure that out. That's not a limitation of the panel.
Let me pause there, Spieler. Trust me when I say LG is working very hard to fix Dolby Vision issues because they are Dolby Vision.
And they have the best Dolby Vision implementation in the business. They have a Dolby Vision filmmaker mode. Right. And when I was here last week, the TV had taken an update, and it was much improved. One movie, Demeter. I saw some issues there, but not like the C1 for those of you that remember. Enough to where I'm purchasing it. Now you're asking me when I'm getting mine. There's no real rush. You have to wait for the customers to get theirs. And honestly, I have enough G5s in front of me to get enough content. So mine will be down the road. But I guarantee you I'll be getting it. The G4 I was going to get, but we ran out of time. Simply did run out of time. I wanted it.
And here we have someone that loves the matte screen. S95F looks better, and that's not even.
He hates the matte screen. What are you talking? Plasma TV for gaming?
He loves the S95F.
You don't like the matte screen.
Here, let me pause here because this is a slightly dark scene, right? It's got a little bit of everything. Let me turn up the exposure and see, because I don't see the matte effect in this scene.
No.
All right. And yeah, so how crazy is this? I turned up the exposure. This is a near black. It's not perfectly black, but as you can see, matte looks okay. It's only when it's pitch black, then, oh, that's slightly gray. But when it is supposed to be slightly gray, like right here, and I've turned the exposure up, they all look the same. So yes, matte screen is a problem if it's supposed to be perfectly black, but not in the scene.
What I love about this scene, though, is that at least we can see it here. You can see the lamp above Fomo and I. There's like a circular lamp. You can see the reflection right in
where we are. Yeah.
There's nothing on the S95F. It doesn't even look like it's real. It looks like it's superimposed. And that is a scenario that it's best at.
Absolutely. That's why you get it. I was going to get my phone and run the flashlight, but I misplaced it, so can't do it. Oh yeah, go ahead, do that. I'll walk behind you where the lamp is.
Turn off the stream. Dude, mine's not very bright.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. So you can narrate as I walk behind you.
All right, so if you can see, just move it around fast, Fomo. All right, you see like in the right-hand corner, right by the white line. Now go up to the dark scene, Fomo. Go up high. All right, you can, yep, a little higher. There you go. You can see it?
You know,
I have my hand up.
Tall. I'm like,
he's on my shoulders. All right.
now I'm walking over here. Now.
All right, now he's going to go over to the S95. And if you move in front of the chair, Fomo, even if you cheat, you can't see anything. It doesn't even exist. Now, what's funny is the 83-inch G5 that's off on the side is like a mirror right now.
There you go. But that, again, only if that bothers you. Most people will take that reflection. They don't care. Like Plasma. He loves the S95F in the few scenes we've shown so far. And here's the beautiful thing. Tired of imbeciles? The Sony Bravia 8 Mark II
He just cannot let it go.
Does not have
so tired of imbeciles. Even in this shot, you can't even give it that little bit of love, and it's impressive for that reason.
Nope, can't do it.
He's like, hell no. I respect it. Stay by it, baby. Stay by it.
And LG has confirmed that they'll fix the issue by the end of April. And if not April, May. You know, it's...
Next year.
This is their thing, right?
We can do it next year. Don't
next
worry
year. By the end of the summer. By the end of the winter. And, okay, so let's get some super chats real quick. Thank you, my friends. Eric Alman, thank you for that. Seems like at 83 inches, the G5 is the one for me. As long as motion handling is great. It's great. They did a great job last year with the G4. I'm only going to assume they will carry that excellence over this year.
It's good.
My favorite motion handling was the G4 last year. Phenomenal. Matched the Sony, I felt. Now, can you speak to motion handling and panning shots, upgrading from 77-inch A80L? You're okay.
Yeah, there's no judder, there's no stutter.
You can tune it to your taste. If you don't, like I hate stutter, and
it's
perfect.
Yeah.
And those who hate soap opera, they also like what the G4 did.
You can do both.
And early reviews and what I'm seeing here, the G5 is much of the same. So.
Yeah. And I think too, Eric, you know, I have the A80L myself and I love the TV. So I don't feel you'll see a processing loss going with the Alpha 11 versus the XR cognitive processor. What you will appreciate though is the added brightness. Dolby Vision is kind of dark on the A80L. They definitely fixed that with the Bravia 8, but the A80L does have pretty dark Dolby Vision.
Yes.
Where it's Dolby Vision bright is even pretty dark. You'll see a big difference when Dolby Vision is prepared, but their filmmaker mode is going to be beautiful. Yep. And you'll see, and this 83-inch size is amazing.
And we have another super chat here. Thank you, Nick.
What's up, Nick?
How do you think Christmas tree lights would affect the X95F?
Perfect scenario.
That's exactly what it's for.
I have a tree right behind us. That's what I'm telling you right now. That is a brilliant question, and it would be amazing.
Now, the second question, though,
I never think about the Christmas. Like, damn, Christmas tree.
The second half of
this question
is good. How often will we see content over 100 nits?
Every day, baby. What are you watching?
All HDR will be graded. On balance, your APL will be over 100 nits. Yeah. And all these TVs, even last year and the year before, is fine at 100.
Yeah.
But over 100 is actually a lot. Now, over 1,000, barely any. But between 100 and 800 nits, that's a lot. Between 100 and 700, that's a lot. But definitely over 200. You're going to see a lot to 200 to 600. But if you watch, again, a lot of streaming shows, Korean dramas, whatever, 200 nits.
Korean
dramas, like My Family, Mandarin dramas.
My Korean dramas, put that on my watch list.
It's more of, these TVs can handle up to 300 nits perfectly, and they all look the same. And I choose the largest TV at the budget you can handle. And that's why I've been recommending the LG B4.
Yeah. Oh my God, the B4.
At 83 inches for around
$2,000
or 77 inches, $1,600.
Well, and then this year though, from Samsung, we have the other QD OLED, the 85. Is that to compare with the B4? What they have, the 90, the 95, but they also have the other one as a QD OLED.
Which one? What size?
Is it the 85? No, I don't know if it's. I think it's only 55 at 65.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
that's
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
the answer to the B4. And what I like about the B4 and that TV is they're not pushing to be bright, so they always look rich and detailed.
Yeah, definitely. And let me make sure I got all your super chats before we move on. But hey, thank you for showing up, everyone. And if you need to go to the restroom, this is a chance to click like and then come back.
How many of you have watching?
Wait. Don't laugh. CG says, my pale white wife watches Korean dramas. Right.
I don't know why that have anything to do with each other. We have 561 watching consistently. Thank you guys. What's up, Corey? And Corey, to be honest, I can't tell you. Corey says, I don't know how you guys remember all the numbers. I will tell you with our editing, it sucks because I've had more videos say, and this year we're looking at the S95. You're like, damn, we got to go back in and remove it. And you don't just let it fly.
Yep.
You see that in June, I believe, Kyle.
Around June, yes.
About June,
The
yeah.
Z95B comes out around June. The Panasonic could be the TV to get if you're iffy about the G5. I don't see why, but in case you are, the Z95B is going to be amazing. I love this color saturation, and Panasonic had a chance to get QD OLED, by the way. They chose this to win the shootout.
So I thought they were going to go with that.
RGB.
Yeah, and Kyle, I think what you're going to see, and I compare the Z85 to the Bravia 8, is that if you want the purest image, most natural, then I can't wait to see how bright the Z95A is without the extra edge enhancement. They do like their processing to be pure and filmic, and it's a beautiful image.
And this is a great super chat because I know, Brian, you've had a chance to see the remote as well. Thank you for the super chat, Robin. The biggest knock I can give the LG is their long in the tooth remote. Even though they upgraded the remote this year, it's still long in the tooth. Now they removed the input selector. I know they can do better. No, they just did worse.
So the funny thing is that at home,
and no backlight.
The funny thing is at home, I have the C1, and then I have the C4 in the other room, and I literally that pointer, I'm always turning on the TV to my right.
It's not premium.
The best LG remote is actually on the Z series, which is a silver back. Robert, was the Z series backlit, or it was just metal?
Was the G series?
The Z series remote that was backlit, or it was just metal?
I think it was backlit. The Z series.
Yeah, that thing. I mean, I think it was only like $30,000 for the TV. But hey, you want backlit?
Okay, so this is where they separate themselves in brightness because this is a very bright scene. I'm going to show you.
I'm actually narrating this one. That's my voice on that one. Jen put me on. People hated it. They're like, your voice is made for radio.
And the M3, yeah. And how inexpensive is designing a remote? You do a good remote, you use it over and over for the next 5 generations.
Yeah. But people are basing it. I mean, and, while we're here too, guys, you can't really see it, but does the silver bezel bother you guys on the G series? I hear that a lot in the videos.
Well, in a bright room, it doesn't. It's the dark room. That's the problem.
Still doesn't bother me. It's so small. But for you guys, let me know what you think.
Let me turn up the exposure. So, you can see the bezel if I turn up the exposure. Yep, you can see the bezel pretty well now.
Yeah, so what do you guys think? You guys dislike the silver bezel?
I just noticed it because Fomo mentioned it.
Yeah, exactly. It's some people can't stand it.
But look at the slight glares on the G5. The S95F is just like a black hole, or rather a dark gray hole.
And that's but that's what I'm saying is that's what it's for.
Yeah.
And in doing that, it does an amazing job at that.
Yes.
But again, for most of you enthusiasts, when you're talking about an OLED, you want the deepest blacks possible. If it ever lifts, it defeats the purpose of what an OLED is really for.
Absolutely. And Braden, thank you for the super chat, my friend. I have an 83-inch G4, 11 feet away, darkroom, but want more immersion. Wow. 97-inch G5 using old panels, correct? Might I consider a 98-inch X11K, QM9K to be close enough to OLED? In a bright room, okay, so in a dark room, the X11K, you're going to have to take down all that brightness, all that stuff. We don't know. It might be close enough. We have to see it in person. These are all new models, and they're telling us it's OLED cinema level for a man cave, but we want to see it for ourselves.
Yeah,
We're speculating.
And honestly, if you have a G4, going back to LED is going to be really hard. It just you have a bright 83-inch G4. The problem is the 97-inch is nowhere near as bright, even the G5. It's just they don't have that same technology. As long as you don't compare them side by side, I think you'll be happy with the 97-inch G5. But going from a G4 to, unless you're going to like a 115, I mean, I don't know. It's just hard. I mean, I'm not making these jumps myself, so I'm just speaking to you from my own consumer. There's a reason I haven't gotten an 85-inch or a 98 or a 100-inch. I can't leave OLED yet. So I would wait to see what these TVs can do at that size, but I think you may have to wait to RGB mini LEDs to see if you can come close.
Maybe one day the primary RGB OLED will get to the 97-inch size. That'd be a game changer for a lot of people. It'd be very expensive, though. I mean,
the Hisense is 116, so you'd be good to go. So
Yeah.
and that's cheap. And actually, the Hisense will be the same price as the G5 at 97 at 116. They're about $25,000.
25,000 for the. I
The
didn't
Hisense?
I didn't know
I
that.
think they're about 25,000.
All right, we'll find out in a few weeks.
That's
right?
the rumor. Bless you.
That's the rumor.
Bless you. That's the rumor. About $25,000. I'm just guessing.
Or once again, Brian just broke another embargo. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I broke one.
He's been
I broke one the other day, man.
He's
Damn.
breaking embargoes left and
The
right.
TV's not even there. But I'm exempt on this one apparently, so I'm good to go. My career is over.
Well, that's because, the exception is we take ownership of the S95F, which we have, and here we are.
But I have ownership of the S90F, and nobody cares.
Well,
I didn't sign the piece of paper.
You didn't write it in like
I
I
used
did.
the bathroom.
I wrote it in. So, a good question, Kuya. Why is it matte defeats the whole purpose of OLED and smears the screen? So I don't know if you're overstating it a bit, so I'm going to pause right here. And it would smear, it would smear it if you have a bright light at an angle, absolutely. Now, in this room condition, I'll cut the exposure. Right, in a room like this, so let's look up real quick. Right, so you have a skylight, right, and then you have windows, bright windows to my left. Not a big deal. And you don't see any smearing here, and I've turned up the exposure, right? The key is if there's a bright point of light or a bright window that's a little bit closer, yes, it would smear. The question is, if that's your room condition, definitely don't get the S95F. There is a TV for everyone, and I don't understand, honestly, Samsung's reasoning, because they're assuming everyone has viewing condition like this. But for those people that have floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun's rising and setting on that window, and it's pointed at your TV, do not get the S95F. End of story. You will save some heartache, right? Because when that sun rises or sets on that TV, it is going to wash it out. However, in a light-controlled room or an ambient room like this, where you have little specular highlights here and there behind you, specular highlights, look at me, little lights behind you, then the S95F does its job. So it's not a 100% use case application, maybe 60, 70%. And for Samsung, that's enough. But like scenes like this, they all look pretty much the same. So yeah, but in a super bright room, not good for sure. Why y'all sitting on each other's lap? You know what? My camera, what can I tell you? It's a little narrow angle, so we gotta fit in. I can do this, but it's easier for me to lean on my left arm here. That's all. Or maybe we're just feeling cozy. Now here's a question. OLED blacks are sometimes too black as they crush the detail. So Ahmad, here's the thing that you may or may not know. Is it the OLED that's crushing the detail, or is it the creator not giving you shadow detail? But to be fair, I felt that my G4 did crush the detail in some scenes. And to me, that was an issue, right? But it's also a panel-to-panel issue. Now, the reason why, if you ask, is near black, you have that stimulus of the pixel, and sometimes the pixels overshoot that brightness, and so it's a little bit lifted. But if you then under adjust, then it's going to drop below the stimulus, and suddenly it's all black when there should be something a little bit higher. So QD OLED is doing a better job of managing that near black electrical stimulus to each pixel. than LG is. But however, the G5 is apparently addressing that, so it should be better. We'll see. But you know, no TV is perfect, right? And then you have firmware updates that could fix this by the end of the year. Could being the word. And if that bothers you, definitely wait. But this year, it's not that the blacks are crushing detail. The complaint is the black's a little bit lifted. So Ahmad, the G5 is not going to crush black detail this year. Firmware notwithstanding, we'll see what happens there. Maybe they might overcorrect and it will crush it, right? But for now, the G5 actually slightly lifts the shadow detail. So the exact opposite of what you're concerned about. Alpine Sun, thank you for that super chat. I love the avatar, right? The American flag. I'm so proud. Fomo, I followed your advice and bought the 65-inch TCL QM8 51G. I barely had a clue on what I was missing out, and then it comes HDR until I bought it. Enjoy it, Alpine. Let me know how what you think. On axis, it vibrant. Let me know what your last TV was. I'm hoping you enjoy HDR impact because that QM8 from last year, truly impactful. And thank you everyone for joining us. And the only complaint that he has about his TCL is a lot of unwanted jitter and artifacts. So definitely play with the motion settings, obviously. And right now, I would say at the top of the game for motion is LG. And then right there, Sony and LG are at the top of the game, with LG doing slightly better, managing soap opera. If you like soap opera, LG is the best at it. If you don't like soap opera, or if you tolerate soap opera, just a touch, but hate stutter, Sony is right there. Samsung and LG, the reason why their soap opera is so smooth with the least artifact is because they're also gaming TVs. And for gaming TV, you got to get your motion interpolation down. And so they're very good at managing soap opera artifacts if you like soap opera. So for those of you who actually enjoy good soap opera with no artifacts, Samsung and LG. But if you hate stutter, then Sony and LG are like at the top of the game. Samsung is right behind them. And then everyone else is just behind them. And Panasonic, definitely, they do well with anti-stutter. Their motion artifact at the highest level in terms of soap opera is not quite there, but most people hate the stutter. So Panasonic's fine for movie watching and cinema. But for soap opera enthusiasts, LG and Samsung, I think they're top of their game. TCL's getting there though. So definitely play with the settings. But last year the TCL got better, but not perfect. Is this on pause? It's like suddenly it stopped moving. Like, what's happening here? There you go. Okay. But thank you for that super chat. The G5 is so bright, you want to get sunglasses at times. It literally blinds you. It's insane. For a dark room, I think the G5 is definitely overkill. The G5 is great because it's great for a dark room. Don't get me wrong. In a bright room, then you can see its superpower, right? If you're in a dark room, you might as well get the G4, even the G2 in a dark room, but the HDR impact is missing. So the G5 will give you that HDR impact, but you don't need the extra APL in a dark room, because in filmmaker mode, they're all going to look very similar. And right now, they're all inaccurate for the G4 and G5, right? They're in filmmaker mode, dynamic tone mapping off, and on the Samsungs, it's in static mode, which is their equivalent. Yeah. And I have the exposure up a bit. Turn it down so you can see more of that specular detail for the curious. There we go. Plasma TV for gaming asks, Fomo, at some point can you get closer to the G5 and the S95F only? Absolutely, my
Hour
friend.
6 we do it.
Yeah, we're gonna do it, and maybe what time is it right now?
You gotta stay, baby. Hour 7.
We'll do it for gaming. I think gaming that'd be perfect for that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then we'll do some content. So when we do our gaming on the PS5 Pro, I will bring the camera.
Yeah, because it's not
for
really.
sure.
Yeah, we can zoom into everything too, right? Because it's not really as important.
Yeah.
At a certain point, you should really compare just the G5 and the S95F.
Yeah. I mean, I can do a image zoom, but I want them to get the best optical quality.
But I'm saying at a certain point, you probably want to just keep the most current TVs.
Yeah.
I think we have a good gist of how close. But I mean, I think both the G4 and the S95T have shown if you do want to save some money and go larger, get them because I mean they're both incredible.
And well, with S95D, you want to go larger, you're still tapped out at 77 inches. So 77 inch for QD OLED, that's the largest. But with the deals they have going on now with the S95D, I cannot not recommend it. It's a great TV. So then 83 inches, which is what you see here with the G4. That's pretty phenomenal.
Now, quick question for you guys. I know we talked about this a lot off camera. Is the One Connect box for you guys a deterrent or something you guys enjoy? For a lot of you, I think with gaming, you feel like it's a point of failure. What are your thoughts on the One Connect box? Because that's another quality of life thing with the S95 that you're not going to get. You have to get actually.
And I'll tell you guys, I don't like the One Connect box. Now, I haven't had it fail on me yet. I just don't like having those, ironically, extra wire, which is supposed to have less wires, but you still have that extra wire to connect to your TV, but you're moving it away, right?
Yeah.
And that extra wire to me is a point of failure. If I walk by, I knock into it, suddenly the wire connected to One Connect might loosen, or
I think we all feel like it's a lot of trust in one little baby cable. You know, you're like, I don't know.
And thank you for the super chat, Waterfalls. I have a C4, and sometimes I feel like it pushes the white too much, the white subpixel too much in HDR. Yes, it's trying to get bright. Would the B4 with lower peak brightness mitigate this? No. So first of all, if you have the C4 in its most accurate mode, filmmaker, dynamic tone mapping off, it won't do that, right? It's when you have it in dynamic tone mapping on that will do that. And the B4, same thing. Have it on filmmaker mode, turn off dynamic tone mapping. The two should look identical at 100 nit content, even 200 nit content. So check your tone mapping setting on the C4 in brightness. Make sure dynamic tone mapping is off, and then that should be its most accurate mode, because the C4 is actually pretty good at tone mapping not too bright content. Now, if the content's too bright, yeah, it'll clip. But so let me know what you're watching, that you're seeing the white subpixel pushing it too hard on the C4. Maybe we can help you with that setting.
Oh, the C4?
C4.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know C4 is more process-based color-wise, or pushing the brightness booster.
And Alpine, I should really spell check my super chats. Hey, I welcome it, misspellings and all. I'll figure it out. Thank you, my friend. And Eric has a follow-up super chat. Is it worth it to pay for tuning, calibrating on the G5? Depends. So,
Well, it depends if you get it from our crew over here.
oh yeah,
You're one of the
because
best in the business doing it here.
well, not only that, you get a 10% store credit that you can apply to calibration. So that's handled.
And my big thing too, I think, was having it calibrated is also they do a QC, which I think is even more important than even just the calibration. But you know, we have the calibrators here, some of the best. You know, Dwayne still doing calibration?
Yep, Dwayne is still.
So Dwayne Davis, who's famous in this industry, does an amazing job. And even though to me it's that QC and tuning it that is worth it. But if you're going to do that, do it here. I mean, you all should be buying it from here anyway, no question.
And the most important part is when you tell them, hey, Fomo or Brian sent you, that 10% store credit can be applied to the calibration. So essentially, you're getting a great TV with calibration as well. Now, whether it's worth it or not, it depends on how much you're a purist, right? Some people, oh, it looks good enough to me. Some people are like, you know what, I need it perfectly calibrated. And so what kind of personality do you have?
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I would get it done. You know, it's not necessary because the TVs have become very accurate, but for I think your peace of mind to know the TV's tuned a certain way, to me that's worth it. The QC to me is the biggest thing.
Yeah. Let me go back in this scene. I lower the exposure.
It's 10,000 nits, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, this is 10,000 nits. And actually, I'm going to pause
What's
right
funny
here.
is the G5's got more color, but it's falsely there.
So the G5 is brighter, but it lost a lot of color to get there. So this is an important.
I like the color more than the G5. the director's intent was really most important. But look at the color on the G4 is the key.
Yeah, loses some of the saturation in the G4.
Yeah. So the G4, it's almost completely yellow.
Yeah, it's
But you
lost
have-
so much color.
But you have a lot more of the orange on the G5, but still not as much as the the S95F. But
and the S95D, which is not as bright as the S95F.
But the S95F, I love about it is you get both. You have this definitely uptick in brightness, but the color is still there.
But the G5 is brighter. You're getting that HDR impact on the G5.
And the color, unless they're side by side. But what an improvement over the G4. And the real difference is, what's the improvement from the G5 to the G4? Then the S95F.
Yes. And is that improvement even worth it? Because although color accuracy, the S95F is more color accurate, the G5 has the HDR impact as the compromise. And they're all in their most accurate mode. Right?
It'd be very interesting, I think, if we were to pop the G5 out and slide the G4 next to the S95. I think that would be, you'd see a big difference. Is what we saw last year in the shootout during some shots, is that the color really kind of shone through on the QD OLEDs.
Yeah. Oh, here's a great comment. DP, thank you for the super chat. Fomo, Brian, I was at Value Electronics on Thursday. Went with a G4 83-inch bundled with a soundbar S95 TR. As a customer only, there is no one better than Robert and Wendy. Dan from New Jersey says, thanks again, Robert, and thank you guys so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, Dan.
Very cool, Dan.
And he had money left over for a super chat. Look at that.
Look at that.
And
well, we appreciate that. I mean, also everyone talks about supporting small business. Everyone says that. Everybody does that, but no one buys. And this is a real family business. Why I wanted the 3 family members, Robert, Wendy, and their daughter Leanne, to really. And this is a family business. You come in, the family's here. So we do appreciate it. They definitely appreciate it. But they have the know-how. It's not just that they're a family business. They have TVs you can't find in those stores. There's no G5s in stores right now. There's no 83-inch G5s. There's no S95. So definitely we appreciate you guys supporting them, but they're amazing as well.
I wanted to stop on this one because last year,
What's up, Jill?
The G4 failed to produce the blues. As you see, I'm going to turn up the exposure. It's going to get the colors a little bit better.
Wow, the G5 looks very similar here to the others.
The G5 solved the color saturation issue that the G4 could not handle last year.
Yeah. That's very impressive.
Yeah. The G5 finally is matching the S95F and the S95D. But the G5 and the S95F are both brighter than the G4 and the S95D in this scene. So this primary RGB OLED is the real deal, Brian.
It is, but
better color saturation.
What's pretty cool, though, I would say, is that what I like about it is that the G5 is flexing to match the S95F, but the S95F is like, but I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, it's so funny, Fomo. It's like the G5 is designed to beat the S95D, but now it's designed to tie the S95F.
And
right? That's what's so cool about these two companies.
Yeah.
So it just shows you that, for Samsung Display to do Gen 3, Gen 4, they're doing it every year. You can't sleep. You cannot hang back if you're in this tier.
You can't. It's just, that color saturation.
Because I think if the G5 was just another micro lens array, it would be obvious.
Yeah. Right, here's 2,000 nits. And you're already losing saturation on the G4 at 2,000 nits.
Yep.
4,000 nits. Oh, I'm going to pause right here. Let me go back. Here we go.
Now, guys, in fairness, if we were all watching a movie right now, it'd be very hard to see the difference. I mean, other than something like Pacific Rim with a lot of saturated colors, it'd be very hard. Plus, if we were at a lower nit range, the colors would be the same on all of them.
Yes.
So that's what we're saying about, for most content, you may not notice it, but if you're an enthusiast watching us, chances are you want to pay for that little bit of difference.
And once again, so this is 4,000 nit content. You're not going to see this anywhere outside of Jennifer Gala, Alpha, maybe
the Academy Award winner,
maybe Pan, one scene, right?
So I got to share this story. We were at LA last year, and Alpha was playing, and none of us had heard of Alpha yet, right? And Sony was showing us the reference monitor, like, here is our film Alpha, and there was 100 people in the room watching it, and someone goes, "Yeah, but is it a good movie?" And he goes over, "Oh no, it's terrible."
And it's only 1 5-minute clip that he shows the whole time.
He turns around, it's a Sony picture, and he goes, "All right, it's terrible." And we know the movie by freaking heart. The puppies,
the 5-minute clip,
and the moon. So we would say it's the Academy Award-winning Alpha.
The 4,000 nit winning.
He said, "Oh, it's terrible." Oh my God.
Jill, thank you for the super chat.
Oh, wow.
We decided to get the 83-inch G5. There does not seem to be other 83 inches out there with the same quality. Absolutely.
That is
it.
indisputable, Jill.
Do you agree? It is literally, to me, the best image quality at that size money can buy this year. Yes, some may argue the Bravia 9 might compete, or even
No.
the best from TCL. Nope, I would take the 83
So
inch.
here's what I'll
Cost
say.
no object.
So I love the Bravia 9 at 85 inches, especially. That is the size. But to me, the G4 edged out the Bravia 9 last year. And I compared them here in the store, 85 versus 83. You can see that video on the channel. The G5 goes one step further beyond that. It's probably brighter than it. Well, definitely brighter than the G5. I'm sorry, the Bravia 9. And it's a jump. The Bravia 9 is not. They're going to update it to improve it, but this is another leap. So this is 1,000 nits, I think.
Oh yeah, it's going to get to 10th. We're going to see tone mapping, how well they all tone map, and we're going to go into Spears and Munsell shortly.
And look at Jen's content. I mean, she's making this stuff specifically. She's a filmmaker. This is not what she does, but she's doing this because of us. I mean us. I mean the community, not me.
Yeah, the tone mapping up to 4,000 nits, solid. All these TVs, no complaints. There's no clipping. Great shadow detail. Great near black as well as specular detail, gradient detail. Normally at this brightness, you're going to start seeing clipping on one of the TVs, but this year, all the TVs, G5 and S95F, great job managing up to 4,000 nits.
And keep in mind the G4 and the S95D have a full year of updates, so they've improved from their launch. The G5 and the S95F are new.
Yeah.
I mean, like they're as new as you can get.
But at 10,000 nits, they start clipping. And that's the whole point, is there's no 10,000 nit content, so I'm not going to complain loudly.
So if you look at the clipping, so if we stay there, where are we? Are we on the same scene?
Yeah.
So if you look at the clipping, though, you can see that the S95F is still resolving, and so is the S95D, where there's just pure white in the clouds. You turn off DTM.
I'm going to turn on DTM and see if that helps. Because dynamic tone mapping is supposed to help with clipping.
And it does not.
And it made it worse.
Made it worse. So what we're saying here is when you see real clipping, guys, is you look into the clouds in the middle of the Ferris wheel. You can see that the resolution resolving the different detail, and it's just white now on the clouds for the G5. Now, if we took the Bravia 9 and put it in here for this,
Oh, it would clip.
It would clip. But
It would clip at 4,000 nits,
at 4,000
actually.
nits.
Yeah. All right.
It's not
You know
supposed to, though.
Are you... Oh, here's one. Let's do this one next. This is a good one. And we're all, thank you again, Jennifer Gala. We're using your content. We love you.
Oh, yeah, we'd be lost. See, the HLG, it does come up.
Huh.
See, that's new this year.
There you
Actually,
go.
no, they updated it to the G5.
So scenes like this, right? Get the less expensive TV. And I'll tell you, we're going to do some Netflix streaming as well, so you guys can see. But you'll notice they're indistinguishable. So we're just pushing the TVs to the content that we know that they're designed to kind of show off once new content catches up to the TVs. So the TVs are far ahead of content, Brian. Did you know that?
David,
Notice
that's
that?
always the way.
Thanks for the super chat, Alpine Sun. Why does no one talk about LG's mini LED TVs? Brian, I'll say this, because they were terrible. They could not compete with Samsung, Sony, Hisense, TCL. I think they could compete with a Roku TV and a Vizio. That's how disappointed I was in the QNEDs. Now, this year may be a different story, Brian.
Well, last year I liked the QNED 89, which was here. I love that TV, actually. The problem with them is what TVs are which, where are their resources, and are they committed? The QNEDs could have been excellent. They had an AK one here years ago. They just don't really support them. So they have the capabilities. It's just not their priority. I think that's more of the problem. I don't hate them. I like the QNED. We had the 89. We have a 100-inch, Robert? 89 last year? The QNED 89 was 100? Was it 90?
I think it was 98.
98. That TV's awesome. But they just don't, nobody knew it existed until we did the video here.
That's right.
So it's all about supporting it, and I think that's where LG. It's not that they're bad; they just don't support them, and people don't know which level they're looking at. The 82 is better than the 92. The 87 they have to really get it together. This year they're supposed to be better, but their number scheme is still off.
And here we have an example of the lifted black issue.
Well, they're all this whole demo is lifted actually.
No, but look at the comparison.
Oh, this is not Dolby Vision though.
No, but this is the lifted black issue.
Oh, okay.
G4 doesn't have it. Look at our YouTube monitor. So I don't know if you guys noticed that. G4, and I know the G4 actually is very good with the blacks by the end of the year. G5 slightly lifted, S95F, S95D. And it's not anti-glare, has nothing to do with that. This is what LG is trying to fix. Now, it's very subtle.
But is
very
DTM
subtle.
still on these?
Well, let's double check.
Or we turn it back off. Because this is a what's it called? This demo itself has lifted blacks. But because
but it's more lifting. Yep, everything's on.
because these are brighter TVs, it's gonna enhance that. That's why.
But it's not supposed to. You're supposed to be
No, but I'm
accurate.
saying these are still lifted.
Look at the monitor. They're not.
I mean,
See,
I'm
your
looking at
eyes-
them. I'm looking at them in real life.
Your eyes can't see the difference. That's why.
I see
the
they're
sens-
still lifted in front of us. They're lifted. They're both lifted. The S95F is almost as lifted as the G5 in person.
Okay. Let me turn.
Tony, are you not seeing it?
Right, yeah, the D is the one that's
You're telling me it's more accurate through YouTube?
It's. I'm seeing it. It's slightly dark. Okay, stand right here. Stand in front, right here. You'll notice
it is dark.
it is darker, right? Yeah. Everyone sees it. Man, stand over here. Don't be off angle.
How am I gonna
Stand-
get over there?
Get over here. Go in front. Look how much brighter it is compared to those two.
Yeah. But it's not like that's not.
But this is what we're talking about, and that's why it's subtle. It's not like it's not night and day. It's just for those if you're, no TV is perfect. We have to show off both the flaws and the strengths, and this is what the G5 is. It needs to fix. All right, great comment, question. Fomo, what do you think of Sony Bravia 8 Mark II Kitty OLED versus the LG G5? So we saw it compared to the G4, and it definitely was brighter. Everything was better. So it is ready to play. The question is how much better than the G5? It's speculation. I think it'll be equal to the S95F, not brighter than the S95F, because Sony has never been known to be brighter than the S95F when you really push it, right? So it isn't known to unleash its TVs the way Samsung has. It may even be slightly dimmer than the G5 in vivid mode or sports mode or standard mode. Now, in accurate mode, I don't know if its specular highlights will be dimmer or will be brighter. That will have to actually have content to see. I think the G5 will still be slightly brighter, but then the Sony will have more color. And that's how it's always been. And that's how Sony wins the shootout. Because when you look at the reference monitor, you'll see it being both bright and color saturation will be accurate. Then when they look at the G5 next to the S95 or G5 next to the Bravia 8 Mark II, they'll notice the Bravia 8 Mark II, slightly not as bright, but all the colors there. G5, depending on how they tone map this, if G5 wants to win, they might need to bring down that brightness a touch to bring that color saturation. And so that depends on the G5's approach to winning the shootout. Because I have a suspicion judges are not looking at HDR impact, they're looking at color saturation. Because when you pause the monitor or pause the source, you're just looking at color. But HDR impact requires context of the whole scene. An explosion, right? Does that bright explosion blow you back because of the brightness? And if you judge it that way, the G5 would have the greater HDR impact that's consistent with creator's intent, the impact. So if the intent is the impact, G5 wins. If the intent is color saturation, then both the S95F and the Bravia 8 will win because they will be more color saturated. So it definitely depends on the content and how the judges view this. So it's very subjective in that respect. It'll be close. And don't forget, Panasonic is going to try to do both impact and color saturation. So if G5 goes to brightness, I'm pretty certain that Panasonic's going to go into color saturation. So that TV might split the difference. So let's move on from this. Oop, wrong one. I think you guys get an idea. And again, I expect this to be fixed in an update. But I just wanted to demonstrate what some reviewers are seeing in terms of, oh wait, it feels like the shadow is a bit lifted. This is what they mean. It's a little bit brighter than the reference, right? And on the S95F, that probably appears lifted because of the matte screen, because it's a bit more aggressive than the S95D, right? And the G4 is probably the most accurate in terms of black level than all the TVs right now, because it doesn't have the matte screen and it's in filmmaker mode, and the G4 didn't have issues with that last year. So this is a great scene actually to separate it. I couldn't find one before, but now we found it. And we have another super chat. Thank you, Josh Gaming. Just ordered the 83-inch G4. Good choice. Decided to go with that in the end, and I'm happy with my decision. Thank you both for the recommendation. All you guys do. You're welcome, Josh. And the G4 right here, 83-inch. That's what you have, and look how good it looks, right? Excellent TV. There's not a bad one in the bunch.
Yeah, this is the best of the best of the best.
It is. It is. World class. Oh, here's a good one. And it's a subtle difference. I just want to make sure you guys know that it's a subtle difference. If I turn the exposure up a touch to where we are, because I'm just emphasizing the difference. But in real life, I don't think you guys will notice this.
Michael jumped off the show. I went and got myself a little Red Bull. Taking the energy up.
Okay. Let's see. Let's move on. Here's
That one's great though.
Yeah, this is a good one. This one's good for bright color.
This has some of the best thunderstorms in it too, or lightning storms.
Yeah, we'll go straight. Oh, so this is 4,000 nit content. And again, you're not going to see 4,000 nit content anywhere outside of Jennifer Gala. Not on Netflix, not on movies.
Oh, Brandon, we'll get back to your super chat, my friend. I'm sorry if we missed that.
Oh, we missed the super chat?
Yeah, Brandon. Brandon Kimball.
Let's hit it. All right, here we go. Thanks for reminding. There we go. I see it. Thank you, Brandon, for your patience. Brandon Kimball, thank you for your super chat. Can you play the Sony Las Vegas demo? I like to see if the G5 can hold on to its color in the signage. WOLEDs usually struggle. Sony Las Vegas demo.
That's the one with the lights that Andrew had at MY. We don't have it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That one might be on YouTube. The problem is it's copywritten.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even if I look it up for you, it's amazing. Even if it says Sony demo, and some person can hit us for copyright. But I know the one you're talking about. But I think they'd be fine.
Now we have bright color signage demos. Actually, we have the bright color signage with Spears and Munsell. That Ferris wheel, that's a bright neon signage. So when we get to that one, you'll see the difference, because they'll have bright purple and saturated purples in there. That's really bright.
The lights underneath.
Yes, the lights underneath, the reflections.
It's crazy that we all know what we're talking about.
We watch it way too much.
You know the music too. Dun, dun.
SD asks, hey, what firmware is the G5 on? All right. This is why we do a live stream. We'll check right now. Oh, actually, no, it's up here.
Yeah.
And I'll just click check for updates just in case one came during the stream, because LG is watching this.
Well, because I know we updated the 83. I'm not sure this one's been updated, but
It's at its latest. I'm trying to update and it won't. So on the G5, it's software version 33.10.32. On the G4, it is 23.21.51.
it's interesting. They're different. Normally they have the same updates.
Yeah, and I spent all morning checking for updates. So if it's OTA, it hasn't hit here. If there's an update out there, and yeah, let me know if you have a newer version that we might want to manually do it if it's available online. So Kuya has a comment that I'd love to address. LG being stubborn, not using QD-OLED.
They don't.
And Samsung
do
being
LG.
stubborn, giving up on that. And I'm going to side with LG. If they used QD-OLED, it wouldn't be as bright.
Well, not
Only
only that.
with primary RGB can they get as bright as they've been getting.
I
Otherwise,
mean-
they look just like the Samsung.
But guys, I mean, understand, LG Display makes. They're not going to use the competitor's technology.
But even if they could, would
Yeah.
you go with that, seeing what you saw with the brightness?
No. Now, as far as them being stubborn about the matte, they sell a ton of TVs. It's been a selling point for them, Kia. And they're not doing it because they want to. I mean, people are literally buying that matte. The frame is their best-selling TV.
Yeah.
That and the Crystal series.
All right. So let's imagine that. Fomo and Brian, please explain to us the OLED timeline degradation versus mini LED for those who cannot afford only decade upgrades. Okay, so OLED degradation depends on how many hours you are watching per day. Meaning there is a lifetime in terms of brightness over time. You will lose brightness with OLED over time faster than you would with LCD TV or mini LED. So let's say your TV is capable of 1,000 nits today, and you watch TV every day for 24 hours. In 10 years, right, changing your content, right, of watching 24 hours straight for 10 years, and
You will lose 5%.
by then, if you haven't died from sedentary living, your TV would have dimmed by at least half.
Before your heart attack, you're like, oh my God, there it is.
But it's very subtle. So
Yeah.
technically, it will dim half its brightness after 24 hours of watching, 10 years or whatever. And this is why ratings
Yeah.
does its longevity test.
And the funny,
right?
but they found that their LEDs were breaking structurally before the actual OLEDs would give up. So you'd have them like,
or burn it, right?
Or they burn it,
OLED would die
OLEDs, but-
before it burned it.
yeah, it would burn in.
So the key is, if your TV lasts more than 5 years, you will see it slightly dimmer. But it's subtle. So it's like over the course of 5, 6, 7 years, every time you watch the TV, maybe it would dim 0.001%, but the 0.001% starts to add up after 5 years, right? So I don't think it's an issue. The degradation is probably not an issue. Most people will replace their TVs every 5 years. You should be okay. Mini LED, over the course of those 5 years, won't dim as much. The question is it noticeable? I don't think you're going to lose half the brightness in 5 years, but it depends on how much you watch. 24/7 over 5 years, you might notice something between day 1 and day 5 years from now. But it does degrade faster.
Yes, Tanver, the S95F is out. I actually have it at my studio, thanks to Robert and Wendy. My video was taken down. I'll put it back up. You'll see it again Monday.
You can buy it. You can buy it.
But you can buy
Value
it. You
Electronics,
can buy the Value
it
Electronics
anywhere.
right now if you want.
Yep.
I just can't show it to you.
Well,
Not for
that's
a couple
why it's
more
not
days.
here. I said, Brian, where is it? He goes, I'm not giving it back. I love it too much.
That's gorgeous. I'll be
It's
filming.
mine.
It's mine.
And then Samsung goes, no, it's not.
They did say no. Like
I
nothing.
said, nope, it's not yours. It's ours. All right. Thank you, Alpine, for another wonderful super chat. Has there ever been attempts to combine the white subpixel of a WOLED with quantum dots, so you get superior color saturation with high brightness? And the answer is no. So you could ask LG why not, but the answer is absolutely not. And this is why. WOLED needs a color filter, right? Whereas quantum dot does not use a color filter. The quantum dot itself is a color converting layer. So if you use a color converting layer, then you don't use WOLED. It doesn't work that way. You need a high energy color to hit the quantum dots so it could convert into different colors, right? And white is not a high enough energy level, but blue is. And so on QD-OLED, the energizing color is blue or green. This year they added that as well. And that's why it just chemically, physically, it's not a good match. Now, if LG finds a way to combine quantum dots, that would be great. But given how they are right now, it's not. The answer is no. I don't think it's going to happen.
Dude, like chemically, structurally, but the answer, no, I can't do it. It's no, simply no.
And my 5-year-old C9 has developed a green tint due to the blue subpixel degrading.
5-year-old. C9?
Yes, Brandon. The blue degrades
C1,
faster
C1,
than
C2,
other colors.
C3, C4. Yeah,
The
it's
blue
5 years old.
definitely degrades faster than any other OLED color, so that completely makes sense. That's a good point, and that's why they added more layers of blue this year. And SD, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Stop the Fomo. One request: G5 and S95F in SDR filmmaker mode, and set both to peak brightness high and OLED brightness to max, and play some sports. I think we can do that. SDR
What's up, SD?
filmmaker mode. Yes. You know what? I can do that. I have that. I'll show you right now. So SDR, they're already in filmmaker mode.
You put YouTube TV on?
No, I have high school sports, and the high schooler won't know that I'm using. It's California high school football.
It's a family member of yours?
No, it's on YouTube.
Sport Is that him right there?
Let's look at some content.
Oh, that's some low budget set right there.
There you go. All right. So we know this is SDR, obviously, right? So, and what do you want? So they're in SDR, filmmaker mode, peak brightness. So let's check the peak brightness on the S95F real quick. There, actually, can you make sure everything's on high?
You got both of them?
Yeah, I'll handle this one over here. And then we'll try Vivid as well.
Look at us for freaking dueling remotes.
I know, I love it.
Let's see. Wait, what are we going? You said a filmmaker? We're in filmmaker.
Yeah, filmmaker. Just make sure the peak brightness is on high. Yeah, everything is on high.
Yep. 50 is the max for Samsung.
All right. So they're all in the settings you wanted, SD. And let's play some
Hold on,
sports.
The picture jumped into smart calibration mode.
Yeah, that's not smart calibrated.
Let's see.
Oh, did you change? Yeah, there you go. Filmmaker mode.
Oh, where's the brightness? 50. It's not 50.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And
See the difference? See how many times I get out of it? That's the difference.
okay, let me turn down the exposure so you guys can notice any brightness differences. All right.
No, I think they're pretty similar.
Yes. All right. The G5 is still slightly brighter, right?
Very
But S95F is very close.
Yep.
Both G5 and S95F are brighter than last year's models,
nice run, bro.
but they are very close to each other. But the G5, I'd say a touch brighter.
Not enough to chase, I would say.
No.
This kid's parents are gonna call you.
I know, like, hey.
Hey, you got time on screen.
Yeah, looking at my sensor, the brightness is identical for both of them. Yeah, they're pretty much neck and neck in brightness. So hopefully that answers your question. Now, wait, let's put it in the mode that everyone loves to put it in. Vivid?
Dynamic.
Dynamic? You put yours in dynamic, I'll put mine in vivid.
Anything you do, I can do better.
And see if that changes anything.
We are in dynamic on the S95D. We are in.
So we are in vivid on the G5.
We are in dynamic on both.
Okay, and let me change this. Other. All right. Vivid. Dynamic. All right. Okay, here we are. Okay. We'll try those sports scenes again. See if it's any better.
Ooh, the green is. That green caught me off guard.
Didn't it?
Wow,
That's vibrant, right?
that's vibrancy. Look at the pinks. What's funny, you can see a little bit of the pink on the. Oh no, that's there.
So the G5 is noticeably brighter, and the G4 has good brightness. So
Yep.
if you're in a bright room, this is why I chose, and you guys like Vivid, which many people actually watching sports, they might.
Actually, the S95D is brighter than the F in this shot. To the right.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
A little bit, huh?
A little bit, you're right. You're right.
So for your best high school sports TV, S95D.
Let me see, there's another scene. Oh, here's a good one. Look at that. Yeah, you know, the G5 is killing it in the brightness.
Yeah.
Let me double check here.
How did you find this clip?
Yeah, it is definitely brighter. It's about 2 stops. It's at least 1 to 2 stops brighter than the rest. And full screen brightness is definitely a thing. There we go. I tried to look for middle school sports. Couldn't find it. The best I could
Do you
find.
think you're a stalker? Yeah, any little kids playing sports?
Soccer league. Get us all in trouble.
I know. It's like that K-pop thing. Hey, your favorite K-pop star? You're like, guys, we're in our 50s.
All right. Hey, Rob. Thank you for the super
So,
chat.
Rob, how are you?
Are many here regular movie theater goers, even though having any of these TVs may be better than a local cinema? Still, PSA, public service announcement for AMC A-List. Oh, I'm on the A-List. $20-ish a month, includes 3 movies a week, even IMAX Dolby. For the summer, I get on the AMC A-List and watch all the blockbusters at my local Dolby Cinema. Absolutely. I'm actually on 2 cinema clubs because it forces me to go to the movies with my family.
So Rob, I'll tell you this, and I'm going to be blunt here. I can't even think of 3 movies to see in a 6-month period with the way Hollywood is now.
What, you didn't like watching Snow White twice?
I took my daughter to see Snow White so we could laugh at it, but I think it's a great deal. But they can't put together enough movies.
Minecraft is a big hit.
Minecraft, like the movies are trash
The
now.
Minecraft set so many global records.
If you look at my Apple TV, everything is like 7 years old and beyond. I can't think of new movies to go see, but I appreciate you doing it. It's a great deal. If you can find movies to watch, it's awesome, but I can't find anything to watch.
Here we go. Gonna lower my standards a little bit with this scene here. But thanks for that PSA, buddy. Someone asked if LG is going faux LED soon. That means phosphorescent blue OLED. They already gone faux LED with, oh wow.
Sean, can you think of 3 movies to see in a 6-month period, let alone every week?
Look at the difference in dynamic mode.
Oh, wow.
Because we still have it in Vivid here and dynamic.
Oh, their blue is...
That blue
That makes sense.
is blue. That blue is blue. Because if it wasn't for my label, I wouldn't have forgotten.
That's what we used to call Sega blue. Like the Daytona games, like Daytona.
I hate to say it, I like that Samsung blue.
It's like the lipstick red. You're like, I like it.
Can you put it back on?
No.
Oh, you know what? So what we're going to do now is on the Samsungs, put it on active
For what?
for filmmaker mode.
Okay.
Because we're in a bright room, I want to do some comparisons with active. And then after that, we're going to get onto Spears and Munsell for you guys and get some, more color vibrant scenes.
Oh, so you want back on filmmaker with active?
Yes.
Active? Okay.
Yeah, filmmaker with active. And I'm going to do filmmaker here with dynamic tone mapping on. So that you guys can see, you'll be surprised, but most people like that in a bright room. And this is a bright room, and I like it. I am most people. I'm going to channel most people.
So, Fomo, while we're doing this, I'll ask you. I mean, this is really the first time, other than LG a couple days ago, that you've had time to spend with a larger G5. What are your thoughts on it?
The larger,
And an S95.
the larger G5?
Or just even both of them. I mean, you had the G5. You saw the G5 at Samsung Labs.
Yeah.
And you've seen the G5, but this is really you controlling the content. What do you think on it? On both of them, actually.
I get the G5. It has nothing to do with the matte screen. The HDR impact on the G5 is absolutely mind-bogglingly better than what I'm getting from the S95F. When I say mind-boggling,
That's like me saying the Demeter. It's mind-boggling. Was that Will Ferrell movie? It's
mind-bogglingly
mind-boggling.
bottling.
Boggling your mind.
Oh, wow. Look at the difference between the G4 and the G5. Okay, sorry about that. So all the TVs are on dynamic tone mapping on G4, G5, and active S95F, S95D in filmmaker mode. And the reason I'm doing that is because we're in a bright room. I think this better demonstrates what you're going to see, because in a bright room, you're going to lose some of that. Actually, we turn up the exposure so you can see what you're losing. There you go. So shadow detail. Better.
Robert?
There we go.
Right here.
All good, brother.
Here we go.
Chilling.
So, I would choose the G5. Okay, so it's kind of like a mixed thing. For quality of life, I prefer the Samsung. I do like Tizen a little bit better. Less clicks to get what I want, but the G5's HDR impact is undeniable. And when I put it on dynamic tone mapping on compared to active on the S95F, I just prefer that impact. However, if I was going to go with color accuracy, color saturation, I'd still skip the S95F and buy blind without seeing it, either the Panasonic Z95B or the Sony Bravia 8 Mark II, because I know that Bravia 8 Mark II without the matte, the color is fully accurate. There is no shift, there is no issue because of some anti-glare matte craziness depending on my light. So it would actually be between, for a dark room situation, the Bravia 8 Mark II, because I've seen that though, and it looks amazing. It's just not side by side.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
It's not out, it wasn't outside side by side with current TVs. You saw it against last year's, which, you know.
And just so you guys know, we'll both be getting these TVs in our studios. So this is our chance to show you all of them side by side. But I don't. I still have the S95D, but I don't have the G4 anymore.
Yeah.
And I want to have the G5, the S95F, and the S95D, so I could do specific side-by-sides for my own personal
what's to be great
amusement.
is you're going to have the Panasonic, too.
Yes, we'll have the Panasonic as well, but I really like the G5. I am suddenly satisfied with the color saturation. I was unsatisfied last year.
That's why I'm buying it.
And between Brian and I don't know how you go with this, if LG was to err, I'd rather they err on the side of a slight black lift than the slight black crush I had last year. So my G4 had a slight black crush, and that was very annoying to me because
Did you see movement? Did you see movement in it, or
no,
it was
no,
just
no. It was just
it was black.
in Dune. It was
Dune. The hair shots. So like there's no hair.
Remember in Dune, the first movie, that midnight attack? I couldn't see what was happening. And I was in a dark room, right? The ships were coming in.
We did one movie where it was like the black hair was just like in black. It was just like a black blob on their head.
Was it a boy or a girl? I can't tell. So the G4 was a touch crushing it. And I know I could have fixed it, but that's the whole point is it was either too lifted or too crushed.
Yeah.
And it erred on the side of crushing because everything else was accurate. But if I brought the black out so I could see better, then everything else was too bright. This year's G5, near black, is a little bit lifted and everything else is accurate. I prefer that. I want to see that detail. I'm okay if I lose a little bit of that black level because it's still OLED. Yeah. And so that's why I'm okay with these issues. Now, what I'm not okay with is the black crawl, which would be distracting.
That was
and we'll need to do that with the Spears and Munsell, and we'll see how quote unquote pixeling, macro blocking, crawling, posterization. See,
so
that's
what we should do is I do have on my Fire Stick. I do have that the determer.
Demeter, yeah.
So we'll pop the camera off for that, and you and I can at least just see it and observe it, and we'll see what it does.
Well, if you know the scene, I can do it, and we won't get hit. Because that's what I do.
It's what I don't do.
Oh, they're just
like, I watch 5 minutes of it, be all right. That's how I roll. Fast and loose, baby. Live without a net.
And Brandon Kimball brings a very good point. The brighter TV will always look more desaturated. Yeah. And actually, you know what? Let me take a second for the soapbox. Even if the luminance is accurate, the brighter a color gets, the more washed out it looks to your eyes. And so that's something that people don't realize is even if it's accurately putting out that saturation, when you get bright, your eyes just wash it out. But in this case, because of the camera exposure, the brighter TV is always washed out. So I try to expose for the bright TV to
Yeah.
keep the color accurate, and then all the other TVs will dim down, but it will still look slightly unsaturated. That's just how it is.
So what would be really interesting, guys, if we were to take a 895K or even an LG B5 or B3, we put it in the middle, I guarantee you most of you would prefer that because they would look more rich and more colorful FOMO.
Yes.
Just due to the fact they wouldn't be trying to get as bright. So we did M-Wave. I think was it a B3 we had?
It was a B3.
Freaking B3, and the whole room's like, I like that one. It was like the cheap TV way at the end. It just wasn't trying to punch above its weight.
So I'm lowering the exposure so you guys can see the color saturation similarities in this scene. And I'm telling you, they all look the same, right? When graded properly for 500 nit TVs, they look amazing. And they're in dynamic tone mapping active. Actually,
It's a great scene.
oh, this looks so good. I'm going to pause on that dark scene real quick.
So there's a scene where it goes from, yeah, right here.
There
It'll
we
go from dark to bright, and then it's going to hit.
But I'm going to turn up my exposure.
We got 549 in the chat. Please hit like. Any questions about these TVs, wanting to purchase them, please consider purchasing from our good friends at Value Electronics. If you're in the New York area, swing by and say hello. Robert does have special offers for all the TVs. Not just that, but AV equipment, home theater, projectors, speakers. The big joke about when I'm here filming, Robert, is that a lot of times I'm laying on a speaker that costs more than the TVs, right? So
Yes.
if you guys want to come in, say hello, but check out their website. Robert has very detailed specs on all of these TVs. Give them a call. We back to the high school football, baby? You want me to change the Samsung?
Yeah. Actually, no, change it to, no, let's put it in the Spears of Munsell. So,
Okay.
And then,
We won't see. So that's going to be Dolby Vision. We're not going to see the crawling blacks on that.
nope. Well, it can't split into the Samsung because Samsung doesn't have Dolby Vision.
Oh.
So it'll be HDR10, but you might still see crawling blacks.
Which, hey, Wendy?
So it's the magnitude.
Yeah, she'll change it. They got that Seattle weather. Jesus, it's so great.
Like that all.
We'll take Seattle over Alaska.
Sure.
Seattle, you always see the rainbows. That's what's cool about it, in my opinion. Yeah.
I've never been.
Nice, especially if you like hiking.
Really?
Mountains there.
I went to Yellowstone.
Let's do we're gonna do 2,000 nits because this is realistic to content.
What do you want to jump into with the TVs themselves?
Keep the TVs in
Filmmaker active?
Filmmaker.
Check.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Keep them in Filmmaker. Actually, take them to static, and I'll put, because I don't want the LGs to be accused of funkiness due to dynamic tone mapping being on. So on the LG, I'm going to turn off dynamic tone mapping.
I love this menu, man. Look at that. Boom, done.
I do not like this menu.
Oh, the LG.
This is like this is so 2022.
But dude, I love the new menu on the Samsung.
Oh.
All right, guys, we are in filmmaker mode for both LG G4 and G5 with dynamic tone mapping disabled, and we are also in filmmaker mode on both QD OLEDs, and the tone mapping has been changed to static. Thank you guys for spending time with us. 517 watching consistent. Appreciate you guys. Oh,
And this is 2000 nit.
yeah, so we're in 2000 nits
Pitch brightness.
HDR10.
And we're in accurate modes. Let me switch this out. And I know Classy texted me to see if we have movies. We don't have those movies available. I did not bring my Kaleidoscape. Had I brought my Kaleidoscape, we could do it. But we'll let you do that for the shootout.
Yeah,
Classy.
yeah.
I think that's
Classy.
important.
We gotta leave something for the show, baby.
And go. Okay, let me start from the beginning again to see if you see that that pixelation that starts at the beginning.
When it just begins with the mountain?
Yeah, just when it begins in the mountain.
With the mountain? We know for a freaking heart. It's unbelievable.
Yes, we do.
That's a great shot, though, with the sun poking through.
Yeah.
God, they all look so freaking good, though. Can't stand this menu, though, on a freaking...
Magnetar?
No, this is Spears and Munsell. It's like you can't back out. You gotta rewind or fast forward through it.
And I'm hyper exposing it, so you. Oh, here we go.
Thank you. Imagine that. We appreciate it.
You see the differences, Brian? I'm going to redo this one over and over until you see it.
Okay, so now we're coming out of black. We're fading in. Let's see.
How do they look?
I didn't see a difference.
Okay, let me see.
I got my glasses on and everything.
Yeah, you see it. So what you're going to see is a wave. I'll show you in a second. I'm going to pause it. Okay, Brian, you can see. As it comes out of black, you'll see it comes out as a wave. This one comes out of black, the gradation is smooth. You'll see it waving out. What about the G4? Let me see. I was just looking at the G4. If we have it on the Panasonic, I could slow-mo it, but let me see. All right, let's try this. It's more pronounced on the G5, but you see a little bit on the G4.
That's a way to cancel it. Because all these movies I do with the Muffins coming in.
Let me see. Or maybe it's just my imagination. I've got to keep on looking over and over.
That's a cancel it. Can't do it.
Yeah, it's definitely less pronounced on the S95F.
Maybe a 48. It's a matte screen. I don't like it up close.
Yeah. So it's a little bit smoother on the S95F. If only the Magnetar had slow motion, I could show you guys. All right, let me take the exposure down.
Yeah, this one's just more aggressive. That's it. What? You have any movies like watch that come out of black like that? These mountain films?
Leave me with my 4K Blu-rays. I love watching them.
Yeah, gotta do it. I'll take this before I forget.
Oh, the horses.
You know these freaking discs, man. You know this disc too. Yeah. Here come the horses. Right after that's gonna be like horses with the
Do you guys still have a Sony A95L you can throw in the mix on the bottom? We do, but it's I don't know, it's a bit large, and to throw it on the bottom, you're gonna have issues with viewing angles and all that. It's a bit unfair to the A95L. Oh, there's a bit of clipping there too. My goodness. So can't do it this time, John. Sorry, but you get to see the Bravia 8 Mark II.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you right now, in 4000 nit, it will not do well.
It doesn't want to do well.
It's not there. It cannot tone map 4000 nit or 2000 nit
And
content.
they don't want it to. They want to stop it there.
Yeah, but you see the brightness difference between the G5 and the S95F, and the G4. The G5 is really doing well in 2000 nit content.
Now, Fomo, do you think any of the G5 brightness difference you're seeing is due to the size?
No,
Nope.
because I look at the sensor, and the sensor will tell you if it's
Oh, you're going
what the
okay.
exposure, right?
But by eye, though, forget
By
about the
eye?
sensor. By the eye, would you think one?
No.
Like, so if we had the G4 at 83 next to the 65, you think it would appear brighter just due to the size?
The whole screen appears brighter, so the HDR impact will be better. But when you look at it, you can still notice the brightness difference in the specular highlights because the details are
Yeah.
there.
That's a great shot, though. So pause that for a minute.
Pause.
Yeah. Just go back to that scene, the one with the canyon.
The canyon?
Yep.
Is it before this one?
It was before the cow.
Oh, okay, it's after
I can say cow. The moose.
this one.
The one with the villages at the bottom. There's like town at the bottom. A little farther back. Well, but before this one. So pause it there. So if you guys look, can you really see it? If you brighten up the.
I will.
Now this is really just an OLED difference. It's too small, but the specular
G5
highlights.
is definitely brighter.
But if you look, if you guys can see it, but the specular highlights, there's windows with lights at the bottom. Only on OLEDs will you'll see those sparkle. You can see it from this little
Yeah, I
dot.
see it. I see it.
So there is a sparkle on an LED that'll never sparkle.
Yeah.
It'll be flat. Even on a micro LED that'll be flat. So OLEDs, you can pause them and they'll just like, you can see the S95 how it's sparkling.
Yep.
That's that minute HDR impact. Where on any bright LED, that'll just be flat. It'll be bright, but it'll be flat. But they all look incredible. Now, the real elephant in the room for many of us guys is that this is as big as they're getting, right? So 83 is the max size for this type of technology. Once you go to 97, you lose a lot of the strengths that we're showing you here today.
You lose the HDR impact, no
So
doubt.
as the industry is moving towards 100-inch TVs, you can't win if you don't play.
Nope.
So our time is kind of limited with that. I think they're fighting in the comments. I think LG killed Jonathan's dog or something. Did I miss something?
There we go.
I tell you, Spears of Muscle, man, this content is always stunning. I think people go, yeah, your G5 is blooming, bro.
Get the A95L out of the closet. You know, it's a 3-year-old TV, guys. I can't believe it. It's still relevant.
Brian
but-
and Fomo in the TV store, like the scene from Bad Boys 2. So Tony, how is it hanging out with us in person? Are we very different than on camera?
Having a blast. I love it.
What am I missing?
Like I met these guys in person, they suck.
You guys are great.
Thank you, brother.
Yes. So question asked, David is asking, please, is extended warranty worth it for OLED TVs? Absolutely, and not just OLED TVs. Any TV you're paying more than $1,000 and you don't want to be replacing it because that's a lot of money for you, well, a couple $100 can be a lot of money, but it's not worth the extended warranty.
Still have the extended warranty for LG?
The 5-year?
Is it still 5-year for the G5?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's just a panel warranty. Doesn't include labor. I'm a big fan of extended warranties for all premium TVs over $1,500. Whether it's Best Buy, whether you're buying it at Costco or here with Robert, always consider whatever money you save, consider getting an extended warranty to make up that difference. Where'd it go?
Is that Magnetar remote?
Oh, yeah.
It says, Spieler says, you're missing the LG versus Samsung in the comments. Yeah, we're not able to see the comments as much as we normally do. We must be missing some battles.
I mean, I'm glad I'm missing those battles.
Trash! It's all
Hey.
trash!
Hey, Christian R., thank
Hi,
you for
Christian.
that. And any chance the S95F 83-inch could outperform the G5? Yes, there is a chance because, and that's an interesting one. We hope to have the 83-inch S95F at some point. We have the 83-inch G5 here already, but not the S95F. So when it does come, if Robert can put it up, Brian will be here.
Yeah.
And he'll do his comparisons.
The problem is other than I think Florian at Samsung, who said that he said the 83-inch, that was the showcase at CES, was the closest they could get to the 4-layer stack. No, I'm sorry. He said it was the closest they could get to QD OLED. Led us to believe it would be that RGB tandem 4-layer stack. I just can't get that word from actual Samsung to tell us that, right, phone? We don't have clarification.
No.
So even if the S90F is a 4th-gen OLED, QD OLED, I have that clarification, but then I don't. So it's really hard to tell. It looked really good at CES. The problem is OLEDs look great by themselves always. You could have put a C9 in there. It would have looked awesome.
Yeah.
Right? It's the C9 still would look badass. So the question would be, this is where I would think the quality of life features at 83 would be interesting. The matte screen, though, is still going to be on the S95F at 83.
I'm going back to that. The color saturation question, they want to see fluorescent light. Oh, here we go. Okay.
You know,
So this is a good one. to
there's
compare.
one, there's one like aqua scene in here by the water that always looks better on quantum dots. Oh, there's your
yeah, this is the one.
yep.
Actually,
You want the Ferris wheel?
yeah, the Ferris wheel.
Right there. Ooh, that looks awesome on both of them, actually.
Yes.
Jesus.
Okay.
All right, so the focus is going to be on the center lights in one shot, and then look at the restaurants, the color in the restaurants to the left of the screen. I can actually make out the words. I think I got glasses on. You know, if I'm also looking to turn the camera up a little tiny bit.
You want to turn up the
I think so.
exposure?
Just a little bit. I don't think I've ever read these words. Wings over Washington?
I have to say the colors are very closely matched in this fluorescent light. With the G4 only a touch, just barely behind color saturation.
Can we do like the panty? Can we go magnetar? Can we jump up to the nit while we're in?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's push it. Let's see if it loses its color.
Let me see.
Because I think we're at 2,000 nits right now, aren't we? See, tell me if you look at the.
Well, you know, if I go up, Brian, it goes up to 10. It's 2 to 10.
Jump right to 10.
Yeah.
Okay. So they'll all lose color. You see the specular eyes? Like these?
Yeah.
Per dot.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Can I help you?
I'm in the market for a new TV.
What are you looking for?
No, what is your budget?
These are the guys right here you need to talk to.
We're doing a live stream right now. It's the newest models.
Okay.
These are the best of the best.
Brian, nice to meet you.
Gerard.
All right, so the color saturations are very similar in that one.
Nice to meet you.
And it's probably because,
Bedford.
let me see here.
What is that?
That's
where I live.
TV.
Oh, yeah. What size and what room are you putting it in? Well,
So
All
TV
right.
right here live on
We
camera.
have it's in the family room, and we currently have a 65-inch TV.
Yeah.
But we could go bigger.
So here's a good comment. S95F being the wild card. If it has the new panel and can be tweaked to S95F specs, that would be a sleeper hit of the year. So I can tell you right
How far away
now,
are you?
the
So
S90F
your seating position.
cannot be tweaked to the S95F specs. They're really locking that down. So assume the worst.
83.
The S90F will be
77.
more similar to the
And those are
S95D.
65.
So yeah.
What would you say? How far you think we are away?
Oh, right now you're almost 18 feet,
18 feet.
17 feet.
Jay's telling him to get the A95F.
This is about
Too
it.
small. He's
83? Well, he's only one
we
choice.
have
then.
500 people watching. You want to share your experience? So you're 60. What's your first name?
Gerard.
Brian. Nice to meet you. So Gerard, your 65 inches. How far did you say away? About 15 feet.
Yeah, I would say about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the minimum screen sizes.
Yeah.
Right now. That's the minimum. That's an 85 inch measured diagonally,
Right.
which is only 72 wide.
And there's your 65 inch TVs right here. That's the size you currently have.
Right. Now, is this all the same technology, or is it?
No,
different?
they're all a little bit different.
They're all.
These are the new TVs that came out this week.
Oh, really?
In fact, we're the only. You're ahead of the technology.
All right, so they're saying the S95D looks a little bit
You've actually
darker,
seen these before these
and
guys have.
it does look a little bit darker.
You're the cutting edge.
Just a little bit, but not a lot. So it's slightly, but Zach, if they weren't side by side,
You pause it here.
Because we're the only retailer.
So what's so interesting,
All the
if you go back to the owls, so everybody goes into the owls, not this one, the one before it.
Where do you live again?
If you remember back when we used to do OLED comparisons,
Where's Bedford?
pause there.
Go up 684.
We would lose the detail in the eyeballs.
I know where that is.
You can definitely say now that all the OLEDs can resolve it pretty great. Remember always the black crush for you guys that watch the Spears of Muscle, we'd always lose it'd just be black.
85 inch the minimum screen size.
now, what would you recommend to Andre? 77-inch A95L or 85-inch Sony Bravia 9? Depending on your viewing situation, how far you're sitting, but the 77-inch A95L is a really good TV because it's OLED. I don't know if going slightly larger is worth it. I think it's so close because here you have the G4 at 83 inches and the G5 at 77, right? So if you go to a slightly larger Bravia 9,
LG.
you know, I'd go with the 77-inch A95L. Brian, which would you choose?
I'm gonna link my video to them. I actually have them compared.
Oh, there you go.
The A95L is amazing, but that extra size Fomo, if it was 83 versus 85, A95L without question, but that size difference is just too much.
And Sal has a question that we love answering. I have a PS5 Pro and Xbox Series X and watch a lot of movies. What TV of these would I recommend? So, PS5 Pro, Xbox Series X, get the G5.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find that guy's video. I have a PS5 Pro and an Xbox Series X. What TV out of these would you?
83-inch G5.
Yeah, I mean, if you want with the ultimate, but honestly, console-wise, you really can't lose with any of the TVs that are.
Yeah,
here.
save
I mean,
money, get the G4 at 83 inches.
Because what you have is, since you're a console gamer, you're maxing out at 4K 120 with upscaling. You're not worried about 145 or 165. So I would say that whatever the best one you can afford.
I own those words.
And Timo, so we've been watching these TVs now for the last 2.5 hours or so. Does anti-glare on the Samsung lose depth and 3D? No, it does not. However, if the room is super, well, let's turn up. Let's go to the next scene and you'll see for yourself because there's some specular highlights there that will demonstrate that.
Fomo, what was his name? Gerard?
All the new
I have forgotten now.
Was it Gerard that was looking for the comparison?
22nd year doing it. We put them butt up against each other at the same center line.
So let's go back to that one.
Famous Hollywood filmmakers to be our panel of expert judges. And then I bring in people even much smarter than me that are video scientists.
So here, the 3D effect is in the eyes. And let me turn up the exposure a touch.
So Gerard, you're asking about the 77-inch 8.
Color
Oh,
saturation.
Andre, I'm sorry. So that video I put in below, that is the 77-inch A95L versus the 85-inch Bravia 9. So you can really see the difference.
And that's why all the manufacturers like us, because they all want to be the king.
I think the HDR, the vibrancy is not affected by, in this room condition. So if the room was brighter, and I'll show up the exposure.
Sorry, Wendy.
5-inch Samsung flagship.
No, it's the G4, 83.
Oh, that's an 83 G4.
That's the G4, yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I don't think you're losing depth in 3D in this room condition. Now, you could lose it in a brighter room.
Yeah.
So it depends on your viewing situation, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What's this next guy? Is that a 77?
So we have the 77 G5.
77 what? G5?
G5. Yeah. So those two similar technology. They're both OLEDs. So you have an 83-inch G4, which is an OLED. Robert was talking about 85-inch mini LED, which would be a few
I'm
inches
sorry,
larger.
I was wrong. That's an 83
That's
inch
an 83.
OLED.
Yeah.
OLED that's a
87
77 OLED.
They're both OLEDs. Yeah.
All right.
This
got
is the
some
newer version.
Super
of
chats
that.
we will answer right now. Hey, Eric, thank you.
It's a better. It's newer.
Fomo and Brian, I love your content. One more
Yeah,
question.
excellent.
Sony RGB mini LED. That's the flagship for 2026.
Now,
I know
we
you've
do
only
have
seen a
in the back if you
prototype.
wanna see it. We
How do you
have the
expect it will
83-inch
compare to
version.
G5 83-inch?
Oh, I'm
It
sorry,
will be
the
brighter.
83-inch version.
Definitely.
It's right in the
So
back. So
even
we
though
take
the
it back.
83-inch G5 is
We have one
designed
on the back.
for 4,000 nits,
It's freaking out.
maybe it could hit that. Peak specular highlights. The RGB mini LED will definitely hit it hard at larger windows as well.
So this is
And
what we call micro
full
LEDs
screen brightness will be much brighter. So it's designed for bright room HDR impact. Whereas the G583, it will get closer, but I can't wait to see them side by side. The key is the large size. The RGB mini LED will be 85 inch and above. You cannot get above 85 inch with the G5 in terms of its primary RGB.
Now, did you want to wall mount it, or you wall mount
So
it?
hopefully that answers your question, Eric.
So this has the flush wall mount right out of the box,
Comes with the mouse.
right against.
It touches the wall. Oh, really? It's an inch and a half thick, and it touches the
All right,
wall.
DSC comparison with some gray white screens. We'll do that next. Hockey test, clarity is my second biggest concern with the LG G5.
Joey's
First
thing.
concern. Let's do it.
You want to do Joey's the modernized thing, or you, oh
Oh,
hockey
no,
test?
no, I'm doing the DSC right now. 'Cause
Oh,
we already
okay.
have the yeah. I'll do a quick DSC test for you. And remember, so here's the thing to remember. DSE is very much a panel lottery. Just because all of these TVs pass the DSE test doesn't mean that your TV will. Now, it should, but there's no guarantee. That's one. And let me see what else. The hockey test, well, if you're worried about dirty white screen, it'll pass, we'll show it here. Clarity is my second biggest control with the LG Q5. The clarity is good on the G5. We saw it. If anything, the sharpening on all these TVs are pretty good. It looked like the G5 had better sharpening than the S95F.
Are you okay with that? You sure?
I think so.
So let's do this.
Go this way. No, go this way. You're fine. Here, which way?
Is it okay?
Yeah, of course. We're live. That's all right. Just watch you set on this cord right here.
So let me put in some gray screens for you guys to see. DSE.
See, the store's open. Open for business, baby.
I was hoping to lock it down, but
Trying to sell.
Robert's got to make a living. Sorry.
See Tony live without a net, baby. Live without a net.
Switch this out real quick.
Where you live in Greenwich?
Connecticut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony, come have a seat, man. Introduce yourself. Don't be afraid, baby.
Not everyone wants to be.
Yeah, he's like, I'm a CIA agent from New York. His boss is like, what the hell? He's supposed to be at work.
Stop. That's a good one.
Yeah, but I thought he was. I'm coming right back. No, never.
I know. I'm just messing.
What is funny though, we've had people talk smack. I'm like, you know where I am? They're like, yeah, nah. It's all right. It's the internet. Hope you guys are enjoying the content. Thank you so much for being here. Please hit like. I'm always afraid to touch this mouse, man. That time we first got it, and I was like, missile command.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yo.
Oh my god, dude.
All right. Let's see.
Brian the salesman. I'm like, yeah, 10% off. Tell you, man, if I didn't have kids, I would work here. I would just be hanging out here all day, be filming content. Any interest in the skin tones, Fomo, or is that's a different disc, right?
It's hard to skin tone because of the sensor. Don't think it looks different, but it really doesn't.
Gotcha. So for you guys, what I'm going to do is also, probably tomorrow, once we're done wrapping up, I'm going to stay late and I'll film 3 separate videos. I'll do G4, G5. We'll get into standard. We'll go into a lot of different content. Then I'll do S95, S95D, and then G5 versus S95F. We'll do those all separately.
Okay, let's make sure. All right.
Is the A80L still relevant? Of course it is, yeah. The A80L still got the XR cognitive processor. It's excellent. Definitely still a great TV.
And it's 83 inches of affordability, I hope. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do some DSC testing. I have the gray screens on, and as we get brighter and brighter, let's see if we can see any DSC issues.
Wow, they look like projectors.
Oh, looking good.
They do look good. Wow. Holy crap.
So far, so good. I'm not seeing DSC.
I'm not seeing any of the pink stuff either at all.
Off angle. I see it on the G4. On the edge. See the right edge of the G4? But it's not bad. It's acceptable. Oh, the DSC looks awesome. So the DSC looks awesome. Clean. These are clean, and these are out of the box, right? These are not golden samples. So yeah, excellent. DSC is great on all these TVs. 100%. Yeah, they all look phenomenal. Let me turn down exposure a bit so you guys have an idea. And the G5 is the brightest of all these whites. But I'm not seeing any DSE. So yeah, if you could pick up these TVs from Robert, go for it.
Did we do a 12% gray?
I did. Here, I'll go down.
You didn't see anything? Normally they're horrendous.
Yeah. We want to do a 10% gray?
Yeah. 15, 10, 15.
That's 10%. That's 15%. Let me turn up the exposure.
So if we stay...
That's a 15% gray.
Can you pause it?
Yep, it's still 15. You want to go up?
No, stay there for a second. So the thing is what's amazing about QD OLEDs, there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. It's, you know,
So Brian is saying he sees nothing on the QD OLED.
There's nothing. Now, you'll see here, even though these are...
Wait, Brian, I see no reflection on the two Samsungs.
They look like they're fake, actually. Here you're going to see a little bit of... Can you see it a little bit?
Yeah.
Just a little tiny bit.
Yeah.
It's almost like little patchiness. Come on, Tom. So if you look here, there's really nothing. It's pretty even. You see maybe a little bit of... You see how it's a little bit...
bit here and there.
See a little bit of lines? So in... Right here.
Yeah, there's one right here too.
So in panning shots in gaming... So why is this important for you guys? As you think about in panning shots with gaming, you'll see lines, hazy lines on any kind of W OLED. That's just unavoidable. These are very clean compared to, I think, the C1, C2 from a couple of years ago, especially the CX. But the QD OLEDs look like they're paper.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty impressive.
I love how as you change the brightness of the gray screen, that's when the reflections become more obvious.
Yeah.
See that? But in a bright scene,
Hi, Robert.
it's not even noticeable.
Dude, we're tired of imbecile. Can't let go of the mat.
I know. I know.
I hear you, my friend. I hear you. He's like, damn, F this. I can't wait to get the G5, man.
Oh, I know. I can't wait to get the G5 too. All right. There are different delivery dates for the Bravia 8. What do you know? Sony doesn't know.
Not
anything.
a damn thing.
I have asked Sony, when is the Bravia 8 coming out so you guys can send me mine, and they don't even know.
They don't know.
They don't even know.
I mean, chances are, if Robert,
Robert for sure.
the last 5 years, I filmed those TVs 2 weeks ahead of time. Fomo beat me once, and that was when the A95L was still in the oven. He goes, "What are you doing tonight?" I got it in the back of my car. Yeah, so Rabe, that is a tough thing with in gaming. A lot of these games that have raised HDR, that's when I see the panning shots. I do see lines across the screen, and it's a pain. What's your first name? Luke. You get a closer look, man. Walk right up, bro.
Yeah, no, I was kind of surprised that the matte screen isn't as much of a difference in this environment.
Yeah, if I was to move them closer and the sun hit them, it would be evident. But if it's something that you don't want, in terms of, it does do a great job if you look at. So if you come over here,
So this is kind of the new one.
yeah. So Luke, if you come over, see here. If you sit down like here, just sit here.
Yeah.
If you look and you see the reflections, you can see the top. See this light?
Oh, yeah.
You see it on the G5?
Yeah.
And look over there.
It's just not that bad on those as I thought it would be. Because the only time I see them, the
Is it in the store?
S95D is in the store at Best Buy, and it doesn't look as good.
It depends on where it's put.
Yeah, like if it's put like in a very bright area. If you see it in the Magnolia area, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, but you can see like these lamps here. they would be in that frame, and they're not.
Yeah.
So it does do its real job is light, is lamps,
Yeah.
is this stuff here.
Right.
All right, what I'm going to do
Against the
is
sun,
I'm
it's
going
not
to change
cool.
the lenses so we
My
can get a
parents were
close-up
with the Mac.
of the G5 and the S95F.
Yeah.
But they're right up to it, man. See how you like it.
Yeah, they definitely would not be big in those. Were they 65, 77, and 83?
Yep.
Do you guys see a big difference though between these two right here? Yeah, you think so?
It's brighter. It's definitely brighter, and it's got a more aggressive matte screen. But Luke, like you coming in now, what do you think about seeing the matte screen in person?
In this environment and having not liked seeing the 95D in Best Buy at the store that I saw that, it looks infinitely better.
So you like it better seeing it here?
I would say in this exact environment like this, I think that actually is more pleasing to the eye.
Okay.
Just because it's just not, especially I play a lot of games, and so like your eyes are fighting that glare.
Yeah.
You know, so you have to play in like a really lit, controlled environment to not have that glossy. Otherwise, you've seen yourself through the glass.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah. So Luke is a customer. He's swinging by to see the TVs, and he has seen the glossy. He's seen the S95D in store, and was not a fan of it. Seeing it in this environment, which is more indicative of a real environment, Luke, I would imagine, he likes it.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting. But that's what I try to tell these guys here. You may not like the matte screen, but until you really see it, it's
So
not.
here's the other thing: it looks different than a matte computer monitor. Do you know what I mean? Like,
So a
it's
lot
got
of
different look to it.
So a lot of people that don't like the matte immediately say, "Well, it reminds me of a cheap IPS
Yeah.
monitor." It does not.
Yeah,
They're
no,
very
no.
very different.
Because it actually still looks black. You know, like a matte computer monitor screen. Some of them in offices and stuff, it doesn't look.
No. Well, and then when the screen turns on and it is low, but here though, when you get up really close, it does have a more textured look to it.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. But
Now,
there's
when
not a
the-
texture look to this, from what I can tell.
Now, when the sun hits it, is its own flaw. So if
Yeah.
you're going to put direct sunlight on it, it's got no chance of winning. But with most content, it's pretty
Samsung's
amazing.
made some pretty amazing anti-glare screens in the past. You know, on some of their LED models, like almost like a black abyss.
Yep, and that's what they have now with the
This
new.
looks similar.
Yeah. So if you want my channel, you'll see the new 8K. I did that one yesterday,
Yeah.
and I put lamps
saw
right.
that.
Oh, did you?
I
Okay.
watched that. That's what made me come down here. I'm like, I wonder if that's down here.
Oh, so you watch us? So you've seen us before?
It is. Oh yeah, for sure. I've seen both of you guys, but it was really shocking that I heard that can do 4K 240.
Yeah.
That's bonkers.
Yeah.
8K 120. That's pushing even a 5090 probably in a lot of games, but
Yeah.
you could definitely push some 240 on that. 4K.
Well, Doom 2016, such a
Yeah,
great
sure.
game.
Even the new one coming out.
But you see that part of where I got to the lamp and I put the lamp right against kind of the
Yeah.
screen. So that's
So
pretty.
it's kind of similar to this guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. The brightness is definitely looks different this year versus last year's, right?
The S95.
Yeah, both the G5 and the so the two middle ones look like the new ones, right?
Yep, they are the new ones. Yeah, the two with the outside. But then again, if you're looking to choose one or the other and you want to save some money, you're like, you know what, you can get a 77-inch S95D for the same price probably as an S95 65.
Yeah, but I can see a difference in brightness right over there. That guy versus this guy.
And it would jump quite a bit if I was to jump into, say, standard preset. They'll
Yeah.
get farther apart.
But what about SDR? Because I think that's for like us that, you know, if you're not playing gaming and HDR all the time, you're stuck in SDR.
We had SDR on before, and the S95 is still brighter. Same with the G5. They're both still brighter in SDR. You game mostly PC?
Oh, I have all of them.
Everything?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact is, but the S95 this year is 165 versus 144.
Yeah. Well, I thought the 144 when I had the S95C, that was pretty nice. I had a 4090 on it.
Yep.
And I was feeling things, in the Forza Horizon 5 I'd never felt before.
Yeah.
Like, because, I never had
Just
like
the
a high-end
smoothness.
computer monitor,
Yeah.
really, other than 120 hertz. So.
Did you grab a 5090 or you still got the 40? I still have the 4090.
I sold the 4090, and I'm waiting to try to get 5090, but the prices are just crazy right now.
Mine's sitting over there.
Yeah. So are you going to try to hook it up? And try it?
Yeah, not today. We'll do it tomorrow. I'll show you tomorrow if you want to tune in.
5090 is a big jump up for the 4090, though.
Yeah, I mean, primarily not rasterization, but primarily because of all the DLSS added. I hate that they're having to use that stuff now. Though. It's
Yeah,
like,
and the
let it,
frame gen and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you want to see what they do natively. But I'm not buying a 5090. I mean, I'll wait for the next one.
Okay, let me make some adjustments real quick.
Are you doing this at 1,000 or 4,000 net?
This is 1,000.
It's 1,000.
Because I heard that 4,000 is even a bigger difference with the newer guys.
They don't tone map well at 4,000. You're gonna lose a lot.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. See Fomo, somebody else decided to come over here and see you guys too, not just me.
All right, so we have a close-up of the G5 S95F. I think I can get it. I might. That is going to be the best we'll do. Trying to get it perfect for you guys here. There we go. All right.
I'm just curious, probably like which one has the least amount of verticals behaving.
Okay. Got the super chat real quick. Let's take care of you guys. Oh, got a couple of them. Okay, let's hit it. 06 Dame or a Dame. I'm telling myself my 77-inch G2 is still good enough, but I keep my brightness to the max. Tell me I don't need to upgrade. I'm sorry, my friend. You need to upgrade. Not because of anything other than you missed the MLA generation. Had you had a 77-inch G4 or G3, I'd say don't worry, it's close enough. But a 77-inch G2 does not have MLA, although you do have the 5-year panel warranty. So what I say is this, upgrade to the 83-inch G4. You'll get a size increase and a visual impact. You can't go smaller than a 77-inch G2 though. So yeah, your HDR impact is okay. Not bad, but it could be so much better because this is the next generation of QD OLED and MLA that all started right when the G2 was released and was destroyed by the S95B. So stop the FOMO, don't get the G5, but get the G4. And you saw earlier in the video, even though it's close up now, about 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago, we were looking at the G4, and it really did keep up more often than not, but ultimate brightness, the G5 did beat it outright. So, save up for Black Friday and get yourself an 83-inch G5. And Christian, thank you, my friend, for that super chat. So, do I buy an S90D or a G4 77-inch now, or wait till Black Friday and get the G5 77-inch? Is the improvement from G4 to G5 worth the wait? It depends on your content. If you're watching normal stuff, quote unquote, normal stuff, Netflix, right, just streaming, no, absolutely not. If you're playing games, PC, console, where you know the games you have bright specular highlights, you got to go with the latest for both gaming processing, more advanced, right? Better motion, 165 hertz, and color saturation. All of that would be better on the G5. If you don't game Christian, stick with the G4 77 and wait, save your money because I think it's so close. And I'm looking here, I have the G4 right next to G5. So close, except it's slightly larger, 83 inches. And here you guys are looking at this S95F and the G5. 177-inch, one is 65. I think the jump from 65 to 77 is significant. You should do that. The 77 to 83, I mean, it's slightly bigger, but I wouldn't do it if money is an issue. All right. Thank you for that super chat, Scorpio. Just got a Samsung S90D, 77-inch, for $2,200 after our Samsung failed. Besides Samsung's Q line, what other audio systems do you recommend? So for a soundbar, I highly recommend Samsung's the Q900 series is excellent for the money. You have wireless surround, you have the subwoofer. If you don't like the Samsung's Q line and you want to go alternative, my reference quote unquote soundbar replacement would be the Sony Quad. Outrageously
is
good.
very good.
The Sony
Yeah, it's
Quad
very good.
is so good. It is a step up above the HTA9 in that you're not going to get any audio cutouts,
No dropouts at all.
right?
Yeah, they sound amazing too.
That is still my reference soundbar slash competitor. Among soundbars, it's the Samsung top of the line Q series, last year's model.
This is the
This year's model, you get 2 subs. I think an option to get a second sub added. However, and the sub is a little bit smaller, but overall the performance is very similar, I think. Whereas the Quad is a whole other level. So consider the Sony Quad, but if you're looking for a budget, then Samsung soundbars by Black Friday, best bang for the buck, I think. And I'm going to get caught up with all my super chats. Thank you. Into the further. I'm pretty sure Sony's new RGB mini LED for 2026 will also be paired with a brand new Sony processor. I am too. So I'm holding on to my 83-inch 80L until next year. Smart move, and that's still a great TV. You got the immersion, you got all of that. Good choice. I would do the same.
The difference is so little.
It is.
You know, I mean, I notice it. I don't know any other people.
Design-wise, they're virtually the same.
And thank you for the super chat again, Christian. Can we do a comparison in the standard presets? Warm 1, dynamic contrast set to low, active tone mapping. Yes, we can. So let me pause this and we'll see what can be done. Let's try this again.
So that's, we always recommend larger if you can.
All right. So Christian wants standard presets. So let's do it. Put this in standard. Okay, it is now in standard mode.
Have to be like fine-tuned for the environment.
I mean, everybody
It's basically out of the box.
that's 25 CRTs, man. When you bring them
Dynamic contrast active tones. We're on active.
And the picture presets
So
are
I
pretty
think you mean contrast enhancer set to low. Okay.
These TVs are very bright.
All right, so that's the Samsung.
That's the G5 OLED TV.
Let me turn down this exposure.
What's up, guys? Over here selling TVs while we're hanging out.
But there's a lot of difference in square inches. Because when you measure diagonally, you're adding height and width. It doesn't add a lot of width or height, but it adds a lot of square inches. And that's what you want. You want this. Where's your law firm in Manhattan? Are you a partner in your firm? Yes.
Cannot see. How do I move how do I move the comments down, Fomo?
Here we go. There we go. And you just click on Add to Broadcast, and they'll see that. Dynamic has it to low. Which one are you looking at?
Just anybody.
Oh. Well, I'm doing this one first, so I have to see.
Yeah, I just want to see what they're saying.
Yeah. So there you go.
So, guys, this far, while FOMO's addressing Christian's super chat, where are you guys? Is anything in our? Look at the. Wait, what preset are we in now?
Standard.
Oh, because we're only with the two TVs now, right? We're not bothering with the S95 and the G. Okay.
No G4, no
Okay.
the F and G5 only.
Has anything from what we've shown you guys changed your mind or reinforced what your thoughts were? So if you came in thinking the S95F was better, has that changed? Or the G5 better, has that changed?
Underneath the seats, I put recess.
See what we can do, FOMO, is that we want to put that Voyager the determinant on. We can always no, because we have all the TVs.
Yeah, you got to get it.
It's on the Fire Stick.
Okay.
It's a giant room. And so now he writes me this letter and says, of all my luxuries, my movie theater is my favorite luxury.
The B4 is excellent. If you guys look at that, now you look at that, Jim.
It's got 450 attorneys.
Excuse me.
And 3 points.
Excuse me. Apologize.
And 5 o'clock.
Sean, definitely reinforced, and then I'm buying a G5. You know what's funny, Sean, is that at $5,000, though that still feels expensive, the C7 I think was 15 grand at 77 inches.
I watch movies with my kids. They said, well, you got a choice. You can go home and watch movies with the kids, or you can be at midnight. I said, I saved a lot of money in my life. You guys can work 18 hours a day. I'm going home to watch movies with the kids. And he quit. I'm not allowed.
Army, can you stop messing with the settings on the G5? What are we messing with? I think we're just trying to get them equal. God, I've never seen the squirrel look so good. What are we on now? Because they both look great.
Okay, so inspired by Christian's super chat, this is the settings we have compared.
Standard presets, warm water, low. So they're standard?
Yes.
We go back to the squirrel?
Yes.
Because the freaking squirrel looks off the charts. Your Magnetron remote's the best in the business.
This is entertainment. This is fun as hell. This is good stuff.
It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. Thanks
So
for
I'll
putting
be in
up
touch
with
in
me.
a couple of.
And that's my business card.
Yeah.
And that's my wife, Wendy.
Now remember, guys, this is not accurate. So you're just playing with color saturations and brightness based on Christian's inspiration. And those complaining, why am I changing the presets on the G5? Well, that's why we're here. We're live streaming to give you differences between the settings. The entire first part of this, we did a lot of accurate static, which this is not right now, so I'll take that down. It is saturated others, so let me put that up. Let me change that so you guys can see what we are.
So you've been here quite a while, right?
Well, we've been in this store 15 years.
Yeah.
But we were down the block for another 15 years before that. We were on Garth Road. So we're actually 28 years in this business. This is fun. This is my lifetime passion. I was a TV broadcast agent my whole life. I was in the transition.
Okay.
Where almost stop that. Stop.
Yep. Wait 1 second.
All right, so what are we in? Standard?
Standard mode.
All right, so check it out. Look at the lights on the S95.
Rec 709 color, which now we have a much bigger color.
Okay.
I'm going to leave my engineering job and open up an integration business where I can build movie theaters in people's houses, you know? And that's what I did 28 years ago.
So there's more color.
So I started the TV shootout. I showed you this, right?
Yes.
So what Brian is pointing out is, why does the G5 or the in standard mode, the way they set it up, the S95F looks brighter. But again, you're playing with settings,
So we're
right?
playing with settings, but
That's why it's not, we don't know if it's accurate or not.
yeah, yes,
What is that 65 over there?
S95.
D.
Oh, okay. So that
far one?
is similar.
Yeah. So guys, real quick though, let's not change it. So yeah, the settings are different. They have different interpretations. But what I love about the S95F is the brightness, but that matte screen is doing nothing to change the contrast ratio, right?
Right.
So
Luke and Too much, yeah. Yep.
So yes.
You selected the right TV, or we helped you select it, or whatever. But that's the right TV. That is going to be serious fun.
And Army, good point.
Thank you.
Army Lores says, I think everyone watching this comparison needs to understand that what you see on your screen is not what they are seeing in person. Not even remotely close. Well, come on. It's close, but yes, it is definitely different. Take what you see with a grain of salt. So definitely listen to our comments. And our comments are also very subjective, right? What we prefer and what we like, you may not like. So if you ask specific questions, I can try to demonstrate the differences in certain scenes that elucidate what you're looking for, but for sure. And I'm going to take this out of this weird standard saturated mode because the two TVs are definitely interpreting it differently. So let me go to the LG real
I
quick.
like that idea. He only does audio?
He might sell TV too.
Yeah.
That's not his.
Yeah, my specialty in the world is video.
And
All we do is audio.
he is,
So,
you know, as much in love with what he does as you
Yes,
are.
this is my passion in life.
You're about the same age.
Yeah, I'm 76. Yeah.
I don't know that he's, but he.
Well, maybe you can introduce us.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
I am the softest guy you ever met. I help all my competitors because I want to be nice. Why not? You know.
No, I mean, I think you guys would make a good match.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Please introduce us. Thank you. Take care.
Let's just say the lights were off. I'm sorry. Let's just say it's dark outside, and these lights are on. They will not show up on that screen, and they will be there. So that's where you're sitting there saying, if you're gaming, unless you're in a completely dark room, which even as I get older, I don't game in dark room.
I'm going to turn dynamic tone mapping on as the room is kind of bright, and this is actually how many of you will be using filmmaker mode in a brighter room.
Yeah, because like when you see, for me, this here, I can see a little bit of reflection.
And I'll make the same adjustment to the S95D
I don't see any benefit of glossy versus matte in this picture here at all.
or S95F. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, let's do that. I'm just curious, like, how's the banding with these guys?
Superior on QD OLED.
Okay, because when Vincent did his review and he compared it over the G5, he showed that the lower end his app had like vertical banding more in that Doom scene. You know what I'm talking about? He did a panning scene on Doom, and it looked like it had some vertical banding.
Okay, so now the TVs are matched to filmmaker mode, both of them with dynamic tone mapping on, which makes it a little bit brighter for your room to watch accurate colors with a slightly brighter luminance, which is exactly how you should watch in a bright room because now your shadow detail is visible. And hey, Mishkath, thank you for that question. Which looks better as for now, tandem OLED or QD OLED? Will OLED stick around for the next 5 years or will mini LED take over? A lot of questions. Looks better. Depends on your priority. The primary RGB OLED is definitely slightly brighter. Slightly. It's not night and day, but it is. Next side by side, you notice it. If that's better to you, that works. QD OLED, slightly more saturated, slightly, but depends on the scene. More often than not, they're nearly identical, like in these scenes right here. It's hard to tell which one is, like I'll pause actually right here. Like in this scene, they're nearly identical, right? Let me turn up the exposure so you guys can see.
I know, what a pain in the neck.
Yeah, right. I turn up the exposure and you see that the black level is very similar. The specular highlights are very similar. Now, underneath the pier, the G5 is arguably slightly brighter, but that's probably two things. One, you could probably fix some of this in a calibration. Two, future LG firmware may address it, but it's not a big deal, I think. It's very subtle. And you're in a bright room, you kind of want that detail anyway.
He's got that C10,
I
C8.
don't have any extra.
The CX is legit with his BF5 120.
So,
Yeah, they don't I think what they kind of
Right.
240 hertz, whatever they get.
Now, as I turn up the exposure a little bit, you'll notice that the S95F, with its infamous matte, it's slightly lifted black. So that's the other issue is, side by side, you notice that black level difference because of the matte anti-glare, right? But if they were in a, I'd say without being side by side, you probably wouldn't notice it, but it's there. Now that I'm looking at it, although there's no glare, you have that slight lift, that matte screen effect, right? But I had to turn up the exposure to make it really visible to you. Seeing it in person, it's barely noticeable, but it's there. Can't say it isn't. So which one would you choose? Well, in a very bright room, I'd still take the G5. S95F would not look good in a very bright room because of that, ironically, anti-reflection. It's actually reflecting light. And for the next 5 years, will OLED stick around? Hard to say. Hard to say. I will say yes because the Chinese panel companies are moving into OLED. They will make sure that OLED becomes affordable, which will drive the Koreans into a different technology. Samsung will be focused on the nano LED. I put up that video earlier last month talking about how Samsung's future is not OLED, but nano LED. And LG display will still stick to OLED because that's all they have. Sony is moving into RGB mini LED or RGB LED. They think that they can do better with that technology. So I don't know if OLED will take over for sure, but they'll be around for several years because China is interested in making it affordable. Hope that answers your question. And thank you for that super chat, Squatchman. And another super chat, Squatchman. And your question. Thank you so much, my friend. What side do the cables and power cords come down on the G5? Is the power cord flat or standard? Mine is being delivered on Monday. What side is it coming down on? You know what? I'll take a look for you right now.
Brian, do you know which side the power cord comes down on G5?
Right off there. Electricity place.
I don't know,
Brian, I'll be back. I gotta move my car.
Oh, dude, that's it. So,
Yeah, look behind that one.
it is on the, that's the HDMI. I think it's always on the opposite side of it. Oh, I can check back here, hold on.
Yeah, so Brian's checking, and it's flat. The cable is flat. It's a flat power cord. Flat meaning not super flat. It's just slightly flatter. So Brian will tell you if it's left or right now. But thank you for that, buddy. And yes, Hamza, tariff exemptions on tech are a huge relief. Those of you waiting to get a Switch 2, I guess you can breathe a breath of fresh air because it should not be affected, as well as those waiting to get cheaper GPUs this year, hopefully. All right, so let's continue playing this through. And we're going to start putting some movies on shortly. We're going to put up the Demeter, as well as I'll do some Netflix streaming for you guys to compare.
Oh, dude, that's amazing. He's like, I'll do a car. So the G5 actually comes out of the middle.
Out of the middle. The power cord comes down the middle on the G5.
Because the gapless Walmart, it must just come straight down the middle.
Is it a flat cord?
It's round.
It's a round cord?
Yeah.
Oh, so there you go.
Let's see.
So it is a round cord and it comes down the middle. Hopefully that's exactly what you wanted. And yes, there is still gaming to be done. I'm just trying to pace ourselves. We'll be doing gaming. It's 3:30.
Yeah.
We're probably going to do gaming the last 2 hours because there's a lot to cover in gaming. Different games. Game
We're gonna do
modes,
some.
all that
We're
stuff.
gonna do some PC gaming tomorrow, which is a little more because we only have some scaling issues with 165.
Yeah.
But we have the PS5 Pro here. I can set it up, and we have a couple of community members that walked in, so they're interested in seeing them as well.
Is the G5 the only tandem OLED? This year there's the Panasonic, but those are the only two. The Panasonic Z95B and the G5, but the Panasonic is not released yet, so right now what you'll see is just the G5. And Red Pill, I love this. I'm impressed by the G5. If I wasn't enthusiast, that would definitely be my go-to. So Red Pill, what are you getting anyway? Bravia 8 Mark II? Is the Philips also tandem? You know, I don't know. It's not coming to the USA.
I really don't know anything about Philips.
I think it is, but We don't have the Philips. We don't cover Philips because the USA does not get Philips, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it is tandem, right?
Robert, did you have Philips back in the day here? Or no?
No,
No, they never carried them here. Okay.
no, sorry, not.
We have a Bravia 9 here, but it's only 65. I would never dream of putting it in.
I want to see the Bravia 9 thrown in to see how dim or bright it looks.
Could
in
never.
comparison.
I would never put the 65 inch. It's here, but I would not do it to it.
I have the 65-inch Bravia 9, and I'll put it up against the G5 once I get it, and you can see for yourself. Because you know me, I love comparing mini LED against the brightest OLED. And I felt last year the G4 held its own. So we'll see how well it does this year against the Bravia 9. Oh yeah, the G5 is brighter than the S95F, but you're getting color there. Actually, you know what? Let me go back. That's a good one.
So you've seen me off camera. Off camera, what's interesting is talking to Luke, who's a community member, is really swaying towards the S95F.
There you go.
Which
Why
is
that?
interesting because he, between AVS forums and the coding, he just had no desire. But now he's a true gamer and he's looking at it. So it's interesting, to see what people think about these when they see them in person.
So Brian, here you have the G5 a little bit brighter than the S95F.
I'd say it's a lot brighter, actually.
It noticeably brighter. But then...
What does the sensor say? Does the sensor say it's brighter? Stop?
Yeah, no, it is brighter. But the color saturation drops a bit.
Yeah. What are we in now?
Let me see. Let's see. 1,000 nits. But it's a larger window.
That's true.
So let's try that again.
Andrea, I'd say that, between the XR cognitive processor and the Alpha 11, I'd say that I think LG has caught up, but Sony just has that little extra detail. So I think I would still give the XR cognitive processor from Sony the edge. What do you think? You think you still give Sony the edge in terms of overall processing over Alpha 11?
So they've upgraded all the companies have upgraded the processors this
Retool
year,
them every year.
including Sony. I don't know how the Bravia 8 will do. But to be fair, oops, this is not stat. Oh, see, I keep forgetting to label it correctly. So this is on dynamic tone mapping active.
You're welcome, man.
On the G5 and the S95F. So the question is, if they were to go static, would the G5 become more accurate? Remember, it thinks it's in a bright room. So on dynamic tone mapping active, it gets brighter, but you're losing some color saturation. Whereas even active, the S95F doesn't push it quite as hard.
Yeah.
So
You
if
want
I drop,
to switch it back?
no, just the G5. Where's the G5 remote?
Welcome to Value Electronics, where we lose our remotes because there's so many. Oh, it's right here.
Oh, there it is. All right.
You want to keep the S95 where it is?
Yeah, because it's holding on to its color saturation in active, and I want to see if the LG brings color back when you go to non-dynamic tone mapping or disable dynamic tone mapping. But it's significantly dimmer. Look. See, the color's back, but it drops in brightness. So I prefer this in this room. But you see, the real color is here.
You feel like the dynamic tone mapping has better control now, though, than it did?
Yeah. Well, look, on the G4, it doesn't even change. Notice the G4, dynamic tone mapping does nothing.
Little tiny bit.
Barely, right?
Massive difference on the G5, though.
Yeah, the G5 really does a good job with that.
And you could refine it with the professional, with the clipping. You could actually do that if you want.
Yeah, but you won't bring the color back, though. That's the thing. So it's on.
It's a cool thing to have, but not something most
But
people
actually, you know
use.
what? Even when it's off, it's dimmer, but I don't think... Okay, you know what? Let's put them both to static. Or both to accurate and see. Here, I'll do this one.
Oh, you want this off?
Yeah, keep it off. And let me try here in static. Okay, yeah, they're identical. So when you set them to the most accurate modes, They end up being identical, but they have different personalities when you set them to their bright room mode. Right? So in their so when they're, so let me change this label again. So when they're accurate, they look very similar. Everything from the brightness to the color, everything. It's when you go into dynamic tone mapping that they get their personality. And that's what you always talk about
Always.
is you have to choose the TV with the personality in the setting you want. If you put it in accurate setting, they're very close, if not identical. And so get the cheaper TV or the larger TV.
How do you think a standard W OLED would do here? You think it would
Which
pale
one?
if it was just a regular W OLED? Say it was a Bravia 8.
Oh, it'd be significantly dimmer.
Yeah.
It could not keep up.
I think
The specular highlights would take a drop.
So I think that's what we're trying. We're almost forgetting how elite we are right now with these here, as far as the differences between. They look almost the same because they're both this level, but it'd be interesting to see something that's different.
Yep. Yeah, in static mode.
No chance at a 77-inch Bravia 8 Mark II.
Yeah.
We've already pined for it.
You want to put in the Demeter?
Yeah, just just move the camera for a moment because I'm
All
gonna
right.
go through the settings.
All right. Okay, we're gonna put on some movie. Oh, actually, you know what? Tell Wendy to, since we're here, let me put streaming on Netflix real quick, and then we can move over to yours. That way, we don't, on the Roku. Can you switch it back to the Roku? So we're gonna do a little streaming for you guys.
Yep. Switch over to the what?
The
Roku or the, okay.
All right, let's make sure the settings are what we want them to be real quick. Okay, adjusting the exposure. So we're going to put this back on, let's see. Okay, dynamic tone mapping is off. And we will also turn it on so you guys can compare to see the differences if you elected to turn it on. Because it does change the brightness in the midtones and even, well, on the G5 it's more aggressive, as you guys saw. Okay, so this is in their most accurate mode right now.
I love it. I'm a natural letter.
Oh, fast and loose, baby, with The Witcher.
I've set up exposure a little bit now.
Just
Make sure they see some of the shadow detail.
Dolby Vision?
No Dolby Vision because it's splitting into the Samsung. There's a bright scene right here as the sun comes into view.
Oh,
they're,
yeah.
they're in static, or rather,
Yeah, but so yeah, you're not.
Okay, so the peak specular highlights are the same brightness. Arguably, the Samsung's a touch, maybe half a stop brighter, but they're very similar. So definitely it's how these TVs are analyzing it. But if you're in a bright room, you could choose to go with dynamic tone mapping on. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So
You want static?
active, yeah. So let's see active and dynamic tone mapping on, what it looks like.
Oops, wrong one. We're not doing the S95 anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, just the F.
Oh, okay. You see,
just ignore that.
Did you see it actually grabbed it? Oof. That active really pushes it up. Look at the amount of freaking menus you have to jump into to get to that.
I know. Look at you. You're already done.
Then you gotta back all the way out.
The menus here are terrible. All right.
And now the G5 is brighter.
This is more aggressive tone mapping.
Yes. So in dynamic tone mapping enabled, the G5 jumped a bit. So it's capable of getting brighter, but it's just how they translate the scene that you're in, right? So let's go into this next scene. Both TVs are very capable for Netflix, believe me.
Yeah.
And I'll turn up the exposure. Here we go.
God, remember this scene 3 years ago? We were watching this. Look how much different these TVs looked than back then. Because that was A95. Wow.
Yeah. Let's turn up this.
You want to go back to the tone mapping? Normal?
Let me see the differences.
Oh, thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, very cool. Appreciate it, brother. That's awesome.
They both look great. I'd get either TV.
We're still on dynamic tone mapping.
They're both on dynamic tone mapping on or active.
G5 looks brighter here, though.
Yeah. It has
Look at
more
the freaking,
aggressive
but look
dynamic
at
tone mapping.
the candle on the G5.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this scene a couple years ago. The TVs were they're so different now.
Well, that's the special power of the G5, though. It pushes that brightness a little bit harder in its most accurate mode. So we're both in filmmaker mode on this one.
What I love is on both of them. Look at their eyes. Look at his eyes.
Yeah.
You want to switch it back to the other one? See what it does at static?
Yep. Let's put it back in static.
Let's see. I'll do it. Dude, it takes so long. Unbelievable. Okay,
There we go.
let's do same time.
And now they look identical.
No, thank you. Sure? Yeah. Where'd you go? That thing is world class, that thing. That is world class. I took a friend of mine that was traveling here from Connecticut, from Chicago.
Yeah, if you're getting this to stream and watch Netflix, they both do a phenomenal job. It's just a matter of whether you like the anti-glare or not. But the image quality streaming, no complaints. I mean, even their color looks identical.
So here's what I'll say about the matte screen though, Fomo, is that the letterbox, though glossy and reflecting, they're jet black.
It's like a commercial.
But the S95F's a little bit of a brownish look to the anti-glare is not quite black.
Wait.
This
You mean you agree with Tired of Imbeciles?
I mean, it is. You look. I mean, it doesn't look lifted here, but if you get up close, it's brown. It's a little bit brownish to it.
It's that magenta shift
Yeah.
that they talked about.
But it's
Yep.
not as much in the image, guys. It's just on the black bars.
on the surface, on the black, yeah.
On the black
the
bars.
background,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But then look, there's a little bright thing. That's the light behind us. That's
It's the light above us.
yeah.
Right. But
But
if
you
you
see
look-
it here. See?
Yeah, but
All
see,
of
if you
that?
look at the S95, that should show up. That one right there.
So-
Look up to your right.
Yeah.
And it's not there.
It's not. So let me point that out. Is
So you guys see where he's pointing? We have identical lights above the S95F, and they're not in the screen at all. Literally above it.
He lived and taught in East Harlem.
Here, Robert, can you turn off the lights here
Yes.
real quick so you guys can see? Now, whether that's distracting to you all or not, it's your call. There's no right or wrong, but we had to show that as good as the anti-glares on the G5, it's not as aggressive as the S95F, and you see that.
Yeah. You got a ticket? Yeah, I'll take it. No. I'll take it. I'll pay.
No. It's only
Please.
$20. Don't worry about it. I appreciate you.
Well, they give
During
you
the
a
weekend.
$5 discount
If you pay it one day.
within one day.
During the week, it was during the
Robert?
week, 60.
Robert, can you turn off the lights up here too?
Yeah.
On top as well, thank you.
Amazing, right?
Yeah, bro. Beautiful.
Luke's back there gaming, I think.
Oh, is he? I know you guys must be hungry, bro.
Wow. The first year we did this, we did for 10 hours straight.
Wow. I moved my car to the garage. Your wife said that it's free.
It is free today. Yeah.
so
And with Robert turning the reflection or the lights off, it's no longer there. So definitely, in a light-controlled room, you'll have less distractions for sure.
No doubt.
You want me to shut these curtains over here?
Oh no, we're good
No, the
because it's not
G4 is out
reflecting.
of it anyway. We're
Yeah.
good.
You can see cars driving by in the G4.
I remember when I used to, Robert, when that bank was open,
Yeah.
I'd be filming, like, look at the dead pixels are all over the screen. It was just the lights. I'm like, I can't shut it off.
What are your thoughts on this? I wish these TVs were the same size. I think the bigger size would help the S95F and the S95, and the answer is it may make it worse. Only because you have even more light to absorb.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now,
That's a good point.
immersion, yes. Image quality, no. It's not
Yeah.
like the Bravia 9. On the 85-inch, it performs very differently than the 65. There's just more dimming zone density. It just, for whatever reason, it's leveled brighter. So on mini LEDs, the larger TVs are often the brightest and the best. So when they say up to this many dimming zones or up to this many nits, that's reserved for the larger mini LEDs. On OLED, they don't say that.
No.
Because the performance and image quality
very-
between 55 and 77 and 83, very consistent.
Yeah, because you're not dealing with dimming zones and brightness. But I would say that, too, what's so interesting about the industry is that Robert's got these TVs early, and the manufacturers are releasing different sizes differently. So the fact that normally you'll have 65 and 77, he's got 83 and 77, and normally you got a few different S95s, only got one size, 65.
Yeah.
So the releases are very different.
Yep, but the G5 is a touch brighter. A touch, but not noticeable side by side. But I can see it on the screen for sure. And they're both in their active mode.
It's a beast, yeah.
The G5 is a phenomenal TV, for sure.
I'm calling it. G5.
For the win,
King of TV
for the
shootout
win or for
champion,
you?
Robert. Oh, I already know it's the winner for me. Garrett, it is, yeah.
Yep, I'm not a fan of the matte screen, but it definitely is doing its job with the reflections. Thank you, Garrett, for that comment. And TruthX is agreeing. G5 has superior black levels here due to the S95F black screen. There is no argument there.
We would just love to see two options. I mean,
Yeah.
I think if we had two options, I think you'd see. It's interesting because you have a Gen 4 QD OLED. We see it unleashed at Samsung displays. It's phenomenal. But yeah, the screen, and if the S90F is glossy, it's also being held back.
Okay.
So,
and red pill suggestion, hold down the home and you get right to the menu. Hold down the back and it takes you right out.
which one?
It has to be on the G5, right? Because I know on the Samsung, you don't want to hold on the home. So. He set you up for that one.
I did not even know there was a zoom feature. Do you know that? Wow. Okay, let's hold it again.
You held down the home, and that's what happened. Like, what the heck?
Oh my! Wow! Did not know we had a zoom in feature.
Thank you, Red Pill. You
I
just
don't know what the hell is going on now.
you broke the TV. This is what happens when we listen to your suggestions.
Now, look, and now my zoomed in. What's going on?
Okay, so Red Pill.
Thanks, Red Pill.
Hey,
Wow.
pour some water on the G5.
All right.
Oh, you
Now the
guys.
remotes aren't even working now. Damn, that didn't really work out. Okay. Let's try home.
Samsung, so Sean says, good idea, Sean. Samsung should sell the S95X. Maybe turn it off and turn it back on again. With Dolby Vision or Bravia 8.2 for Bravia 8.2 prices. So that's a good idea, Sean.
Feature is that?
Samsung has a version that's glossy and with Dolby Vision, right? It's like a 1-2 punch. I agree. That'd be great. The processing and the 3D depth on the G5 is amazing. And while Brian tries to figure out what happened thanks to Red Pill's suggestion, yeah, the G5 processing, thumbs up. 3D depth is good. I think the S95F, similar, with the exception of that matte coating in a brighter room. Yeah, it doesn't do it any favors. Did it work? You have to turn it off, right? Yeah.
Thanks for nothing.
Settle.
All right. You ready to go with a Demeter?
Yeah. Just turn the camera off so I don't see you.
Yep, we'll do. We'll do.
Film on it, the one on the right and the left, different color.
All right. Pushing pellet. Pushing. Wait 1 second. Let me get this out of here. All right. So let me turn the TV up while Brian is putting on copyright material.
What do you think of the gaming and the broadcast?
The uniform in my Z8H is better than that.
Fomo, you want?
But
You sure?
Can't do sweets.
Oh, okay.
I'm a senior citizen.
So am I.
Look at you.
Still cheap.
All right. As you guys are looking at the sky, wait, let me take this out.
yeah, it's awful if you did that. But these things are next level.
Okay, here we go. Super chat from Pushing Polygons. When you're in gaming mode on the G5, have you guys measured the color space it displays in? How accurate and how much it fills? Also, G5 versus C10, easy to see the difference? Yes, very much so. Because the G5 has the brighter technology, in this case the primary RGB OLED, and even the G4 MLA, huge jump from the C10. As far as measuring color space it displays in, we don't do measurements today. That is what I reserve that for a classy who has all the tools and meters to measure it accurately. I mean, eyeballing is not really measuring. What we will do is in game mode and the different games, we can give you our subjective impressions and you can see it for yourself. Oh, look, it's very saturated, but we cannot tell you exactly what color space it is. And that's another thing is, to know what color space it is, you really need to have the meters to say, oh, yeah, it says this, and it's actually showing that, right? And the more important thing is there a noticeable difference between the two that's either accurate or not accurate? And the only way to measure accuracy really is to have the meters out, which, again, we don't have. So unfortunately, that's not something we'll do today. But thank you, Pushing Polygons, for that suggestion. However, the shootout, we'll try to figure out a way to do it. I know Classy has had some ideas about that, so yeah, we'll definitely check that out during the shootout. All right, come with your questions. If you can't decide between the G5 or the S95F, let me know. Brian is currently adjusting the scenes from the voyage, last voyage of the Demeter, and we'll see how well it does with black levels or the infamous stuff coming out of black. Brian, you have a
The
scene?
problem is we're split,
What?
so we have to. We're still split through the splitters. We won't see Dolby Vision.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We're split, right? If I look at
Yeah. The splitter will not do Dolby Vision. And so, well, you know what? Just do. Did you see the problem when you did it with Dolby Vision, though?
I did see.
Which scene was it?
It was around here.
So Brian saw a problem right around there. Why don't we pause there, and you can describe it, and then we'll have to do it on the internal app one day. Is that the one?
It ends up being. It's just hard as how it glares in the way.
The problem is that the glare is in the way.
Well, it's so funny. If you look at the coding now, either one of them look good there.
That's the one I want to use. Neither one of them look good. Yes, I know. The reason why it's at the ceiling is we don't want to get caught for a copyright as it's playing through. We're going to bring it down in a second because Brian needs to find the right scene. And once we bring it down, you guys will see the content. Yeah, I know. It's at the ceiling. We'll get there. I'll answer your questions in the meantime.
Yeah, but it's the Dolby Vision that has a problem.
Michelle has a great point, though. I'm enjoying the 85-inch QM7K for what it is. And what it is oh, she loves the 85-inch QM7K. It's large, it's bright, and tone mapping definitely is good enough. And it's affordable, and it's large, and it gives you HDR impact. Or did you want to stop there? Brian, did you want to stop there?
I'm trying to find it's kind of a cooler scene.
Okay. So the immersion, I think, is the most impactful. At 85 inches, that QM7K is great. And it's better than any TV, any LCD TV you bought 4 years ago. And that's critical because if you're upgrading from an LCD TV from 4 years ago, this is such a huge upgrade from whatever you bought 4 years ago, even if it was flagship. This QM7K will match it, if not outright beat it. If you see differences, I can turn up the exposure and we'll be able to notice that.
Yeah, I mean, the light's coming in from up here, so
G5 Dolby Vision, please. Yeah, unfortunately, the Samsung doesn't have Dolby Vision, so in my studio, I will have to have the same content playing on. At the same time, the same scene, different sources, and that's the only way to do it. Right now, to make it fast and quick for you guys, we're sending it through a splitter. And of course, the splitter will not see Dolby Vision on the Samsung, so it will not give Dolby Vision to the other.
I don't see it.
You don't see it? Okay. Then let me bring it back down. Just pause there so we can see what we're talking about.
So you turn the exposure up a little bit.
Yeah, let me see.
So in this film, guys, when I saw it on the 83-inch G5, which is over there in the corner. What's up, baby girl? That's my girl right there on the wall. What's up? Love you. What I saw was with Dolby Vision was it would almost look like it just had a more saturated, uncontrolled look, which I don't see on any of the TVs right now. Now again, so if you look at the matte screen, this is where you would, pretty close to what we're seeing in person, is that's where you're doing the lifted blacks with the matte screen. It looks
and it
brown.
is that little brown that you're
It's like
talking
a
about.
brownish
Yeah,
look to it,
we see
almost.
that brown too. So it's not just a YouTube. Oh, any plans to show the S90F and the S95F? I had plans, and then Brian took the
Took it
S90F,
home. Sorry.
and he's like, "It's mine," because he loves it so much.
No thanks.
So no.
Robert's like, and you bring it back for me? Nope, not for this thing. The S90F you can see on my channel against the S95F when I get the review sample.
There we go.
But I mean, any problems I think with Dolby Vision streaming, I think it easily can be fixed. Considering, look, Dolby Vision implementation on LG is their best.
But we don't
so-
dare promise it because what if they can't?
Sorry.
What if it can't?
I mean, it's
Brian doesn't care. But
I
what
don't
if they
care.
can't?
I already said to the Robert and Wendy, I'll take it. So it was minimal enough for me. And Phone, we'll say this on camera. When I came last Saturday to look at the G5, I said to Fomo on the car, we're doing 2 videos. Either the G5 is dead on arrival, if it looks like the C1 or the CX, or I'm getting it. And I left saying I'm getting it. So,
Yes.
you know, I want it for, even if it's got that issue, I'm fine with it.
Well, what about this? And I see the silver border. S95F has no silver border. It's like the TV is disappearing into the wall, and the G5 does. So does that silver border bother you? Because the G4 has it also. You can see it on the left. Right?
They all do.
They all do.
Yeah.
And they have no plans to remove the border, by the way.
No,
I asked them, and they said no.
Well, I mean, in reality, I think in a higher end environment, it does look, it's a luxury TV, you know?
Oh, wait. Red Pill wants to tell you, sorry, man, I messed up. I didn't mean to send the home emoji. I meant to send the settings emoji.
Well, the funny thing is, Red Pill, it took you that long to find. It goes, is there a settings emoji? Dude.
And so
I
was like, let's do it.
I didn't mean clean your screen with Ajax. I meant with distilled water.
I mistyped Ajax.
I don't want to use just the Drano is perfecto.
It's all good, my friend. It's all good.
That was awesome. All of a sudden, he was like, oh, crap.
And here, so this is the question. What goes on with colors? Do you see a color shift? My friend, do you see the color shift?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
That matte screen is making it
Now we know how to zoom. The problem is I couldn't unzoom. So
that is true. Thank you, Red Pill. Now we all know how to zoom.
they put me in timeout. Oh my God, this guy with the matte finish. Jesus, bro.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You're funny. That man's you've been here with like 4 hours about the matte finish.
All right.
Do you want to put on the PS5 Pro?
Yeah, let's do the PS5 Pro. All right. We'll do a little gaming, guys. A little gaming.
So Wendy, can I switch the
All right. Answering your question. So bring it on. Reap asks, FOMO, Brian, does the S95F with improved anti-glare preserve black levels better than the S95D? No. If anything, it's slightly worse. It seems like the S95D has darker blacks, but I'm sure it's... So we were promised that this new anti-glare coating is an improvement. In this lighting condition, it is not. Now, maybe in a darker lighting condition, it might be. I don't want to be an apologist here. I don't see it. I think the S95D is fine as far as anti-glare versus the S95F. I would not buy the S95F because it have improved anti-glare. I would get the S95F over the S95D because it's slightly brighter. Specular highlights are slightly better. That's why I would get it. But I don't think the coating is better. If anything, you're right. The coating is a bit more aggressive. Ironically. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. Samsung, guys, you really got to clean up this coating issue. Anti-glare 0.5 or minus 0.5, right? Oh, anime content, please. Okay, Jags, we will do anime content after we do a little gaming because I know there's anime content on my Netflix. I'll find some anime on Netflix. We'll do that. So we're going to rotate into gaming, do a little bit of that, and then we'll jump into anime. Just remind us, Jags. Remind us. We'll get there. So, is the G5 worth the price over the G4? I'll tell you this. Let me turn down the brightness.
Actually, in a couple of weeks, that may be over $1,000.
what's that?
So far left is the G4. On the right is the G5. Let's take this down real quick. Put the G4. There we go. So the answer is the G5 is brighter. Is that worth it to you? Slightly brighter, then yes. But in real content, they were very close. It's always a question of what content are you watching. If you're watching Friends, the news, no. But if you're watching sports and you need it brighter, If you want, or no, bright room and you need it brighter, then yes. So they're very similar when accurate. They're nearly identical when accurate. It's when you put it in a mode where you need it to be super bright, that's when the G5 stands on its own. And I like the G5's dynamic tone mapping better. So for that, so to compare, this G4 is 83 inches. It's a few $100s more than a 77-inch G5. Which would I choose? I'd go with a larger size for a few hundred more, even though it's a G4, because I think that immersion may be worth it. But if I'm in a super bright room, I'd probably go with the G5. So light-controlled room, larger G4, or save some money. But slightly brighter room, you want that all the brightness you can get out of it, then the G5 is the one for you. And Mozart's saying that G5 power just looks more natural to me. So the spectral power distribution, he's talking about the color. The way the colors displayed in the G5, the saturation is better for sure. I like it. But then we're enthusiasts, right? The common consumer may not notice the difference. Eugene says, I'm looking at my 4. I don't see the metal edges at all. So, hey, your mind is very good at ignoring things it doesn't like. For some people, it's a trigger. They always see it. For others, it's not. And my exposure is down a little bit. So if I turn up the exposure, you'll probably see it.
And then I go over to the HDR brightness thing. I hit auto, and it doesn't match. It'll be elevated. Then I go into limited. So if you
So
mix
there, now that I turned up the exposure, you could barely see it, right? I mean, it's there. I don't notice it personally. I see it. If I'm looking for it, I can see it.
And bright content.
Can we see some gaming tests, please? That's what Brian's doing, my friend.
Come on, man. You don't
He's
see me
on
up
it.
there doing my thing? It was a chat 30-second delay, like a freaking news thing.
I know, right?
That's to be a pretty crazy gamer to have all these in here like that. Yeah.
I always say when I'm on camera, they let me stay after hours. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
Who's at an amusement park?
It's like a Toys R Us for now.
That's what we're doing. Some gaming tests. We're going to put them in game mode and we'll have fun.
Good, sure.
A95L.
Our gaming's going to be demoed by Luke today.
All right.
When you see cookies at the 20 bars? Phenomenal.
You're not counting how many I eat.
I'm like, I don't want these. I'm like,
A95L or G5 77-inch for movie light gaming. Right now, you're going to go with the advanced 77-inch G5 for movie and light gaming. I would go with the G5. Sorry, Sony. That G5 is just so good. The 77-inch, it really is impressive.
let me see. F.
Wow, now Garrett thinks that Samsung seems to have the upper hand for gaming. Well, we're going to see. We're going to do some gaming, some light gaming here. Let me turn exposure up for you guys.
Because I'm like, okay, it feels like I'm playing in water.
So, Brian, in game mode, what are your settings?
I have to find them.
Okay, yeah. So Brian's changing the game modes so you guys can get a little bit.
Yeah, the game bar is actually in here now.
Oh, they changed it.
Where the hell is it?
This is a good question, Viva. When should you get the Samsung S95F? So don't get the S95F if you have a bright room. Yeah, if your room is fairly bright, it's going to wash out and shift some of the color in the dark scenes. Rather, it's sunlight or light from lamps and stuff. Sunlight is just as bad. It's from the specular highlight of the lamps and stuff. Like Christmas tree lights is the best example. If I had Christmas tree lights behind me, you'll see it on the G5. You won't see it on the S95F. It's muted on the G5, right? But it's still there in a dark scene. Not so on the S95F. And I think we should call it the Christmas tree light anti-reflection, because I think that is its use case.
Standard is that, and it's cold as hell.
Was it like 9,000 colors?
Custom 1, custom 2.
Forbidden West. Yes, it is.
Sports, FPS.
And I will adjust the exposure to match it, but Brian's still changing the settings. So once the TVs are in their best game settings for preference, and it's subjective, and we'll play with HEIG and stuff as well. The S95F looks so bright. Yeah, maybe it's flexing in game mode, but we'll see.
But once you set them all up the same,
Mr. Lee asks, are the reds actually red on the G5 or orange tinted compared to the S95F? And all the content I've seen, it is definitely red, vibrant, and deep. In some scenes, the S95F arguably is a touch redder, just a touch, but it's not orange versus red. Now on the G4, in some of those scenes, it did look orange tinted. So the G5 has definitely elevated its game. We'll see in more content as I find more red content for you guys. But right now, I'm seeing the reds on the S95F very close to the G5.
What's doing today?
So we're not next week, that's not. Oh, because it doesn't. So we're game mode HDR.
And this is an age-old question that is very good. I know OLED, thank you Zephaniah for that. OLEDs will have perfect contrast, but mini LED Bravia 9 can get quite close. Yes, it can, I agree. It's the old debate, better quality 65-inch or slightly not as good 75-inch. And I would go with slightly not as good 85-inch all day long. I think really size does trump that minor image quality difference, for sure.
Okay. So now we're talking about the possibility of the 77C4, which is
That's
last year's
still an original?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
So we're in
Original?
with tone mappings active.
All right, let me put that up.
G5 is probably not even in. It's probably not in game mode right now. Get the cover remote for the G5.
Yeah, G5 remote.
Yeah.
Did we misplace it again? Oh, here it is. G5 remote. So that you're taking original
That's original with tone mapping and active. This is the room we're in.
with disabled, no tone mapping, right? Or-
Active right now.
That's made a massive difference to that picture on the Samsung. Like a must.
Yeah.
Game optimizer.
So this one, 77-inch C4, and this includes shipping to your house at no tax at $21.99.
And what do you plan to do with the LG?
That looks great.
So they're both in game optimizer.
Uh-huh. What?
Why is the game optimizer like?
Wow, that's fantastic. Please
Are you going to put on HGIG or DTM?
I'll try to match both. Let me just find it first because right now
Let me just see what
it's
it's
still
1800.
it still has that glitch to where the game optimizer.
I got you.
Yeah, that's extremely low, and they include shipping, and they pay the tax, and you don't pay it. Yeah, because that's actually far below cost.
All right, so Brian's playing with the settings on the G5 now. On the S95F, we have it on original, tone mapping active, and we're going to try to give something similar with the G5.
So $17.99.
And contrast enhancer is off. Are you planning to do HGIG first, Brian?
I'm just trying to find it. I'm just trying to get the game optimizer to come on.
Okay.
Because right now it's
Right now, the G5 doesn't look
Which is better latency? They're about the same. They're excellent latency. We're talking under 10 milliseconds. Which TV has better motion, G5 or S95F? G5 has more motion settings, and I like the G5's motion settings better, but I hate stutter, and I like the way G5 treats that. It gives me more fine tuning. The S95F and the G5 are both similarly excellent if you like soap opera without artifacts. So depending on what your needs are, but the G5 generally has more motion settings that will get you to where you want, if that makes sense. But for gaming, the S95F has better motion settings with its Game Motion Plus. So that's something to consider if you're a gamer.
like I can't.
My very,
Balance is
very
pretty good.
best, all in delivered.
The favorite resolution pro.
Oh, it's awful. That's sub 30. It says 30.
And from Ask, any sports content? We had sports content earlier, high school football, and the G5 was just a touch brighter. But if you put it in vivid mode, it gets a little bit more brighter, but both are fairly bright. But in like bright white hockey, the G5 definitely had the edge. Not like super edge, but it's there. It is the better sports watching TV. If we're counting pixels and counting your money, and the difference is $100, get the G5.
We'll see performance, Pro, what the other one? Resolution, it should be another one.
My pleasure.
Screw this up, I think.
But I am concerned about what
Will all these tariff talks affect pricing on these TVs? For now, the answer is no. The talk is not affecting the price. The actual tariff, if it applies to Mexico, would. These TVs are all made in Mexico. So if you really want to know, follow how we're treating Mexico imports, because the TVs are all made in Mexico. Every one of these TVs here, as well as Hisense and TCL. So if the tariff affects TVs coming out of Mexico, then the answer is yes. HGIG versus game HDR is the suggestion. So the S95F is currently original active. Brian will do HGIG. Let's do HGIG here. There we go. We will set the G5 to HGIG to start because original, technically original static on the S95F, right? But we'll see. You guys can see the difference. Okay, that's HGIG, Brian?
I mean, just look at how the plant.
Yeah, the plant, it looks much more natural.
Now, if I put the, now remember, the
Wait,
S95 is on
active, right. Let's hold right there so they can see the color difference, though.
Because look at the sun coming in on the S95F looks warm, you know, like real sun. On the left, it looks like today's sun. Nothing.
So
Like,
let's make sure.
So it's like a cloudy day, right? So this is technically accurate, right? Brian, you have HGIG on?
The problem is I can't get these game optimizer board.
Can you get it on?
oh, you gotta go into settings and turn on. Go down.
Yeah.
I think I go down.
either with them or us or somebody.
Go to general. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Now you got,
And then if you go to game optimizer,
There you go. Hit that.
it's probably off right now. See, it's off.
you bet.
There we go.
Always a pleasure.
It
Always.
was funny back in the day if you didn't turn.
And that's really bad because somebody's gonna get home, turn it on game optimizer, think it's gonna work.
There you go. And they didn't go into the settings and do that.
If you don't change the sound to game optimizer, you can't change the presets.
They could also like run a comp cycle before they ship these off because a lot of people see the vertical banding and freak
So
out.
Brian, is it on HGIG? So you got standard, right? It should be standard.
I gotta tell you,
Put on standard and then HGIG on.
So standard.
oh my gosh, the difference.
There you go.
And that's with a 4-stack. That's the best they can do.
And see, it should all be able to. I should be able to do in the actual. I should be able to do all that right here. So
It's changing when you go.
right here.
I don't even think there's a way you could make that LG look like the Samsung. Even pumping up the color wouldn't do it. So because it's running HDR, that color volume.
There you go.
that's what-
HGIG is on. Okay. All right. Let's compare it now.
You want it on or off?
On. HGIG. Yeah, it's perfect. Keep it as it is.
So I'll change the Samsung over to static.
Yeah. So the Samsung is inactive right now, so you can see the difference, right? The brightness is very similar.
Is active their version of HDIG?
It's their version of Dynamics on that.
So it
Like,
could be,
I'll put their version on of HGIG.
okay. Because that may be cheating, whatever they're doing.
It is, yeah.
That's correct. They did.
No.
All right. So they're both in their most accurate mode.
Just help me understand why active is bad.
So when people say game and say HGIG only, they so this is the funny thing about HGIG.
Right.
People say to me,
Oh, it
it's
has
like,
limits.
games like
The Pro 2 has
certain games you look up to the sun,
Yeah.
and in HGIG when it's really being used, the sun will be brighter where it's
Where
supposed
do
to be.
you live?
But then people say, oh, I always think we should look.
Oh,
That's important actually.
So the color
We're
on
not sure.
What do you might not support it?
If you want to pick it up, I can take
Well,
it.
Xbox, you can put always on HDR in all the games. So there's a lot of games that
Anyway,
are probably playing
with a 30-day return,
Of course, yeah.
but if you
But
want
it's
to
funny
return,
when people say like, oh, I use HGIG, they'll tell me that that game
there's a 10% return.
Yeah.
It just looks like the same as Dynamics on that one.
So the color on the
What is active?
S95F is a bit oversaturated. It's a little bit more yellow. So Brian, you see the difference in the color between the accurate HGIG out of the box?
Well, when the Dynamics on mapping was on the LG G5, active was here, the QD-OLED was much more colorful.
Right, but that was inaccurate. We're comparing it to accurate HGIG.
Well, this isn't in its HGIG mode.
Right, it's its most accurate mode, but
This
it's
is just an original, but I can put it in its
no. Let's keep it here so I can tell them what they look like. No. Don't try to save the Samsung. We have to call out the Samsung for being oversaturated. It's a bit too yellow, right? It's a bit too. It's just not
I'll say a little later.
as it should be because we know the G5 and HGIG is more accurate. Now, it's not terrible. As you can see, the colors are very similar. But when you go to where there is more white, on the S95F, it's a bit too yellow. It's kind of pasty yellow.
All right, there we go. A little higher. There you go.
All right.
So now we're going to.
So what are we looking there?
This is a side box for
All right.
clipping and so
All
on.
right. Clipping, let me turn down. So the G5 is actually brighter. Spectral highlights are better.
But the Samsung's in a warmer color. This is
The
definitely.
Samsung is a warmer color, right?
Let's check the color real quick though, because they don't. That will make all the difference in the world. I bet you it's cool.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely make it look good.
Oh, the chip money, you'll get that too. If you place the order today.
The game.
Samsung looks so rich. People are preferring the rich colors of the Samsung. And that's why we have HGIG. It's to kind of give you an insight, quote unquote, the creator's intent. But if you don't care, then the S95F is fine. I just wanted to give you what HGIG looks like on the G5. And this is why purists choose the G5 for gaming.
Yeah.
It's gonna go up
They changed it this year?
Not yet, but it will soon. I don't know the exact date, but it's not far away. It's gonna be
Yes.
6,000. No, and you're gonna be.
That's not it. Yeah, that's not variation.
Not a problem. You bet. Enjoy. Thank you.
Change it to warm 40. Hey, Brian,
Bring it back to the
classy. Bring the color to warm 40.
white balance.
Go to warm 40.
Yeah, see, it's at the middle right now.
Yep. Color warm 4D. There you go. Okay. That's how you match it. So at 0, well then what does that tell you? So thank you, Classy, for that. Classy just texted me. Putting the G5 on warm 0 gets it to more accurate color. So the S95F isn't that bad.
No, it's accurate on the box.
It's still a little cooler. So now the S95F is a little too cool. You can't win. Does it look too rich now?
I mean, all the settings here look great.
So it's in warm 2. The sun is yellow, not white. Stop being fanboys.
Original is the most accurate.
Yeah. Original static is the most accurate, whatever that means to Samsung. But I think it's pretty close. I have to say, now that we made the adjustment to 40 on the G5,
So if you guys look at the different presets,
Crazy. Yeah. You go put it like standard for game genre, it'll be like,
you guys ready?
get your sunglasses on.
Yeah, air actually hangs in there.
And a lot of people don't even know about that feature there, you know, like you can change that, and it's got a dramatic
But
change.
the difference is that with Sony, they give me 3 presets.
No, I know.
So I'd rather have them and you can tweak each one.
You can switch it on the fly too, which is cool.
Yeah.
But that's,
You want me to put the Samsung that's HIG? Wannabe?
isn't this HIG wannabe right now?
No.
What is it? Yeah, put it on wannabe, see what happens. I've not. So what is it now? Isn't it original static?
It's just original, but there's an HIG version of it.
Oh, there's an HIG mode?
The sun's coming in right now behind the clouds coming in. You should be able to see it like pop.
So everybody gets one. It's an HDR basic.
Yeah, isn't basic HGIG?
That's the AI mode thing.
Well, it's definitely brighter, whatever you just did.
The part that's a freak, this is where it's a nightmare.
This is the kind of stuff that drives me nuts. To them. It's like, so is it in game mode now? Because it's like, I mean,
Game HDR on basic with static is HGIG.
No, they have a separate with another setting.
Yeah, but that's the Samsung one is basic static.
Yeah, but I'm not hitting on it.
Are you putting on basic static right now?
No, because there is an HDRG where it locks off the presets.
Right, don't do that one. Do basic static. That's actually HDRG. Yeah.
Yeah, but why would I want that? Don't I want the HDRG wannabe?
That is the HDRG wannabe.
It's pretty freaking intense here on the Samsung.
Yeah, we still want to-
Put game HDR and basic with static.
That's what I have. Yeah, that's what I'm on. But where's that other setting? That other setting is something different.
So you got that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so they're both in their closest to HDRG mode.
Well, one is an HDRG.
Yeah. Let me turn up the exposure. I think they look pretty close. I don't know.
Sun looks a lot. You're a gamer enthusiast. Sun looks a little more.
Which one do you like?
The sun's more white in the same.
It's more white on the Samsung.
I wouldn't be surprised if ultimately Samsung is going to have higher brightness throughout the whole field.
I think the tone mapping, so the G5 is definitely a touch. I mean, the brightness is very similar. The color is slightly different, but the tone mapping is very similar. And the G5 is a little bit brighter, just a little bit.
Well, the sun's brighter than the S95.
Yeah, right?
So the G5 is brighter overall.
Uh-huh.
But Luke, you want to check it out straight on?
Yeah, Luke, check it out straight on.
Dying electronics.
I would still give the S95.
Good man, what's up today? How are you?
You're right. The S95F.
The S95F looks more bright for that.
So
sun.
the sun
must
is
be higher.
the sun is a little bit brighter on the S95F.
HDRG does its job is it makes what's supposed to be bright.
Yeah.
Where dynamic tone mapping makes everything bright.
But the sun is a touch brighter on the S95F.
For sure. I would even
I
say
say
look at the
I say about half a stop to a stop brighter. This is a PS5 Pro. PS5 Pro,
white,
Shin.
so it can't use its white, the white OLED pixel in there can only do so much in that color. The rest of it's like yellowish.
This is a case where the size of the screen makes impact. Yes, that's why I always go for size, right? Yeah. If you can afford it, always get the larger TV. Man, they are both very close, no doubt. I'm talking about a half a stop to a stop at most difference. It's not that noticeable, honestly. You have to really, like I have my camera sensor measuring the exposure, and the S95F is a touch brighter at the brightest part of that sun. But the rest of the scene is very similar. From shadow detail to the tone mapping. I'll turn up the exposure so you guys can see the shadow detail.
Because you got the matte screen to your point.
I mean, look at the shadow detail. Phenomenal, right? The tone mapping, it's all there. I think the S95F is good enough as far as color accuracy is concerned. I wouldn't say it looks terrible. On screen, the G5 looks brighter.
But so the brightness on, I think Samsung took more brightness out of that than even LG.
Oh, the S95F.
Yeah. I think he said it's like 400 almost on full screen, which I don't think.
Well, you could have that same thing with us, maybe even more.
Okay, I just checked my camera sensors, and the G5 is not brighter. Most of the scene, they are the same brightness, but the S95F specular highlights is brighter. So this is where the larger G5 size plays a role. The screen in the G5 looks brighter because it's a bigger screen. So for those of you wondering, wait, should I get a larger TV? Going for a larger TV, you get the perception that it's brighter, but in actuality, the S95F, where that sun is, that area is brighter on the S95F, but it's a smaller brightness.
A little bit, yes it is.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about.
Yes, Nikolai, it's because the sun is bigger. But yeah, here, in their both most accurate modes, this S95F is a touch brighter.
Because of the RGB, and they're not going to go bigger on QD.
That's what I say, says Iceman. Hey, Iceman, the F is pushing brighter highlights. Yep.
They make almost no money on the OLEDs.
But it's so subtle. So guys, it's not like this is like 5 stops brighter, right? We're talking about a stop brighter at most. So close. But look at the rest of the scene. It looks pretty good. I would take either TV for gaming without a doubt. Now, S95F I would choose because I do like Game Motion Plus, as many of you do, if you guys use that. Otherwise, the G5 is phenomenal. Our eyes love warm and red. Yes, our eyes do. Let me turn up the exposure a bit for you guys.
It was literally the stepchild. It's like you adopted some kid and he's like a super happy.
When I got the S95B, because when I drove off to Massachusetts, there was like a hub up there that
Yeah.
the teams were.
Brian, do you have another scene you want to show us?
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah, go for it.
You want F1? F1's an HDR, isn't it?
All right. So we're just going to run around so you guys can see the color, how similar they are when set to their most accurate modes. They're supposed to resemble each other more often than not. So
This game looks bonkers.
It's only 1080p.
I know. Well, not PC. You're playing.
G4 versus G5. All right. I will swing over there real quick.
Dirt's actually really good too for HDR.
What's funny about dirt is like you can tell when some mini LEDs are suffer, it'll just wash out completely. It'll just be
Watch this full screen EA Sports from Genesis days.
Yeah, yeah. To the game. Genesis.
I gotta tell you, the white actually looked brighter on the G5.
I don't know what the G4 is in anymore, so that's probably standard still.
Oh, the gray screen.
What are you doing, G4 versus G4?
Yeah, G4 is G5, because those of you thinking,
Well, G4 is not in game mode.
what can you put in game mode?
You need a different remote.
Oh, this is how you do it. You gotta block it with your body. So the G4 is not in its game mode yet, but we'll get it there. Now, the reason why we're doing this comparison is the G4 is 83 inch, G5 is 77, but the G4 at 83 inch is currently only a few $100s more than the G5. G4 is at its greatest discount. It might be the better gaming TV because you get immersion.
It should be. I don't know the splitters don't want to problem.
Ah, okay.
You check the settings.
Put all 4 TVs in the picture so we can see them all. You know what?
Try please.
I think I will do that. Once Brian finishes changing that, I will. Hey, Brian, can you do the same thing for the S95D? I'm going to change my lens real quick. That way they get to see the G4 and the G5 and the S95D as well.
Oh, so it is an HFG. Oh, I saw the keyboard. I'm like, what is that?
Is this the demo or is this the full game?
Should be a full game.
Okay.
I just haven't gotten very far.
Okay.
Outside of being a content creator, you'll be stuck on the first level of every game. Like in Horizon Zero Dawn, we're like, Brian's still a little girl. And when I'm trying to play, all you see is to jump, press A.
Like, oh, yeah.
Like Spider-Man. I just want time again.
Well, I just like turn everything off in this game, like literally everything off.
Oh, really?
For ABS.
So you want the S95D in?
Yeah. Oh, very good. What a nice piece. You got great taste on TVs. Well, not out yet, though. The Bravia 8 is out. The Bravia 8 Mark II is. That's not out. The Bravia 8's out, though. That's available.
There's such a difference with the game, with the
No. Bravia 8 Mark II is more expensive.
That's all in that one little rectangle. Yeah.
95L. That's right. Yes. The Bravia 8 is going to continue. Yes. But the Mach 2 is a whole different story. It's got a brand new, very, very high-end panel. A new one called a multi-layer.
Is the Samsung processor on par with LG this year? Without a lot of testing, I don't dare say yes or no right now. They're both arguing that they've upgraded the processor, but it really depends on the content. Once I get the S95F and the G5 next to each other, what I will do is we'll try OTA over the air. I got some antennas, throw it in, see how it does OTA, but also low bit rate YouTube. Let's see how they do next to each other, and we'll see. It's really hard to say because oftentimes they exchange punches, but I'll tell you this. G5 and S95F have more aggressive sharpening this year. Does that mean it's better? Some people say no.
The only hope, and I don't think it's going to be able to do it, I saw that Sony was,
Wow. No kidding.
I would love to, man. There's a building with a big guns in
I know, I saw that.
And thank you for this super chat, Mankai. It's been a while, my friend. Shadow detail and motion handling. Who wins? Shadow detail. Right now, the G5 has slightly lifted shadow detail, so it's inaccurate. I would say the S95F is ahead until G5 can fix that. It's more accurate, but the shadow detail in the G5 is fine. It's not crushed, so you will see the shadow detail. Just slightly lifted than more than it should be. Now, motion handling, I'm going to have to put through motion tests that, you know what, we'll see. I'll put in some, but I think motion handling, as a rule, they're all good now. Ever since the G4, no complaints about motion handling. So let's just call that a wash. They should both be very good. All right, let's look at their gaming. Resist, are you guys on? What game are you guys playing?
This looks more whitish. Like,
What is it? You can see how they're like yellow, like real lights.
Oh, yeah.
Then again, it depends on,
Yeah.
you know.
Very hard to burn in the TVs today. It is possible, but you'd have to leave the same static image almost every day.
no, this is like a problem.
It's not easy to do.
So Brian, what are you liking here? What are you seeing?
Well, I mean,
They all
so,
look the same.
well,
Get the G4, Brian. I mean, at
well,
this point.
so like Luke, who's Luke and Tony are both here from our community saying hello. Luke's actually playing. Who knows this game pretty intimately? What he did notice.
This is what? Which game is this?
This is F1.
F1. Okay.
But what he did notice is that while the G5's lights are white, and he knows this game, he plays it a lot, the lights on the S95, even though the color temperature is the same, they're more realistic. They're just more of a yellow tint.
It feels
to them,
brighter on the G5, doesn't it?
but they're white.
They're white.
Right, Luke? Tony, what'd you think?
Yeah.
See, Tony thinks they look about the same. I love that you guys are part of the show. I'm going to just tell you that. I love that you guys are here.
So look at that light there.
We're going to have like 80
Okay, just
people
hold it
here.
there. Hold it there. Let me see.
Well, yes, I think the LG is pushing that white OLED or whatever more.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm a female. Hello, 5'3", Apple Jelly. What's happening? Are they harassing you?
The problem with doing that is that you can kind of like you lose some of
Good luck gaining people that show respect.
Right.
Apple Jelly, what's going on? Is there some bullying going on?
Okay.
We got Apple Jelly getting attacked in the comments.
Oh, come on.
We got one woman in the whole thing, and we're going to start talking smack. Apple Jelly, what's going on?
So the observation is the G5, because it's pushing that brightness so much on the white lights, you're losing the color that should be there. That's
Dude,
on
they
the
both look
S95F.
freaking sick,
But
though.
even when that EA Sports came out, the white screen, the G5 looked way brighter than even the Samsung on that particular way. Have you put a white screen up on all these guys? 'Cause
Yeah.
definitely, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
And we're
But the
splitting hairs there.
Yeah, but the question,
We're so
will,
close.
but the question will always be brighter. But what is useful brightness versus just brightness, right? So I'll definitely say the G5 is definitely better than the G4. But again, the S95F is still going to have more color. I just think the QD OLEDs are just impossible to really match.
If you watch just a G4 and the G5 for a few minutes, you don't feel like a G4 owner is going to be losing out a whole lot.
Nah.
I mean, I know there's a difference, and we can see the difference, but I'm not saying it's like
No.
right next to each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can't
And
beat it.
as a reminder for everyone, these TVs are in their most accurate modes. So they're trying to be what the creator intended. I think they're very close. I think they've done a good job matching each
Yeah.
other.
So the reason why we don't jump out of the accurate preset is kind of what we showed earlier, is that they all have their own interpretation of what is brighter, and then there's almost no reference. So if we go into a standard, or which you can't do in gaming anyway, but if we do tone mapping, dynamic tone mapping, say on the G5, it's more aggressive than the Samsung.
Yeah,
So if you like dynamic tone mapping, the G5 is going to be brighter.
it is.
But then again, there's no point of reference, because Samsung will say, well, I don't want to go brighter in that mode.
The whites seem different in the G4 compared to the G5. Yes, the G4 will be whiter because it does not hold on to color saturations well when it's that bright. And that's why the G5 is here.
And we don't know how bright this game is. And we're in HDIG now. I'm sure if you go to, you want to switch them
Well,
all?
look how much brighter the G5 is.
You want to switch them all to DTM?
It'll be completely different. But yeah, do it. Now, okay, let's just make some conclusions first on the HDIG. The G5 is phenomenal. S95F is right there, and the G4 is slightly less bright. The difference being when the G5 is hitting its
win-win
brightness, the white is slightly desaturated if there is any color in that white, but I think it's minor. It depends on how much of a purist you are. And some might say the S95F is still not accurate enough, but I think they're very close. I love any of these TVs, honestly. The S95D is holding its own in the same games as well.
That's all true.
It was still accurate, but it was.
Oh, very good. Where'd you live?
The S95F is in basic static SD. So we haven't changed it since Brian set it into basic static. Brian, the S95F is in basic static, right? You haven't changed it? Oh, it's in active right now, but before it was basic static? Yeah.
I can put it back in if you want to see it quick.
The Bravia 8.
Yeah, put it back real quick, because it was original when we started, but then Brian changed it to basic static. Yeah.
So this is what it looks like when
Yeah,
it's.
put it in static, and it's in basic, right?
That's a massive. Like, I just don't understand why would you want to do
I was just going to look that up right now.
They look very similar, right? Look at the color. I'll show up the exposure for you guys.
Yeah. And again, is that going to be the 65 inch?
Yeah, it looks real. It's not the picture. The same color as your shirt, which is not even blue. Can I go back to active? Are we good?
It just looks.
Okay, we're good. Let's move on to active.
Yeah, they all have adjustable.
Yeah, it looks. Obviously, it's not
The
accurate.
Bravia 8 and a 65 inch from us is $16.99.
So you're going basic active now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I like about basic active is you can get the preset that's accurate, but the color.
What are you going to do with the LG?
I'll go to
DTM on? DTM on? Okay.
It's funny, the S95D is brighter.
Yeah, why is that? Probably setting.
That's just the color.
Because you don't have it in original, probably.
Yeah, you get 1 year free of Columbia Pictures. What's that?
That's interesting, right?
And you get 5 movies
Michael McGee, thank you for the super chat. Can you guys revisit this when the Panasonic and Sony OLEDs come up later this year? I love this. You know what? The next time we revisit this, it will be the TV shootout on July 12th. On July 12th, we will have the Sony Bravia 8 Mark II, the Panasonic Z95B, and both the G5 and the S95F. We will be here. All 4 TVs will be here lined up as you see it, and we'll be doing the same thing. And yes, so the shootout across the street will be doing the most accurate mode in a dark room, watching reference TV content. Here, we'll be doing exactly what we're doing now. Talking, playing with you guys, and then we'll wait for the results of the actual shootout. But in the meantime, we'll play with the TVs the way you guys will watch it, without calibration. At its best modes, obviously, but we'll change the modes to compare like we're doing now. Whereas across the street, they will be fully calibrated, and then they'll share with us their findings. So it'll be fun. But yes, it will be done later, July 12th. All 4 TV models will be available.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a huge difference.
Right.
And
That's also
we're going to have
right?
That's a
active versus dynamic tone mapping, so they're all going to oversaturate SD. So the G5 is on dynamic tone mapping enabled, right, Brian? So dynamic tone mapping is on?
The D's better off.
That's for a really, really, really high-end Sony soundbar.
Yeah.
There we go. Luke got nervous for a minute.
Okay, and Brian, what are you doing on the G5?
G5 is in
Dynamic.
tone mapping.
So G5 dynamic tone mapping is on. And the other one is the S95F is basic active, right?
They're all those are active. And then
Yeah, they're all active on the Samsung side.
I mean, for those that like to have punch and color for a games man.
Yeah, most people will like the punchy colors. I agree. Hey, Brandon, the green tint on the G4 has been improved on the G5. Yes, it has. Per the reviews. Now, the reviews calibrate their TVs. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Assuming you're calibrating it, you may still have green issues, right? Out of the box, is it fixed? That's something you guys have to decide. I don't see an issue here, and none of these TVs are calibrated, by the way. So sometimes it depends on the content. Like you saw in the snow, I didn't see the G4 having any more pronounced greens than the G5.
That's good.
All right. So here we have dynamic tone mapping is on the G4 and the G5, and we're on basic active on the S95F, S95D. Brian, your assessment of the colors.
I'll tell you, if you're somebody who has a G4, just enjoy it. Just be happy. You know, if you're somebody who likes if you have a G4, then in terms of gaming, it's pretty amazing.
This looks great.
They all look incredible.
I think at this point they all.
They look great, right? So we have a gaming enthusiast who's playing, and he can't decide.
Luke who's playing, but I tell you, Luke we're talking that, when we were in original with the HCIG or static, there's a little bit more warmth, but now that we're all kind of pushing that brightness, they all look amazing.
I would not choose either one based on accuracy. It's so similar.
So quality of life, I'll tell you this. Quality of life is Game Motion Plus or NVIDIA G-Sync. Which I don't really, Luke, the G-Sync doesn't really mean much without the module.
Question for you. I need to take a bio break.
Right? So it's just, I don't think so. I think it would come down to, can you handle the menu system of the Samsungs?
Yeah.
Like that, to me, it can get annoying.
Well, because you end up turning stuff off.
Yeah, just the way, and now they changed it this year, so it's even more weird.
Well, it's not self-explanatory. Right.
Yeah, I would say in LG it's set up more like an Apple iPhone, and this is more like a Galaxy phone for anybody that knows the differences between.
Viva la famous brain. Which TV do you like better and prefer more, the S95F or the S90F? I've seen your review of the S90F. Oh, you saw it before I had to take it down. I would tell you that the S95F is better. The tone mapping's better. They share the same processor. It's brighter. It's more saturated. It's a better TV. The S90F just doesn't have the coating. So the S90F is really the only game in town for a glossy, somewhat affordable Samsung QD OLED. The Bravia 8 Mark II will be glossy, but as even Luke and I were talking, you take a substantial step back in terms of gaming, even with the newer Sonys. No 144 hertz, very, very few in terms of presets. So if you can handle the anti-glare coating, which is actually pretty amazing in certain scenes, I would go for the S95. If you can't stand the coating, just get the S90. It's good enough. Unless they're side by side, which I'll compare them when I get the S95. I hope that answers your question, my friend. I would say, though, if you do get an S90, take it offline. Update it once you first get it, but do not. They get crippled by updates. And from what we've heard, the S90 is a Gen 4 panel. That's been disputed here and there. But either way, even if it is Gen 4, they're going to hold it back to let the S95 shine. It's just the way it works.
We gotta get some dirt too on here. That thing looks insane.
Well, if you want, actually, you know what? Real quick though, Luke, can you go Ghost of Tsushima? Actually, you can do Ghost of Tsushima, just to see like the black levels. It should be on a decent scene.
You see how they the whites on there? They're quite punchy.
On the S95?
On the G5, the whites.
So AX, we're gonna go to low light. We'll go to Ghost of Tsushima, and we'll see how it looks. Yes, the S90F is 144. So the S90F is 144, and the S95 is 165.
Oh wow, the TVs all look amazing.
So Luke, try and
Is
just
this,
go
Ghost?
to just turn around. You get away from the flames. You get to a shadowy look.
Yeah, look how bright this is. Here.
So just go to the torch and just spin around the torch. But you see, right? Stop right there, Luke. And if you look at the G5, look at Fomo. Look at the G4. See the color loss on the G4?
Well, it's pushing
A little
way
bit.
more in the flames,
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is what
it's
we
like
saw
a
in
white
the sun,
flame.
too. It's
Yeah.
pushing that more.
Yeah.
So for those of you,
And the
Can you-
G4 is not as bright.
so just tell them, sit down. Tell them.
So the G4 is not as bright as the S95F or the S95D or the G5.
So look in here. So Fomo will go. Tell them. Look at the torch
Look at the torch
and the flames next to it.
and the flames next to it.
Are better on the G5.
They are brighter on the G5 and the
There's
S95F.
more color.
Mhm.
The color still, there's still, I think, more color on the S95.
The S95 has a little bit more color in the flames.
Yeah, than both.
How about the S95D?
Which one do you think is more accurate, though? Because when the flame is going, the fire is going, it can get really bright.
Okay, so accuracy, we'll have to go to HEIG to check.
But I mean, like your eye sees a flame.
Your eye see the flame.
It's gonna look more brighter, like the LG, or like.
It might be bright, right?
I don't know. But either way, we know that LG is definitely improved with bright. We're seeing
Well, for sure, the G4 in game mode is less bright. It was not this. It did not drop in brightness this much in normal content. Yeah, the redness, the red. You're right.
The G5 looks more red.
The red is more desaturated for sure.
Yeah, the G4 definitely looks less colorful.
The two Samsungs look great, the red.
But they kind of, what's still the QD-OLEDs that we've been.
I have to tell you though, like the F and the D.
Yeah, the G4 red is a touch less saturated. So if you're a gamer and you're playing games like this, the G5 brings more out of it. And it's closer to, and you know, it looks like, doesn't it look like there's better contrast on the S95F? His clothes, the string, the rope,
The two of the,
the ropes look has better contrast, right, Brian?
The two QD-OLEDs are really close to each other.
It feels like the rope on his back has better contrast on the Samsung, yeah, compared to the G5.
Oh, the G5, yeah, the two QD-OLEDs are almost
Yeah,
the
they
same.
look almost the same, yeah.
Look at the rope on his back. It feels like the contrast is better on the Samsung, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you that though, in the black style, we're good. As far
Yeah, the blacks look a little deeper with the
as
G5.
far as detail, though, we're not losing anything as far as black crush or anything. Yeah. But if you come check out like right against the screen,
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
They're all there. It's there.
Yeah.
So based on this scene, Brian, come on. Based on this scene, which TV would you choose? Because I'm seeing
back in the day
strengths.
you looked last year.
Which would you go with, Brian? I'd go with the 77-inch S95F in this scene.
I mean, it's just QD-OLEDs are just.
I
really-
love the contrast.
Yeah.
The contrast pop, despite the matte screen, the contrast where the ropes on his background. I'm seeing, and it's a smaller TV, so I'm seeing it.
Well, and not only that, but where's the imbecile guy who hates?
Where's the imbecile? Where's the imbecile?
I tell you right. I didn't call you an imbecile. Your name was imbecile, whatever.
Hater.
I'll tell you that the matte screen in some scenes in movies was jumping in and being a problem, but not in gaming at all. I've not seen it, Luke. And the matte screen has not been a problem. If anything, it's actually helped because the reflections.
It's not fighting the reflection.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you're in an environment that you don't like, I don't know if people know, but there's a humongous skylight above us, the size of like 2 pool tables. So it's like
Yeah.
a lot of light's still coming in right now.
Yeah. So when
Okay, wait, let me pause. So, Brian, I know that you're committed to the G5. You went up to to Wendy and said, "Give me the G5 now." But that's
No,
because it's 83 inch.
That's not what happened. At CES, when I thought that the 83 inch was a QD OLED, after the embargo was up, I texted both Robert and Wendy and said I needed the S95F at 83. And then they put their flashlights against it, and then I cried my eyes out and I canceled that. So yes, in full, it's harder than that. If they were the exact same size, I think QD OLED would be the way to go.
Yeah, if it came in at
That
83,
right there, though.
even with the matte.
The G5s look like desaturated right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're losing some of the, well, you're losing all the color on the G4.
Yeah, the G4 is the least saturated, but both QD OLEDs are slightly more saturated.
Yeah, they're
in
more
red.
colorful.
But also look at, so there's like this light illuminating pacifier. If you can see, but you can see that illumination around the fire more on the QD OLEDs. You can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas you can't see that, but I assume that's because of color
Now,
saturation.
because they're on tone mapping, let's bring it back to accurate to see if that helps the G5. Because maybe they're doing magic that shouldn't be doing. Maybe there's just more magic happening that's artificial.
Because right there, to me, that looks more accurate. Like that.
Right. So let's see what accurate really is. Put it on HEIG to double check.
See that 165, Davey? Oh.
The Samsung's got that too, though, right?
Yep.
Well, when I had the 95C, I had a 77, and I was getting blackout screens on my 4090 running at 140. Was it 144 it had?
The one, yeah, the one connect box.
Oh, yeah.
Did they fix the one connect box?
I didn't see the drop offs with the S95D. That was the C, right?
I had to see it, and it was dropping out.
Yes, Osvaldo, we're doing HEIG now to compare because we saw that when you have dynamic tone mapping on all the TVs, the Samsung is doing it a little bit better. But let's go into accurate and see how they look.
And then you always are wondering what is going to happen.
So Brian's in the process of changing everything. The S95F and the S95D are still inactive. So give it a few minutes and Brian will get it there.
So right now the G5 is in
HCIG.
G5 is in HEIG and the G4 as well, right?
Leave the G4 just for a second. You see the difference between active
Okay.
HCIG and dynamic.
So the G4 is on dynamic tone mapping? All right.
Oh, there's no question.
On the full color, it doesn't look nearly as colorful, but I will say the G5 is an improvement.
Yeah,
over
it
the
is. I agree. I said the colors pop out more on the QD.
So you have that. Okay, so dynamic tone mapping on.
crazy.
Why are you doing this? Let's go back and make sure that they put them off.
So I did hear, I don't know if you heard this, Brian, but this 55 and 65 LG G5s, they have the new RGB W. Yep.
I did not hear that. That's interesting.
Whereas the 77 and the 83 don't. The HTV Polska guys, those guys, they reviewed, I think, the 55 or 65, and they said it has that new stripe. So it'd be better for like font for computers because it's RGB.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, there's still 4-layer stack on the
Yeah, but it's RGBW, and I think these guys, what is this, BGR?
Yeah, it's not RGB. It's
Yeah, it's not
BGR or
RGB,
something like that. Yeah,
so-
it's the other order. So you're doing DTM on that one, right, Brian?
It's already I'm trying to HIG.
Well, that's HEIG now?
It's gonna be right.
Okay, so they're all HEIG. All right. Take
The
that off.
LGs are. No, I'll tell you this is right.
All right, let me answer the super chat. Thank you, Brittany, for coming by. This is what I've been waiting for. Where and at the settings do the S95 outshine the G4 and
That's
G5?
my girl. What's up,
Where are
Brett?
those
Love you,
highlights? They're very close. They're very close. I'm sorry. The highlights, okay, so we have to push the highlights hard. We will do, I'm going to revisit Jennifer Gala's brightest scenes to see if the S95F can beat it. And we'll do that after this gaming. We're going to get to Jennifer Gala's brightest scenes, and we'll see. We've been saving that for the end. Right now we're doing gaming. And gaming's doing a phenomenal job of showing off specular highlights, by the way, Brittany. And the S95F did beat the G5 in that Horizon West. The S95F had slightly brighter sunshine, and in the racing game, the G5 was slightly brighter, but lost some of that color saturation. And here, the S95F had better contrast. Wait, is this HGIG, Brian?
They just like they max out the game features like Samsung and LG, and they're like that'd be like the most out of TV.
Brian, the S95F is not in. This is still inactive, right?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Wait for the F remote.
The F remote? Oh, here it is.
Well, you can see right now that that one's not inactive anymore, right? So that's back
It's in
to
static. Yeah. It's back
All
to
right,
static.
so one more change, and we'll get the S95F
Just real quick, if
inactive.
you guys can see. This is what it looks like.
They all look the same to me, man.
Playing. Yeah, this is how it looks, guys, when you're walking around.
At least LG changed their remote this year.
Might have to leave each one.
Yeah, no, it's not. Brian's changing it right now. He just couldn't find the remote.
Fomo has the seat cushions.
And Garrett says, it's hard to believe how gorgeous the S95F looks. It does look gorgeous.
Why is it hard to believe?
I mean, despite the complaints about the matte screen, you know,
That panel in that TV.
it's a good-looking TV.
Gen 4, absolutely.
Okay, we're all in static now. What are your observations?
Did you give Brittany some love? Because Brittany's only one of two girls in the entire thing.
I did.
All right, Brett. Thank you, love.
Can you turn around for his back? Because that was when we saw the contrast difference. I wanted to see that one again.
The ropes.
There we go. There we go. The ropes. The ropes. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I still see the G4 being a little bit washed out compared to the G5. And in this scene, they all look very similar.
I agree.
Yeah, they do.
In this scene, they're indistinguishable. They all look great.
I definitely still see some more of the white getting pushed in the fire and the highlights in those two over there.
Now you guys can't hear Luke, but the funny thing about Luke is that Luke came in. I think you expected Luke to be like, he didn't want the S95, right?
I think he wanted it. He sounded like he wanted it.
Tony.
I was leaning towards the G5.
Yeah, see, but you see the difference between seeing him in person?
He was leaning towards
really
the
what it comes
G5.
down to which one had cleaner picture, like banding wise, uniformity is really what it comes down to for me. But I gotta tell you, they all look really good.
They look good.
If somebody had an 83 G4, I'd be like, be happy with that.
Yeah, dude, it's
They look so close.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would.
7K on a new one. Like,
I'd get the 83-inch G4 if that was my budget, and I couldn't get the 80. I
Yeah.
wouldn't lose that much.
G4s are like in a good price right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Well, they're the same price almost for these two.
Yeah, it's only $200 difference between the 83 G4 and the
What's up?
77 G5. Because it's so early in the year,
You know
the
what?
G5
No.
hasn't got any discounts yet.
I would say go
The
with
warm up, yeah.
83, man.
Yeah.
If you're looking to get a 77 G5, go with 83.
Yeah.
You know, although the size difference is in night day here at home.
It's massive. Well, and the thing is, if we match the bezels,
Yeah.
because they're dead center, if we put them, then you would see I mean, it's a huge difference.
The embers look really good on the G5. I think they're so close, guys. I mean, you guys are enthusiasts, right? I know that's why you pay the extra bucks. But even then, if they even side by side, they still look very close to
They
me.
do.
There we go.
So
That's interesting.
the highlights look more intense on the G's.
So this is where we're looking for Black Crush too, and the outfits, and they all look.
Let me
pretty
turn
much
up the exposure. Yeah.
Yellow on the Samsung and on the G.
I think between Tony and Luke, we got two new YouTubers here. Tomorrow, what's up? Please like and subscribe. Turn around, these guys are gonna have a podcast. Yo, what up?
I'm looking at, the colors of the G5, S95F, and S95D.
See,
They're
hold on.
very similar.
See, that's where a little bit of shot right there, Luke, is where I thought the S95 looked a little dull for a minute, for a hot second.
Right here.
But it's see,
Backing up a little bit. If you backed up a little bit and then turned around and came back for a minute, it looked a little bit dull. It might have been just a smoke.
no, I would get either TV. At the same size.
Right in here, it looked a little bit like they were brighter on the G5. G5 looked more, but I mean, like not.
Well, I mean, just look at it right now.
I would say that the fire looks a little bit more intense on the G's.
I would say the same
Yeah.
thing, you know.
The G4 does still lose a little bit of that color though, no? But the embers do look good.
Mine looks like more orangey, yeah.
You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to play this game instead of doing what we're doing right now. I have not gotten past this freaking section. I've had the game for 4 years. I swear to God. Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm still a little girl. If you check it, I am still a little girl.
Oh, that's a good one right there.
I have SDR too, if you want to see that.
I think they look so good. I'm not gonna like get the one that you could afford. If you could afford the best 83-inch G5,
Yeah.
is gonna be awesome.
Yeah. That's actually
God, this game looks so freaking good though, in general. Tony, we get you into gaming, baby.
I know my son, he's into it. Both of my
All right,
Let's go in his room and grab that.
Are you seeing the G4 losing some color, Brian?
No. The G4, the G4, yes.
A little,
Little bit.
little. But that's why you pay the big bucks. Yeah, the G5 is a touch brighter. There's no doubt about that. Over there, just a touch.
Street Fighter 6 is really colorful.
Yeah.
Can you check the brightness levels in the menu of both Samsungs? They can't believe the brightness
You want the
levels.
menu?
Here, let me show
I
you.
think they're right. I don't think the Samsung is maxed out brightness.
Hey, try it.
The 95F.
You've been holding them back.
Well, because it's in static. It's like it's
No,
going
the
lower.
brightness,
I mean,
the actual brightness
actual
level.
brightness level, I think it was like 35 out of 50, and all the
Oh,
others
was
are
it?
maxed out. So we were just trying to gimp it, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it is, right? We're camping that 2D OLED. All right, let's see.
Yeah, it's 33
Wait,
out of
what
Is it on both?
We have to do it all over again.
Yeah, but I don't know if that actually. I don't know if that's going to help it. It might wash it out. Well, what about on the S95D though?
You have the remote. So Brian
no, I
gimped
have
the
the F.
S95F, and look how good it is.
What do you think?
Can you imagine now? Let's do this
Go see
again.
what the F is or the D.
You have it.
Why? What the hell? Which one did I turn off?
Here. Explain to the people what you did.
If it's an HDR, why is it low? Let's see.
And you killed the S95.
Yeah, but they're in HDR.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they got when they do, isn't the contrast and brightness got to be maxed out in each chart for these guys?
Okay,
But the brightness will always be maxed out in HDR. I don't know why it's not here.
Yeah, let's go back.
Unless
Let's do
the
it
ambient
again.
light sensors, huh?
Let's go back. Let's
You know,
pretend
I
it
bet you-
didn't happen.
I bet you if we get out of static, it'll go up.
No, I don't think so.
So why is it not maxed in HDR?
Hey, go back to all those scenes. We have to do it again.
Samsung.
Samsung.
Samsung's being Samsung. They gimped you, Brian.
Oh my God.
It's not my fault.
I'm already under the.
All right, let's do it again.
It makes no difference.
Oh my gosh, look at the S95F now.
It's killing it now. Which remote do you have?
I have the.
Get out of that remote. Hold on. Let me see. No, we get the brightness back up on
Wait,
that.
let's double check the G4. Just
Yeah, G4 probably has it.
G4's been
Filmmaker.
gimped the whole time.
Yeah, the frames are brighter now. It's freaking crazy.
All right. Let's just make sure we're paying fair here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the G's are already maxed out.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Maxed out. All right.
Yeah, they default to maxed out when you go on the HD.
It's well in HDR. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, but Samsung is
Stupid.
Samsung.
All right.
Yeah,
so, okay. So thank you, Jin Woo. Thank you for reminding us to check our setting, even though we had it maxed before. It
So basically,
Didn't.
what we were looking at before, the F was about 20% less bright.
Less, yeah.
So we were gifting the Samsung to give LG a chance.
And we still picked the Samsung.
Fanboys,
And we still picked the Samsung.
and we still picked the
And we still picked
Samsung. All right. Let's do this again.
Brightness it has, though, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's
Forward,
Samsung's.
fire looks
Wait.
more bright than anything.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like F1 racing, but the Samsung had like bad tires. Let's put in the real tires now.
Yeah, and as well, no, it's like, was it Dragon Ball? He's like, he goes, oh, this weight suit was really bothering me.
Let's take it off.
Fomo, what do you think of the ropes now, though, on the F? Think it was the same as it was before?
You think it lost some of the
And
contrast?
lost some of the contrast? Yeah.
I don't see how it really helped it a whole lot. What do you think, Luke? Do you think it really got?
I don't. It's not that big of a
I mean,
difference,
maybe
but
it fires a little bit more.
Whew, thank God. That would be another hour I got to take back. Well, I'll tell you that Even without the brightness, though, I thought the S95 looked better.
Now the peak specular highlights are the same. It didn't change much.
It's weird that it would do that. You know, I noticed that on the QM7, but they had that it had the ambient light sensor on, so that's why it was keeping it down.
Well, what do you guys think? Right? It looks very similar still, even after the adjustment. It looks very similar.
They look really similar.
So I don't know what I'm seeing over there, but do you see over there in the water areas? There was dark over there. Do you see that?
You see like a banding?
Yeah.
Okay, stop where you see it, and we'll. Oh, you're right. No, they have it on
the
both.
G, you're seeing it.
It's like a
Vertical?
Oh, you're seeing this line.
yeah. Well, it's weird. It looks like it can't keep up with the darkness
Oh,
or
but
some
it's
sort
happening
of.
over here too, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. It's like creators intent.
You see it here?
Yeah, it's happening on this one too.
Let me turn up the.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what it's like this? You know what that looks
Yeah.
like?
That's
That's definitely the game, not rendering.
It's the game.
It's
It's the game.
The guy who made the game's like, I don't know, these idiots are gonna be looking in the freaking water.
Look at every detail.
I didn't make this game for Luke to be sitting around.
Yeah.
And original is not HEIG. It's 10,000 nit tone
I
curve.
told you.
That's why we're on basic static. I don't know.
See, now it's your fault.
No, that's it. I'm taking off. This is off of Classy. You guys, you could argue with Classy.
Oh, I don't want to argue with class.
Not you, that guy. And this is the thing
There
with
is
Samsung.
a separate setting.
Right.
There is a separate setting that's not HDR 10 Plus. That is their form of HDR.
And it's terrible. That's the problem.
Yeah, because it locks you. You know when you're in it because it locks you out of all the presets.
Yeah. Wait, check contrast enhance also just in case.
Oh my God, you know what? You're not wrong.
You know, yeah, we'll check.
We're in original. A lot of that stuff is off. If that's
It
on,
should
I'll
be.
be pissed.
It should be.
So if it's
But
on, that would change
You're at
everything.
basic static.
Well, the problem is you can't turn it on the G5. I don't think.
Okay, open the game bar on the Samsung.
Let's see if there's any banding in the sky.
There you go. It's on original.
What's he want?
I don't know what you guys want. I mean, at this point, like, give me the settings you want exactly, and we'll put it in there.
Just use the word please.
Please use the word please, and we'll do it. Can you make sure that Signal Input Plus is activated in the settings? Signal Input Plus.
Say you don't like that, Luke.
I mean, yeah.
Now the difference is you actually can't do that on. You actually can't turn that on the LG.
Mm-hmm. Check the HDMI for Signal Input Plus, or in whatever it is.
I think it does it automatically now, but okay.
Yeah.
If not, then the whole day.
Input signal. I know the whole day's shot if it's not in Signal Input Plus, right?
That means, oh, it's not an HDR.
Contrast enhancer is off now.
It was always off.
It was always off.
Always off. Relax. I would just say, I love you guys are watching. I would love to see you do what we're doing, though.
Oh, they don't care.
Sit on my
Come on, you're a professional. They're amateurs. You're the professional, Brian.
What am I looking for?
It's like a boxer yelling into the crowd. Get in here. And Game Signal Plus. Double check that on the HDMI. It's on original. The G4 is not looking so hot. Yeah, I think we kind of wrote that off as far as best of the best. I mean, it looks good, but best of the best, eh.
All settings. Picture.
So can you put it back in basic static instead of original?
Come on, let me do the first thing first. Oh my God, conscious and actually on the whole time. Now, what do these guys want? They want to see the HCF.
So first, Input Signal Plus is on, and make sure it's basic static, not original.
Signal Plus, you gotta go look at the inputs section.
Let me go all the way out to that.
No, you gotta go to general.
Because I have no idea how to go to the setup.
Here.
All the way down to settings.
It'll be fine.
While you're doing that, you do this.
Yeah, but that's way out in the menu. That's like in the support.
Inputs. Shouldn't it default to that, or do you have to turn it
So,
on?
you know what? It's
Is it like Sony where you gotta go in there and do the?
Yeah.
no, it don't. It does automatic. When you turn it on, it says checking. It should have changed it. If not, you better lie.
It's on. Input Signal Plus is on.
Yeah.
All right, well, this one's on too. Otherwise, they look completely different. Could you imagine if it wasn't like, I'm sorry. We'll do the real one.
See you all next time.
Thanks for having me.
You have original inputs on it?
Yeah, it's fine. I almost keep turning off that entire clip.
So I think the ultimate thing here is that they all are really good looking. Like last year, how close was the 95D to the G4 on the shootout?
Very close. Yeah. When they both lost.
Huh?
They both lost.
What, the E95 Elegant?
Yeah, after 3 years in a row.
So the Bravia 8 MK2 is going to be the...
Okay, so we're back on basic. So Brian, you see we're on basic?
Yeah,
Game
basic.
HDR? Basic, right?
Oh, how did you get in this one? This is,
Let's do it again.
no.
It's
What is that?
HDR.
It's game picture expert,
Yeah.
so you're here, right? Game mode settings.
Yeah, but are we still in original? Because if you
No,
turn
no, no.
that-
This is also this is
Yeah.
basic.
So now you're in the HDR.
This is technically HDIG.
I didn't put it on here.
So is this the first time we've actually had it on HDR 10 plus or HDIG kind of thing?
Yeah. So if you go into the presets, you should not be able to change.
So here we are.
Another negative Samsung.
Here we are again. Brian gimping the Samsung.
It's like this.
You need a decoder ring just to figure this out.
You know, it's like, is this one winning? Whack.
So game picture.
Yeah. Advanced picture, game mode settings.
Game mode settings.
Right. So you go advanced features, game mode settings, go down to game picture expert,
So over here.
basic, game HDR. Yeah, game picture expert. Go to game picture expert. Go
And
to,
at this point, it's not doing any double tone mapping or any of that
No.
jazz. It's just
This is supposed to be their
similar to
HGIG.
Oh, it's this
Yeah.
one. No.
Turn it on. Wait, go down. Game HDR on. Basic. There you go.
There you go. I did see a difference when you did that.
So the way to check it is these are locked now.
Yes.
Go back to this fire.
So the problem is when people enable that, they're like, I can't change my presets, which makes no sense.
All right. So we're doing it again.
Take 9.
Is the LG?
Come on,
Is that,
Fomo.
is the
I don't know what the hell. I forgot LG was even in the room.
is the LG on
What do you want it to
HGIG?
I don't know.
Here's the remote. Oh, here, LGIG. We're working Brian today. Thanks T111. I thought Brian knew how to get there. Now he knows. But why do they make it so
Why are you
hard?
putting me in this? Yeah, that's a new chip.
Right, you got HIG on there? All right.
I got brightest at 10, just to mess with you guys. No, this one's locked out because I don't have a freaking picture.
Okay, so
Ooh,
now-
check this out. So this is the genre setting.
All right, let's look at it again. Guys, looks very similar to me.
Yeah.
So the Samsung is doing
check it out.
well.
You see how that's locked?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Check out why it's locked. Dumbest thing in the world. It might be wrong. But this
What,
is
you got to trick it?
no, it's locked because
Hey, they're cheering you on, Brian. Come on, Brian, you got this. Or rather, come on, Brain, you got this.
You got to put it in the game in order for it to work.
dude, which has nothing.
No me oye? I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, these companies would hate if we were QCing their products, man. We'd be like, hey,
See?
you know.
Yep, it's highlighted.
Look.
Yeah, I know, I see it now. Yeah, it works.
And everyone's like, oh, I don't know how to
Agreed,
change it.
Lewis.
No one's
LG
gonna
is
say
way
it.
easier to put in HGIG because there's actual button that says HGIG. See how many? So this is where the Tizen loses.
Tizen.
We were praising Tizen, how easy it is to find the menu.
Oh, my
in
God.
game mode, it's a
See the way my man gets my name right when I'm sweating. It's Brain. Yeah, so Tizen is so good, but once you get lost in the menus, you're in the jungle. Next you know it, you're freaking out. No, I'm not gonna put that game in. You start what's it called? Getting into the jungles of the menu, you're screwed. You'll end up resetting the whole panel.
So, but I mean,
You look like a race car track boss. Thank you. That
race
was
car,
the
what?
track boss.
You're not seeing
Is that a compliment?
I'll take it. I'll take it. It is the heat coming out of the G4 which is making them sweat. Thank heavens it's 35 degrees outside. Otherwise
yeah.
it would. Yes, and thank you again, T111. Samsung should not have 3 different game modes. It's ridiculous. It's got so many. And they all look kind of similar. Okay, so they're all in HEIG, basic, static, and it still looks very similar.
Yeah, so
I'm
I'll
happy.
say with Samsung, the biggest advantage is if you guys wanted to make the Samsung look crazy, you can do dynamic tone mapping, you can do active, static. You can make the
None of them are calibrated.
no.
Out of the box.
So the champion from last year, what happened to the champion? You didn't keep him here?
Oh, not the
It's
83.
it's in the box.
Oh, the 65.
Oh, the 83. Didn't the 83 won last year? Or no, the A95.
The A95L
Yeah,
was the
yeah.
King of T. 2 years
It won-
running.
it won,
the A95L, yeah.
Well, you know, the Gladiator's got to lose at some point.
This is the Iron Mike Tyson system.
Yeah, man. So the flexibility of image, you can take the
Okay.
so active contrast.
Still a great TV, but it doesn't have the 4th gen TV on it, right?
So I'm going to show this. This is important.
Yeah.
So when you want to go into flexibility of image, if you want to go into the HDR, so guys, you see auto dynamic contrast is disabled, right? You actually can't enable it at all.
Well, and something, and you brought up a good point.
But you can, hold on, but you can on the Samsung.
So as far as differences, the goal is, and you have a good point, PS5 HDR settings. It's individual TV to TV. So ultimately, if you guys...
The brightness is down again.
The brightness is down again?
I'm telling you because it's trying to. But you know why? Because it's telling me that it wants to be in that mode. That's why it's dropping the brightness. You want to be in HIG? That's what it is.
That's probably it, maybe.
It's not. I just talked to the manufacturer on the phone. What the hell's going on? All right, but here's the difference. This is the difference for many.
Wait, before you say that?
So if you pop it out up above 33, it's going to take it out of that mode?
It's probably still in the mode, but it's not doing what it's supposed to.
So
it's
Samsung
telling
is
me.
fighting
So
you.
now it's running at like 20% less bright than the others.
It's probably saying that, hey, you wanted HIG. Why are you in this mode?
Wait, and let me say this is why we don't do gaming comparisons.
Well, we
Because,
do them,
well,
but
it's so hard because when you do your HDR setting, you have to choose one TV to do the number of clicks.
If we were doing SDR,
Because it's a
this would be lot
splitter.
easier, but HDR
Yes.
just adds a whole bunch of more wrinkles into it. And
So
Yeah.
I want to show you guys this.
And so really, to do this, you would need 4 PS5s, each one separately getting the HDR clicks to match the TV, and then matching the game signal manually. 4 different people doing the exact same thing, not happening.
But now for you
Can
guys,
never do it through a splitter.
technically that should have no sharpness in game mode.
yeah. But now for you guys that like contrast enhancer, that's not going to be enabled on the G5. It's grayed out, right? So in order to enable this, you have to get out of the optimizer. You'll see it real quick.
Let me see how hot it is.
But even if I went into DTM, it would still be, you still can't enable. See how it's grayed out? But look at the Samsung. The Samsung is like, I don't give a crap. Watch.
Yeah, Samsung is just like YOLO.
So
Whatever you want to do.
the reason why this matters is that at least on the Samsung, you have that option if you want to go wild and make it look however you want. Actually, not a massive difference, but it
Does
does.
the G5 allow you to do the peak brightness in game mode SDR or not? Because that's a huge difference between.
We did, we'll, I'll do SDR next. We have,
Because that's the biggest difference I find between the two.
Just check that temperature.
I bet you the G's are hotter, but they actually have an actual heat sink. I heard, and the others don't. They have like a graphene film.
The G4 is just slightly warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big difference. It's not like, ouch.
but if you want a TV where you can pretty much customize every setting, like look at the difference.
That is crazy.
Now, Brian, they want to know, why you keep on putting a Samsung brightness in 33? You must have missed the beginning.
I just punched the hole in it. Because we're in this HIG mode, it's telling me that's what they want it to be. If I want to remain in whatever HIG,
Yeah.
it's their way of.
They're forcing it.
Yeah,
Samsung
so
is
LG's not
forcing it.
LG's doing it another way. They're keeping the brightness at 100 because they're in HDR. In theory, it should still be 100 because it's in HDR. So maybe it might even be HDR anymore. Let's do SDR.
Okay, go for it.
Luke?
SDR.
Want to do Marvel vs. Capcom? Luke's DJing. Tony brought the cookies. Luke is DJing. Tony, there's a seat right there, bro. No?
I want to get up to the middle.
And so we cannot, every time you go into this basic static HGIG mode for the Samsung, it's adjusting the brightness
It's going to knock it down.
to 33.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind.
Thank God.
I mean, it's not bad.
Oh my God, I just wasted 9 hours.
It's not his fault. It's Samsung. We can throw Samsung
I'm like,
under
I
the bus.
swear to God. All right, so now we're going to be in SDR.
All right. And we're still going to be HGIG basic? Static, right?
Yeah. Well, but it's an SDR. Does that even matter?
Yeah, SDR wouldn't matter, right?
No, we're out of it.
Okay, so just whatever game mode.
You'd have to see which ones are running peak brightness because I don't think the LGs let you do that in game mode. So.
Let's see. So let's see if it actually still tries to say that I'm in HDR. Right now, it will tell me, yep, it's still forcing HDR. This is not an HDR game. And it's Samsung. I bet you it's the splitter again.
What would the G5 look like with MLA? Exactly like the G4.
It's right there.
The G5 with MLA is the G4. Primary RGB OLED literally replaced that entire stack. It's a completely different approach to WOLED. So yeah.
Look, it took me out of original, huh?
Here we go. For SDR, you want original game preset for accuracy. So put it on original on the Samsung when you get there. We got our resident settings guy here.
No, it just took me out of it.
Well, for the Samsung, oh, yeah. Put it back on original if you can.
What the hell?
You might have to go into the advanced settings.
So it's in standards, not in original right now. So original probably going to make it lock me up.
You have to go to the advanced settings, Brian. More settings?
I gotta turn off the HDRG.
Yeah. Yeah, turn off the HDRG because you're playing SDR.
Oh my God. All these guys want to
Advanced.
So here's a benefit though for the LG because I think you can just pop back from HDR 9. It's not going to give you that problem.
It's still an HDR, but the splitter's forcing HDR. This is not an HDR title.
Yeah.
Where was that setting, Fomo? It was in game.
Go to advanced. We go back to advanced. Yeah, go down to advanced features. There you go. Click. Go to game mode settings. There, all the way down. One more. There you go.
So turn that off.
Off. There you go. Oop. Okay, Brian will get to original. Give him a second. See, that's another confusing thing. Who knows to turn it off? Like, you're in an SDR. Shouldn't the TV do this?
Let's say you're not on an Xbox.
Original.
Everything HDR10.
Brian, put it in original.
Else, like a PlayStation where it doesn't force it all.
It's still logging me out.
This feature isn't available.
Oh, this game mode.
Go to more settings. You have to disable something. Game mode on, off,
You gotta turn the basic off.
It's this one. It's not
off. Go to off. That's why.
Yeah,
Off.
it's
There
actually
you
off the HDR10.
There you go. There you go. Original. Okay, now you're on.
That's the debacle.
Yep, you got it. Original. All right.
What do I want the G5 up? The G5 still saying it's an HDR. Where are all the remotes?
Is this got peak brightness going on right now?
You have to leave each one.
I don't know what the. Oh, right. Which one? The SDR? I don't know. Good question.
Because I don't think the LGs can do that. So a lot of people were like hoping they would bring that out. No. If you go to all settings, go to
Okay.
settings, go to picture, go down to expert settings.
Thank you, Jennifer, for rejoining us. Yes, we are doing a marathon stream, as we always do annually.
HDR told me I think should be off. I don't know where that's
And then we handle the S95D. I'll turn that off too.
Okay.
So it's off.
Okay, but then on your LG over there, I don't think you can pull peak brightness on those in game mode. And they've been asking for that for a long time. That's one of the biggest differences between the two of them. I think if you went to the advanced settings,
We're still in HDIG, which we want to be out of, right?
yeah,
How much brighter is now? So, is your tone mapping on? Are we doing no tone mapping? You're static?
Do whatever you want because you're an SDR. So there's no tone mapping in SDR.
They're still not saying tone mapping. They're still saying.
Okay, so both the Samsungs are in original
Can
now.
you go to the advanced picture settings, like the normal ones outside of this thing?
Normally,
Because it should give you an option to tell you if you could do.
Yes, everything is off. We made sure to turn off all power, energy solutions, all that good stuff before we started. And we want to go to the PS5 system settings. If you can do that, Luke, to turn off the HDR. So go to systems and turn off HDR. Otherwise, it's converting to some kind of HDR.
Wait, where did it say peak brightness? It's probably letting peak brightness because it thinks there's HDR being sent still. Hold on. I gotta turn off HDR.
There you go, color format, something or other. Off, okay.
So now you shouldn't be able to do peak brightness on the LG in theory. It won't let you.
still in HDR.
That has been done, T111. We turned off the HDR on the PS5. All right. Any other settings? Just making sure.
It's still saying it's in HDR.
Great point, Garrett. Man, OLED has come a long way in the last few years. Yes, it has. All right, we got some super chats here. Max, thank you for the super chat. Apologize for the wait. Thank you for your patience. LG has G5 pedestal stand on their site. Will that work with the 83-inch G5? It should, but because the 83-inch is so large, I would reach out to Robert,
Yeah.
is the G5 pedestal stand work on the 83-inch as well of the G5?
Yes.
So it's that one pedestal stand will work on all the sizes?
The G4 stand and G3
No,
stand.
G5 stand. The G5 pedestal
G5
stand will work on all the G5s.
I'm
There's
not
no
sure.
unique
I know
stand.
it works on the 77 and 83 is the same. I believe they're all the same.
Okay, so 77 and 83 is the same, yeah.
I'm 99%
Robert's
sure.
saying he's pretty much sure they're all the same, and it's compatible with this 83-inch. Oh, the G4.
That looks like it's trying to do something there.
Yeah, it's still trying to push HDR.
So this is the hard part, Max. Whatever came in the box in the G4 as far as their stand, we don't know if it's compatible with the 83-inch. You should actually ask LG directly because that's what their chat is for. So ask them and say, hey, the pedestal stand that came with the G4, is it compatible with the 83-inch? But the G5 has its own, right, Robert? Robert?
Yeah.
The G5 has its own pedestal. It's not the same as the G4, right? Or is it the same? It's its own, right?
I believe it's the same.
Oh, it's the same? You think it's the same?
Pretty sure it is the same.
So Robert thinks it's the same.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Either way, they don't have one yet. Either they do decide to make one or not make
Oh,
one.
wow. That G5 is very vibrant.
It's oh, wait a minute.
The G5 is trying to do a Samsung.
The other pedestal stand that I really like is the Sanus.
The Sanus, yeah.
LSTV1 or LSTV2 for the bigger ones. That's a better stand.
Why does it think it's an HDR? That's so weird.
All right. Let me adjust the brightness switch. Yes. The G5 brightness is amazing.
I can't get it out of whatever it's in. It looks like it's trying to do SDR. It's not HDR anymore.
Oh, wow. It's a completely different color. That color's...
What did it say? Remember last year we had this problem with crushed?
When you turn it off and turn it on again.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Whoever suggested that.
You might have to turn it off and on. Yeah, the G5 is struggling with the signal. It's...
I mean, going through a splitter is not optimal.
So we'll try it. Yeah, the G5, I think, is still reading HDR, even though S95F and S95D is seeing SDR.
The OLED. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. One more time. Which TV?
Is the matrix switch set to SDR for all outputs? As a matter of fact, Now we have to look at the switch.
Not doing that.
So the answer is probably not, because the output is
Yeah,
HDR.
what are you saying? Is forcing out HDR even if you're saying?
Well, no. So the splitter isn't. It may not be reading it properly. The TVs are reading what the splitter is putting out.
Look,
Oh,
the fact that
still don't have
Samsung's
those
reading it
pictures,
as
I'm
a
SDR.
SDR.
And
That is a nice TV, but I still don't have those.
Go ahead now.
With factory direct, big deal.
Brian, I know for sure that SDR is on input number 2. If you plug your Sony, oh, is Wendy here?
What's input number 2?
Input number 2 is the Panasonic, and it's only reading SDR. So it's forcing SDR input 2. We'll figure this out.
Can you send me an email? Please send me an email. Let me look that up. Let me make sure that I have it. And then I'll put it on top of my big pile here.
What's your name? You have to say excuse.
What's your email address?
Is this?
Wait a minute, what's the first letter?
Oh, look,
C
you're
like
going
Charlie?
I think we're on the mode now. We're on a
P
game.
as in Peter?
Oh, there you go. So go to Game Optimizer now.
A as in Apple?
There you go.
Yes.
Watch.
Now you're normal.
Okay.
Now it's normal.
Now it's normal. All right.
Yeah, but see, like now, can you see?
All right, then.
that mode?
So it's adjusting.
Okay, very good.
So Brian found the right mode.
I do have your email. And I emailed back to you already.
If you go advanced,
Yeah, you didn't get my reply on April 7th.
brightness. And scroll down. See peak brightness. Can you turn that up?
It comes from my first initial and my last
So
name.
this is
R,
huge. So you
L,
try to do that on the other one, and you can't do that.
Electronics.com.
You can't do that. That's
Wow, so you can adjust the brightness on the G5 now.
Straight up game changer.
So SDR G5.
Legit game changer. Try to do that on the G4 and show them.
Hello with your name.
People have been asking for that for like ever. I wonder if the C5s will let you do that.
So big improvement on the G5 for SDR gamers. You're able to adjust the brightness, and you could not do it in the G4. So now on the G5 you can. So Brian's going to try to do it on the G4. Maybe there's a firmware update that'll allow him to do it.
Game optimizer and then go and see. That's huge because if the
Yeah, look how much
C5s
dimmer it
do
is.
That means people that get C5s got much brighter.
And I'll resend it again right now also. Where do you live?
See?
Where do you live?
Go pixel brightness. Go up to 100.
Yo, they didn't even tell me.
Okay, so
It's not
it's
that.
free shipping.
I know.
So here, you know what?
So they didn't tell anybody
Right.
that they
Focus on these two. Luke brings up a great point. So
The
an SDR.
G5 and a 77. So free shipping,
so
no
much
tax.
brighter.
And
Yeah.
So they're not gonna be LG.
Store credit. The 77-inch.
The knock on LG SDR was you couldn't change the brightness, right? So peak brightness, spitting more
And I
place.
give you free shipping and I pay the
That's
tax.
huge.
And now you can do peak brightness.
Watch, look, you'll see it. Luke's right.
I think I'm back in Team LG, man.
Oh, that was easy.
Team LG.
All right, so look, the brightness is still here. It's not peak.
It's the peak brightness. Yep.
So look here. Can you tell
And
that?
we're the only
Yep.
ones that have that
So look, here's
Peak
the
brightness.
And I
Off.
pay the tax, but you don't pay. So no
High,
tax.
yeah.
And
So just look at the difference between the 4 and the 5 right now.
Yeah.
and on.
Way brighter.
Look, this, the pixel brightness is at 90.
Yeah, and the other one's at 80 over here.
Well, look, still brightening up. You see how it's grayed out? Phone will tell them it's grayed out.
Yeah, the peak brightness is off. And you can't even turn it on the G4.
Now, if I place this to 90, is what this one is, right?
That's a game changer.
It's huge difference. Look at the difference between the two. It's night and day. Night and day.
Oh, yeah. So that's your SDR.
Now that looks like a C4.
Here we go. So,
So
the
there's-
G5
so-
finally allows SDR gaming to be
So-
unlocked, Brian.
So we gotta give Luke the credit. Luke, much love. So the ability to go into the advanced settings,
There's no tax with us.
and that's not locked out anymore. Well, we can do it together now, I think, right?
Yeah. Oh, what's the color on that? Colors are slightly off or different on the Samsung.
So let's do it together, guys, just so we have it on record. Shout out to Luke.
Until they take it away.
Until they take it away.
So we go into brightness. So you go, look. So don't worry about the OLED pixel brightness. That's 91. But if you go down to peak brightness, you see how you can change it on the G. This is what they would both look like the same,
That's right.
right? But now you can actually.
Look, it's huge. The color's popping out.
So they allowed you to then go back in and make that brightness pop. Now the advanced contrast enhancer, those are still locked.
Okay, very
My
good.
Fomo on the 5 is popping.
Alrighty, we'll talk again soon.
So Luke, basically in the G4, you hit that ceiling and there's nowhere to go.
For SDR. So for us to just play
Yes, and I'm
SDR,
gonna resend you this email.
no, you're stuck looking like that. Now you can play it like that. That's a night-day difference.
Yeah.
Night-day difference.
Thank you bet, thank you, bye-bye.
And that's a lot of reason why guys would go with the Samsung QDs because you got
Because of
peak
SDR.
brightness.
Yeah.
Because you can do peak brightness on SDR. That's huge difference. I was wondering if they do that. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned that. Usually Vincent would be like, yo, that's there.
Yeah.
So I put the S95D in custom one just to give it a different color that matches the G5 a little bit more.
We going 5 hours and 35 minutes.
It's only been 5 hours?
Gangster.
All right. So as far as brightness is concerned, there's no reason to get the Samsung if that's the only reason you're getting it.
I mean, but I will say though, I think with the Samsung still being able to, we saw this, Luke, be able to put the contrast enhancer if you want. If you want to get wild with the original setting and there's just more flexibility, but at least the SDR problem.
Is this in, did we lose our warm 40 on the
Put it on,
On which one?
40.
cold right now?
Which one? G4?
Both of them. Looks like we lost our color thing. That must be only for HDR it saved it for.
It's an original. The S95D is in custom
Yeah, no,
to make it
Samsung's
look like the
pretty good.
LG, but yeah.
I want to see what it looked like after like Dwayne calibrates it. Yeah, see, so it defaults. So you gotta go back down to like W40 or something.
You have that 40? That was 140.
Somewhere around
There you go.
Still,
Now they're matched up.
still, I think the color's.
Oh yeah, no, it's still way brighter. It's just like it looks more accurate now. That's all.
There you go.
And then it's gonna. I don't know why it says level 1 brightness there in the dark room. What is that in the bottom left? Is it purposely making it dark?
Turn on peak brightness on high
There.
2.
Bring up
I think it should be on high.
What is it doing there? What is that?
Oh, that's dark.
So like
I just-
off?
yeah, you can
Maybe
turn that off.
Turn it off.
It's so you can make it if you want to
Yeah, because this one's off. So I mean, just like,
It's still brighter. No, it's still brighter, right?
yeah. I mean, I think the other guy's off. So, but then I think if it's on warm 40 now, like this guy here, it'd give you the best.
Peak
idea.
brightness is on high on the Samsung. Let's make sure the other one is.
And because they got more relaxed ABL in these new ones, because they got a much higher full screen brightness and stuff in SDR, this will make a huge difference for this LG if you play SDR gaming, brightness wise. Because there was like a hack that you could go into the service menu and trick it into like.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I did that.
until you hit up LG and they're like, hey, yeah.
But now you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the service menu trick. Yeah.
this,
All right, now you can start playing. Play.
like, straight up the G5.
All right.
looks really
All the settings are adding up.
What's funny is Luke and Tony just realized
Is
how
your-
little gaming you actually do when you play with TVs.
Is your
white screen
look how
on
bright that
router.
is. Is brightness of 91 on the LG, Brian? Just make sure you max out the actual brightness setting.
They're at 90.
90?
And then the Samsung's at 33. I don't think we
Again?
have that maxed out either. Because,
Oh, they don't allow you to max out an SDR?
well, no, it's just I think that it was at 33 on the Samsung.
You want them at 100? What do you want them at?
Brightness?
OLED brightness is at 90.
Oh yeah, so you're at 50, and then so
Yeah.
I guess you could max that guy out too. Why not?
Max it out. Can you max it out? Yeah, go up to 100.
Oh, wow, yeah.
YOLO.
So all the TVs have their brightness maxed out now?
Luke in real time. Come back to the dark side, baby boy.
Oh, that G5's killing it.
Anything you do, I can do
I'm
better.
gonna tell you, it's definitely gonna hold its own right now. Without that peak brightness, look at how dull
Yeah, look at the brightness.
the G4 looks in comparison.
The G5 came to battle against the QD OLED this year.
Many generations better, that G5 right now compared to that, just because of that peak brightness for SDR gaming.
which means the C series is another step darker than that.
But if they allow the C5s to do peak brightness, which probably my guess is.
So I'll know to check, but I'll
It
know to
doesn't
check
have
for
the
it.
special thermal stuff anyway, and it can't do it. It doesn't have any.
Well, so you all know I'm preaching the choir here, but the G series have an actual heatsink in them.
Yep.
The Samsungs have like a graphene whatever
Yep,
layer. It's
layer.
not an actual heatsink. So the G5 looks brighter than the Samsung. Like that looks pretty freaking bright.
All right. Where did Wendy go? Let me text her.
Wendy, you still here?
Oh, there you are. Hey, Wendy, can you switch it to number whatever my Roku stick is on? I'm going to go to Jennifer Galler real quick. I think for the gaming, we have some conclusions, Brian, while we're still in game mode. What are your thoughts now that you see the G5 with SDR and just
So for me,
everything?
I game mostly in HDR, so it hasn't been a big problem for me. But as Luke, who's here, said that if you do a lot of gaming in SDR, it is a big problem. And now that they've unlocked that ability to change the brightness, that is a big win. So that's a big problem many of you guys had with LG's gaming in general.
So it's solved for people to do SDR.
Yeah, I would still favor, as far as like gaming image quality, I still like the QD OLED's color. Brightness, I think, is a wash as far as which one's brighter, but I do still think that the QD OLEDs are still ahead as far as color saturation. Though I'd say the G5 has more color than the G4, but unless they're all next to each other, I think you win either way.
Yeah.
Unless you're SDR gaming, the G4 is like.
SD, it did allow us.
Yeah.
It did allow us to enable peak brightness on high.
For gaming SDR G4, you can't do peak brightness, so I think
Yeah, when it
that's
was black.
the
Yeah,
big
so it was grayed out. Now it's open and it's much brighter, so it's legit. Use the bathroom real quick.
All right. Now we'll do some specular highlights with some of Jennifer's brightest and awesome content. All right, see what we can do here. So these are specular highlights, 4,000 to and above, right? So 4,000 nits. You can see the differences, if any at all. I have the exposure set to low so that you can see brightness differences. So we were at 2,000 nits. And the G5, it looks a little bit brighter. 4,000 nits now. I'm going to pause right here.
but it can also because it's smaller.
Interesting. So the S95F and the G5 are slightly brighter than the other two TVs in this scene. So yeah, definitely they're showing off their peak specular highlights, but it's so subtle. It's not night and day for sure. Are you guys seeing like a huge difference in brightness? Nah. Well, and you know what? Let me double check, make sure we're back on the right settings real quick. Here you go. Let me double check the settings. All right. Static, okay.
Wendy, do you want this G5 off back here? I think it's sitting in the menu.
Oh, yeah? I'll go look
Going to turn off game mode.
You have the other one?
Yeah, can you turn this off game? Put on filmmaker mode.
I mean, we get into content like this. They start to like look very, very similar.
Yep.
You know?
Like filmmaker, they do.
Yeah, it's very tough.
The game mode auto was so different.
How did that game mode now?
Yeah, going back to hit the game play, hit pause and play.
This one.
Yeah, and then go over to game. It'll be right there. See game mode. Go over more. Should be in game mode on and off somewhere.
I know.
Oh, what was it?
So what's the consensus online? Everybody watching? Yay to the mat or
I
no?
haven't read anything. Even though we're hanging out with you guys. Let's see. Look at game auto.
Oh, game auto is off.
Look at game auto. Look how different it looks.
Yeah, turn off game auto.
Yeah, game auto is so bright.
See, that's the thing.
What are you
They
doing?
put something in there that's just like crazy.
Whoa.
Like
That's back on this game auto mode. Watch. Picture mode. Oh, it's a dynamic. That's why. It went back to dynamic.
of course it is. It's like overclocked mode.
GPU. See, did you find it?
Yep, found it.
I kind of like the mat now with the light coming down even more. It's got a very natural look in person.
And then the LG. Make sure the LG is in filmmaker.
No, I'll get you out.
Yeah, turn that off.
Oh, we're back in SDR now. What the heck?
Now, let me take this off.
Oh my god. You saw that? I overran my lane.
Will the menu style of the S95F also come to the S95D? I believe so. I think they're adding that. What's it called again? That Unify One UI, whatever.
What is it?
The One UI. Is it coming to the S95D? It's supposed to.
I don't know. Oh, I actually have not. It may.
Yeah.
You have
supposed
to get a full rollout of the S95F first.
Yeah.
All right, we're in filmmaker. Back to life.
All right.
Back to
Bring on your questions. We're going to go on for another maybe hour or so. We are at 6 o'clock. We got to let the fine people of Value Electronics. Thank you again for letting us be here. We have to let them eat dinner at some point, right? I don't know if this has been asked before. Would it be sensible compromise between color, brightness, and price to get the S95D in the 65-inch instead of the G5 or S95F in 55? I think so. I think the S95D is a phenomenal TV. You guys look at this scene right here. It's keeping up with the Joneses. There is no doubt.
Yeah, if you did a shell game and they were all the same size, you'd have a hard time.
Yeah. And my exposure is low, so you know the brightness is legit.
His question is S95D.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't.
The S95D for both gaming and just...
For what we've checked out so far, I don't see and the price difference is substantial. Right
Yeah, if anything, I'm having a hard time finding some So overall brightness, you can push the S95F harder. You can get it brighter for sports, but in scenes like this, so far, they've looked very similar.
Well, it seems like the delta between the G5 and G4 is greater than the S95D and S95F.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you're an SDR gamer, it's G5.
It's a
all
must-have.
day.
The G5 is a must-have. But the S95F versus the S95D, I mean...
Yeah, I think I would say get whatever the biggest size with the least amount of money spent.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's the right answer.
Right? Yeah.
So here are your bright specular highlight scenes. I'm going to go forward a bit to the lightning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, orange.
Yeah.
Right there.
There we go.
Starts.
And look how all the TVs are kind of keeping up with each other.
Yeah,
I mean-
It was-
the
pause it,
G5 right
pause
there
it.
was a little bit brighter than that real pure white.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
real quick.
Turn on the exposure a little bit. Go ahead.
So real quick, guys, we're going to move over to the white real quick.
Yeah.
And then you got more color in all the others except for the G4 down at the bottom with the light. You see how like, the light has more color in those, and then that one there's that second target just looks there's all white. There's no color.
Yeah, these three are really similar. I would say that. It seems like.
There's another
Be
one.
a lot brighter than the D. I'm not seeing it like in this content.
Now this content they look exactly the same.
It's amazing how much brighter the G5.
Yeah, the G5 is a bit brighter.
It's dramatic.
It's a lot brighter.
Yeah.
You gotta almost swim when you get close to the G5.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is 4,000 then.
I think so.
Yeah, 10,000.
Wow.
So it's whatever the TV could handle
It's crazy that not all.
without clipping. Yeah, there's the HDR impact on the G5 for sure. I get the G5 for the HDR impact in the scene. Now these
The next
flashes are so fast, it's like you don't even see it.
The next scene's the funny scene.
The next one?
Okay. Let's just play.
Actually, here we go. I think I caught the lightning.
This is gonna come into.
They're all very similar. Let me turn up the exposure.
Tony, what I said to you before about the. You see the sparkles?
Yes.
You put that on that Bravo 9 in there, it'll be
Right.
fine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Look like it's like that star sparkle. You just can't.
That, yeah, they really spark.
The whole per pixel stuff's tough.
Yeah. It's a next scene from. We'll let it play.
They all look really good though. I mean, the impact.
This next one's got the color and the lighting.
Hey, Leo's still here. Oh, let's stop right
It's
here.
after this one though, you see the lighting, but this one's beautiful. So G4 color just really nice stuff.
It's like an F5 tornado.
Yeah, scary, right?
Yeah, the G5's hitting that brightness very well.
G4 still
But the S95F is right there in this scene in terms of brightness.
Yeah, G4 and HDR is still good.
Yeah.
You know, it's not bad at all.
And the same with the S95D though.
Yeah, they're all great HDR.
And we got a super chat here. Thank you, Leo.
Let it run.
Oh, actually, we have a couple super chats, so let's get caught up. Nick, thank you for the super chat. I'm upgrading from my 65-inch A90J, I had that TV, to the 77-inch G5. Do you think there will be a huge difference in daily content and gaming? Daily content depends what you watch. If you're watching Friends, Columbo, not really, because in accurate mode, it's not a bright scene. But in brighter HDR with impact, absolutely. That G5 is a game changer, and in gaming content for sure. If you guys caught our gaming comparison, G5 is a beast. So no doubt that will be an upgrade, and most importantly, size. You got that too, you got like the trifecta. So congratulations, Nick. Enjoy that G5. I'm a huge fan. Leo, I am watching you on the G5 now. Hey, Brian, Leo got a G5. Brian.
Here it is.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wait for lightning. Oh! Talk to me, baby. That
Oh, look at that. Look at that brightness.
Here's let's do the G4 though.
Yeah, it's that yellow is brighter on the G5 than the other TVs.
G5 is the brightest of them.
This is HDR impact. Right here, HDR impact. Leo, congratulations. I'm watching you on a G5 now. Oh my God, it's so bright. I had issues. I already had to factory reset it to fix. But now everything is gorgeous. So bright, I'm amazed.
They calibrate the crap
Leo
out of
replaced this.
What's up,
TV.
handsome?
You got a
Leo?
G5, man.
Damn, Leo, man. That's my boy.
Gamer, baller.
You see that we're actually influencers. It does influence my boy Leo. But I mean, so.
The big for me is the Dolby Vision.
I love Dolby Vision.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's great to have, but.
Now we still have some G4
It comes
fans.
with QD OLED with an LED, I think so, with QD OLED.
Swings and roundabouts, too much brightness loses detail. Some scenes the G4 look better than the G5. And you know what?
Any
They're so
darker
close.
TV will do that. If we put a B4 out here right now, you'd be like, oh my God, that thing is so deep. Because
Yeah.
it's just, it's not trying to be bright.
If I take the brightness of the G5 down, it would match it fine.
Yeah, because it's probably blowing it out too, right?
And in this scene, I agree. Janye DeWall, The LG G5 blows the S95F and S95D out of the water. Yeah, this scene that Jennifer did, thank you, Jennifer, you found a scene that really brought the G5
It
to
all
life.
depends on when you tune in.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I was there at 6 o'clock, man. At G5 won, and I bounced out at 6:05.
And then the next scene it lost, right? Oh, look
This is
at
a
this
great
one.
scene right here.
You know, I'm going to rewind this set of scenes.
Oh.
No matter whatever anybody got these four, they'd be super happy.
Oh my God, yeah.
Let's just watch this scene, these scenes through. This is just amazing. Because I have the exposure right to show off the G5.
You know what's so funny is they always say in the chat, they're like, can you just show me real content? You're like, what's better than this, though? Like, you want to watch what? You want to watch, like, watch this.
Wow.
Whap. And, well, guys, this isn't filmmaker, by the way.
This is accurate. Filmmaker
this
mode.
isn't in dynamic or
There
standard.
is no dynamic tone mapping happening. These guys are doing what they can do. And I'm thrilled. Well, but let's stop right here. Actually,
You're gonna check
you saw
it?
that? You saw that?
Yeah.
There you go. So, you have more detail on the S95F, although the G5 is brighter. But for this scene, I would still take the G5. I feel that impact
Well, you're
really
looking, you're
hits
looking
home.
at this. You're looking at the ring.
Yeah. Well, look at the S95D. It's clearly dimmer.
So,
But
so you're looking here.
Yes,
There's
that's what
nothing.
I'm looking at, yeah.
So here there's nothing, and then here you still see some of the ring.
yes.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yep. There's some gradient detail there.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it's kind of like this detail is through here, but I mean it's.
And so the question is, does your creator want you to have HDR impact, or do they want you to see the rain?
Nobody calls it.
Jennifer Gala, you're here. Can you tell us what is it you want? Do you want the impact or the rain? Can't have both, obviously. But I had to stop there because here you have a separation. You know, the purists might want to see the rain, but most people like bright things. They'll go with the G5.
So you guys can see how it's centered? If I was to bring this up, it would be, you'd see
Right,
the difference
yeah.
in size.
Oh,
It's 83, baby. What's up, bro? Love you.
is that yours getting broken in right there?
Yeah, I wish.
And imagine
I
once purple rain.
Well, you know what's funny? Well, you guys will appreciate this when I can say this even on camera. So guys, we'll say this about the G5. So when I'm in the first allocation for the 83, the minute I heard about those Dolby Vision things, I'm like, you know, Robert, let's hang back, baby. Let's hang back a little bit. And then I came in, right, Wendy? And then I came in and I'm like, I love it. I need it.
Look at it, man. It's just one there.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, because I had the CX that had all that black crawl, I called Robert. I'm like, you know, Robert, let's wait, baby, let's wait. Let's hang out and see it in the store. So I think I might have missed my boat, but then we were testing it last week. I'm like, Wendy, I need it. Gotta have it.
Where are these coming from? Taiwan, China, where?
Mexico.
Mexico, baby.
Hey, Brian,
Yes.
you don't happen to have a vehicle to take one of those 85s home with you,
All right, you wanted to see the bezel? Well, turning it up. In this scene, the bezel, because the scene is so bright, you're not really seeing it.
When do you want to put it in
But
the
we'll
Bronco?
get there.
When did you ship it already? Did you have it shipped?
Shipped it where?
It ships from LG directly to you.
Oh.
From there for food.
Was it easier? Is it easier for me to come get it here?
Well, we just got 5 more rigs. I thought if you have a van, take it with you.
Wait.
I can always rent one.
Jennifer answered. She is the creator. She wants impact.
So
the G5 did it right.
Hold on, Robert. So Jen, I love you, Jen. But here's the funny thing about Jen. If that was a Sony TV up there, she'd be like, forget it. It's trash. Jen loves LG. Jen, remember when you loved 8K Samsungs forever?
Look at that impact.
Lisa, I didn't even see you. I did not even say hi to you, my love. How are you? But Robert, can I get a stand with that, or are we guys out of stands?
So Jen, the creator, she designed it for impact, and we got it with the G5. So bravo, G5, you delivered on the impact.
LSTV2. It's really, really, I like it better, actually. But we probably
Is the
have-
S95F further back from the camera? Nope, they're all aligned on the same pedestal, except the S95F is a 65-inch, the G5 is a 77, and the G4 is an 83-inch. So it's slightly smaller, but it's at the same distance from the camera as the G5. All right. This is a good time to take a break and say, who's winning?
So first of all, this is a loaded question because Leo just told you he bought it.
So for context,
Leo, I hate to break it to you, the G5 got smoked.
this is affirmation, right? Affirmation question.
Tell me I'm good looking.
For impact,
It's a
the
great
G5.
scene.
For HDR impact, and you guys know I love HDR impact, G5 wins it.
This
Gaming, everything, hands down. I love the G5 for impact. The S95 wins for nuance and subtlety, if that's important to you, because we saw that in some images. But for the rest of us who love to be wowed, the G5 is a wow TV. S95F is not going to wow you, but it is accurate.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the S95F,
I mean, it's good.
you know, I think it goes back into any competition where it's scene versus scene. There's certain scenes where I felt like the QD OLED pulled away. The gaming, the gaming, there's more flexibility with the QD OLEDs. What do you guys think? Luke, Tony?
I think you're watching movies. I think any one of these four are still.
Yeah, because where they're limited in
Yeah.
peak brightness.
I think where the stuff starts to diverge is like the gaming of it. You know, obviously SDR, I think the G4 gets taken out of the equation for SDR. But for these three here, I mean, there is a little bit of a warmth look to the brightness of Samsung's, you know, I think a little bit.
Which is so funny because they never used to have that,
I know.
right?
Yeah.
Well, they used to be the opposite.
Yeah.
That could be a calibration thing, you know, you could maybe calibrate them both and get very similar.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you that there's something that G5's got a little bit of special sauce going on when it comes to anything bright white. It just really
It smokes.
it's,
Yeah.
it's like overclocked.
Now, Dias just got here. Did this
What's up, Dias?
year's
How are you, my friend?
S95F make any leaps in brightness? It's brighter than S95D by a little bit. And the G5 is brighter than the G4 by a little bit.
Yeah.
But G5 improved
Well, the
tone
G5 is a
mapping,
lot brighter than G4. I think.
color, everything. So
Yeah.
I'd give the S95D and save a little money. I don't think the S95F made that big of a leap.
I'm
in
so
my
surprised.
opinion.
This isn't one of those times like you should get the 100-inch U8G.
Yeah. 98-inch, baby. 100-inch, baby.
Dias, how are you, my friend?
And I think someone asked this question. Who is Luke? Yeah, he just walked off the street, came in
Oh,
and said,
yeah.
literally,
Luke's been DJing. Tony brought some cookies.
just people walking in.
So you know, let's get these guys to say hi. Let's put them up.
You know what? I told you, they might not want to be seen
You
by
guys
the
want to be
wives.
seen? You want to be seen?
I
All
told
right,
you, man.
so I'll just tell you that.
Not
So-
everyone is unafraid like you and I.
Oh yeah, we're so confident.
I mean, these guys told their wives or girlfriends, I'm going to get some milk. I'll be right back. And they're on YouTube.
I heard Tony on the phone. He's like, Tony said, "Yo, is the dog okay? You took the dog out?" So just to let you know, we got two guys in here that are from the community that watch us both, that popped in, and they've been chilling with us the whole day. So I mean, that's amazing. And then again, shout out to Robert, Wendy. You know, it's basically an open house here. It's you know, it's amazing, and to have these guys here too because they know what they're talking about. They're both informed enthusiasts.
They
But I think they both have changed their mind about a few things when they came in. I know Tony was thinking about a Bravian 9. And Luke, were you thinking about the S95 coming in?
Yeah, I think I was kind of erring on the side. I mean, I had a 77 G2,
You had a G2.
and I enjoyed it, but you know, the brightness is just not there for SDR, and I played a lot of games in SDR.
Okay.
But this year,
But I saw you change to the S95 at a certain point, and then once you saw this SDR was unlocked, you were like, oh.
because as much as I love HDR gaming, and so there's a lot of games I play that are not HDR.
Yeah.
So am I going to force it into it, and it isn't? You know
Which
what I mean?
Windows does sometimes. Yeah.
Well, you can do that in Xbox too. You can force everything
Yeah.
to HDR10. You know, but having a really strong SDR mode's nice.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a question for Robert. Robert, can you give any insight what is causing G5 delays in North America? You know, people are ordering, they're wondering what the delays
We
are.
don't have any. We have them all in stock.
Oh, everything in stock.
97-inch I don't have.
So you don't have a 97-inch.
get the 65?
What about 65-inch G5?
I think so. Let me triple check.
So there are no delays now, Bat Tech,
Soon, coming soon.
because I know the G5.
55 and 55.
Did they push them back though, Wendy, a little bit?
No, they were always coming late.
So 65 and
I'll
55.
try to get you the date on it.
Okay.
Which one, 65?
3 and
Yeah.
77 coming
No, no, Wendy. I think some people,
So
some of these
77
guys
and
ordered them,
83.
and then they were told they were coming, and then they delayed them.
77 and 83 are here.
Oh, you're right. It won't be until 2
2026.
weeks. It's going to be 2 weeks away.
65-inch will be in 2 weeks, so I won't get my 65. The 55's in stock, Robert?
No,
No.
65s and 55s are.
55 and 65 is 2 weeks away.
So 65 and 55 are 2 weeks out.
It's like the movie Money Pit. 2 weeks. Maybe.
80.
How long is this going to take?
As far as what's causing the delay, LG.
Yeah, it was when they were fixing the house. Oh, bro. You got to go back.
So 77, 83 are
Oh,
here.
my God. It's the best we ever made.
There could only be one.
No. But in Highlander, that Kurgan, that was my profile picture on YouTube. Yo, dude, hell yeah. Then you can go back and watch Ready Player One and see all the different, all the different shout-outs to that.
So what, 2,000 nits here. Is the LG G5 a huge difference upgrade from the G4?
Yes.
I think so.
I think
I think
it is.
so. Now, again, if you're watching Columbo, no. But for this stuff, yes. And the S95F, a huge upgrade from the S95D. Minor, not huge. But it is.
And the coding's different, too. That could be playing a part. But
Yeah, slightly.
And the coating's different on the G5 than the G4.
Yep.
And FOMO, peak brightness details on the G5. So the peak brightness is better on the G5 than the S95F, but the details, S95F takes a slight step back to give you the details.
And the color. A
A little bit more color saturation.
A little more color saturation. But the fact that it's caught up, I mean, the G5 has caught up and kind of corrected. I'd be interested to see what it will do in the shootout.
Joaquin says, what delays? Did I get lucky? Yes, you did. If you have a 55 and 65.
No, he got an 83.
Oh, no. 77-inch and 83 are in.
83s are here.
It's the 55 and 65 that are shipping later, and it's not quote-unquote delayed. LG intended to ship later. So they sent the 83 and 77 in first.
It's because they knew Samsung's only sending 65. They said, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah. No, I know.
Just to Robert, we're going to give the big ones.
That's right.
Usually it's the other way around, right?
It's, I think, so. Yeah, Robert, you had the small ones first last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, usually they're first.
Hey, Brian, you
Yes.
were looking for this person, and here they are. I love matte screens. I tried the 77 G4 and the 77 S95D in my living room. The reflection-free screen truly feels next gen. Not seeing my own reflection is just mesmerizing. So there are people
Yeah.
who appreciate that anti-reflection.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I wasn't a big fan of it, but now every time I watch my TVs with a glare, I'm watching myself sit there. And I never noticed it much before, but it can be very distraction.
And I can't believe the G5 is in stock in Costco.
Costco.
That's nuts.
Go in there and get some sweatpants? No way.
You know, like get milk in a G5.
Did you guys do the banding screens, like the gray screens?
Yeah, we did it earlier.
How'd that work out?
But guys, I mean, telling you, we're here at Value Electronics all day. We've been here all day. The store was open early. They set these up. If you're considering any of these models, please call them up.
I'll have to show this scene again. The G5 is killing it in this scene because it's so much brighter. This is the G5's special power.
Pause 1 second.
5,000 nits. Look at the full, it's like 50% screen almost, 30% full brightness. G4 can't keep up. S95F, not there. Brighter than the S95D, but in this scene, the G5 is designed for this. Mostly white, very bright.
Well, the key in this is if you look at the clouds on the G5 and look at the clouds on the G4. That's where the color disappears. Not disappears, it's just faded.
Yeah.
Right, guys, you see that? But I would argue the S95. But I would argue the S95D's got more color in those the brownish clouds above the clouds.
Yeah, they definitely caught up quite a bit.
Yep.
With the color.
It might be related to it being a smaller screen size.
We thought that, but the OLEDs tend to translate, right, size-wise.
And Broken Wrench asks, when will you compare the 83-inch G5, which we have here, and the 83-inch S95F, which we do not have?
Yeah, if and when they
Hey,
release
Robert,
it.
do you know when the 83-inch S95F is coming?
Let me check that again.
So Samsung sent.
It's not going to be a QD OLED maybe.
Right, that's fine. They want to see the two primary
the
RGB.
OLEDs, yeah. They want to see those together.
So that's coming later for sure. But yeah, it's not in inventory and it's not for sale yet.
Well, I'll get an answer for you.
Shoot, when is the shootout this year, Robert?
July 12th.
There you go, baby.
S90F, 83 inch.
How about the S95F?
Oh,
S95F, they're looking for the primary RGB version of Samsung.
The S90F should still be RGB, no?
No.
Really?
Yeah, S90F.
Only on the S95?
Only on the S95.
Wow. You imagine if I bought the 83-inch S95F, my channel would just disappear. Like I go with the.
The 83 S95F is 2 weeks away. So
2 weeks away.
All
So
first
when
week
it arrives in 2 weeks, Brian will be here to compare the two.
We'll compare them. Yep.
I think in the 83, I don't think anything better than G5 this year.
I mean, unless that S95F.
Well, unless they juice it more.
Yeah.
Because I think he showed numbers at like full screen.
Well, you know what's interesting
It was
is-
brighter, right? The S95F. S95F was
It
brighter.
was a 4-stack.
The G4 was brighter. Or the S95F was. The G5 was brighter. Yeah.
Vincent did an S95F,
F.
and the full screen was over 400.
What was brighter? So the G5 was brighter, or the?
No, it was brighter than G5. It was like 360.
Oh wow.
What he said. So, like,
Interesting.
Samsung was juicing up.
Yeah.
the 4-stack.
And the other thing is, when you put on real content, they go, real content. I'm going to do something else. And that's why we always have to put on real
But then you're
content.
stuck with a matte screen, obviously, on the S.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I'm okay with if it's a QD OLED, not if it's a G4 stack. And I said that during our live stream. I'm like, great, that's what I want. Is a matte WOLED. Perfect. Remember that? I'm like, great.
Oh.
Yeah, those fools.
The question is, can you put a 77 on a gallery stand? Because I have a gallery stand that had a 65 on it.
Yeah.
It's the same whole pattern, but this thing weighs 20 pounds more. Do you think it'd break?
No, they're the same stand. Right, Robert? Those
No, on the gallery stand, it's like a floor stand. It goes all the way up. He's got one out on the window there. You know what I'm talking about? The three-legged thing, kind of like that.
Oh, the
Gallery stand.
oh, not the LG one. You're talking about the
Like the painting stand?
Yeah, it's got a 300 by 300, and you can put on it's for the gallery series TVs. And
oh, when it first came out, the G.
G1 and G2s and G3s.
Oh, it's out front.
And we have a
It's out
note.
front.
We have a note from Leo. My grandma passed 3 weeks ago. She would have been 99 this month. Remember you all and Robert saying happy birthday
That's
to
right.
her last year.
Wait, we did that last year here.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh man, Leo, I'm so sorry for your loss. That's right, we did sing that. That was last spring. I'm sorry,
We're
brother.
a community here. Thank you for sharing, Leo.
Love you, bro. Sorry about that, man.
And this is 5,000 nits. And as you notice, that's when it separates itself, the G5. And a big one to your, was it grandmother?
Sorry,
3
Leo.
weeks ago, yeah. So
That's
she's looking
terrible.
down, enjoying the G5 with you.
She did get to have. We did sing her happy birthday last year. That was amazing. Sorry, my man. Love you, bro.
Wow, this is pretty, these comparisons are pretty great. You can
Now,
see
guys,
the G5.
quickly again, not forgetting our hosts. If you have any questions about these TVs, if you want to purchase these TVs, please consider purchasing from Value Electronics. We've been here all day, but it's really more about them staying open. Basically, you know, we've taken over the store not just for one day, a couple days, and they're so kind and generous. Just give them a call. You know, there's short credits involved, there's special deals involved, but don't forget, you know, don't put you're going to buy that thing at freaking Costco. You know what I mean? We're here at the store all day. This is where the coverage is coming from. So do us a favor, support small family business. They ship everywhere nationwide.
And not only that, they offer you a 10% store credit for a calibration. Costco does not do calibration if you need it, or an even longer extended warranty, or any sound bar that you want to get with your TV.
Yeah.
Now, G5 glare versus G4 glare, we saw it side by side at the LG workshop, and the G5 anti-glare is better than the G4.
Yeah.
On that alone, if you have glare issues, get the G5. It is definitely a next gen in terms of anti-glare. Not as aggressive as the S95F, but still glossy. So yeah, the G5 glare is more effective than the G4 without affecting the contrast the way that Samsung is doing. Right. And thanks, guys. The
up,
G5
Patrick?
is making me want to try one this year. You should. I'm very happy they unlocked the peak brightness in SDR. A lot of gamers are. And with the new Switch 2 coming, SDR Gaming is going to be brighter than ever.
Yeah, it's going to cost as much as the TV.
Yep.
$80 a game, baby. For
80
Mario
bucks a
Kart.
game, right?
For Mario Kart.
After 20 games, you can buy yourself a
And
G5.
Luke, that's still 1080p? Is it 1080p?
They've got 4K output on it.
4K 15?
I think they can do up to 120 frames on it too. And it has VRR and HDR.
Wow.
NVIDIA did it. So, I mean,
Okay.
and they got VLS baked into there too. So,
The Switch too?
on Switch, yeah. So
I'll
you
buy that.
dock it, I think it's going to look pretty.
Oh, hell yeah. We need it because that was.
And
They
into
look great on the screen. Let me put it on a TV. You're like, oh.
That won't be the case.
We have a question for you, Brian. Into the further asks, besides the brightness difference, how's the processing Picture quality versus the 83-inch G5. Sony processing still help out the A80L with colors and gradation.
Not
So you
in-
have the A80L.
Not in gaming. The XR Clear and a lot of those features that we love are not present in the gaming of the A80L. 80L was gorgeous, and even in game mode it was gorgeous, but they can't compete with these TVs.
Yep.
There's just no ability to compete with them. I mean, the processing doesn't really help much in gaming in terms of the XR Clear and focal point analysis and those things.
All right, 4,000 nits HDR will
The
do.
ad screen doesn't do anything now, like you can't even really tell.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That's why
4,000
we go
nits.
for 7 hours, baby. You want a nighttime? We go till it gets dark. Even though I feel like it's just as bright in here. It's just the lights now show up. There's your HLG HDR.
We're going to be HLG 4,000 nit HDR. Let's see how it does.
I'm just not seeing a huge difference between the F and the D, though, to be honest with you.
4,000 nits right there.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
And the G5 looks
This
brighter.
This is a great demo.
it's doing a good job. Yeah, it is just popping like crazy.
But look at coming out of
This
dark.
is
though.
all 4,000 nits.
Go back.
Peak
But-
highlights.
But look. Go back.
Okay.
Okay. Now look, you'll see some movement in the blacks.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, go back again.
That creeping. I'm gonna turn up the exposure so they can see that 1 second.
It's right there. Stop it. It's on both of them actually.
Yeah. Let's see. Is it on the Samsung?
No. Samsung's completely dark actually.
Turn it up.
See, right
You
there.
can see a little bit.
It's right there.
Not much.
Yeah.
You can just pause it.
Yeah. Turn up exposure
So
real
which
quick.
one's more accurate? Is Samsung crushing it, or are they overwriting it?
Alright, so just I'll tell you when to pause it. Pause it now.
I mean, it's not even. That's interesting.
So
But it's
The
the
F
same.
is like the darkest.
Let me turn up the brightness a little bit more.
So these aren't showing anything, but you can still see the hazy lines.
Yeah.
This is raised, but you can still see these lines.
Yep. And the 4 also.
Same here on the G4. I think it's the content, to be honest.
It's the content.
And it's there. These just aren't as bright. This is more gray. The matte screen is incredible though. It looks like freaking painting. So the brighter TV is just showing it more.
Right.
But they all have it. So, but when they first played live, we didn't think they had it.
So is this like a coming out of black
Yeah.
raised issue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little bit of coming out of black, and it's a little bit of the creator. So,
But it looks like
we
the-
don't know how finely resolved that is. So
you
we'll
don't
have
know
to
if they're
ask.
intended to look like that or like that.
Yeah, well, it just looks like the G5 is coming out faster.
And this is the
it's-
lifted black on the G5. More lifted than the G4. You notice that?
Yeah, but you see the artifacting. But that artifacting's present on both QD OLEDs. It's just not as bright.
Yeah.
So those are the little times you're going to see it, and I'll take it.
So we'll let them see it.
And I'm good, baby. It's good. I'm good. Let's let it.
I'll take it.
Yeah. But right there is, I think, where you'd see that. But right there is nothing. Oh, a little bit right there. You can see it.
Yep. No TV is perfect. Let's remind everyone.
They all look good right there.
What's funny is it kind of gets it right there. That's what I was seeing in the Termer, Dietermer, whatever it was called. But it's on the G4 too, so
So that means it's been there for the last couple of gens.
yeah. Not there at all though.
But this impact, this brightness on this is pretty impressive.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's definitely brighter than all of them. G5.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's really bright. Let me try that scene again. That's a really good scene.
Yeah, that is Value Electronics.
I just used it on my S90F intro until they took it down.
Yeah, thank you as well. Hope for you too. What's up today?
So this is 4,000 nits, Othman. And look how bright that G5 is.
It definitely looks brighter.
AWOL.
Because it's trying to hit the 4,000 nits without clipping the detail, but the colors are there. Wow, this one is really impactful. That lizard is pretty phenomenal. I enjoyed that lizard greatly. Oh yeah,
I love when she's like, you know what I'm doing? Some eggplant.
look at that eggplant.
I'm about to do a little eggplant. Wow.
Now, someone asked about the red
Tony, you
saturation.
want to do a little bit tomato, baby? A little Italian bread? Not mancha.
It looks fully saturated here, and because the color is within the color space, right? They're not pushing BT 2020.
They're beautiful.
Oh, they all look great.
Oh, the 2500.
So you said the G5 was pretty clean, or
Okay.
they were both similar?
Very clean. I mean, the QD OLEDs have nothing on them at all.
Oh, wait, is it possible to try anime? Okay. Yes,
just
I'll do it
great.
for
Just
you.
had a little.
Just a tiny bit. And even then, from back here, you couldn't see anything.
We don't collect tax there, really.
Tinting? No tinting?
No, a little bit of the G4 off angle.
99% sure in stock.
Not like the
Let's do
the
this.
G1 or G2.
Anime. What specific anime? Let's look it up.
Devil May Cry just came out in anime for that.
Which one?
Devil May Cry was-
You got Blue Eye Samurais there. That's
Blue
good.
Eye Samurai? That's a
I
good
didn't
one.
see Devil May Cry.
Newark, New Jersey.
Name your
So
anime.
if we just ship it,
It's
Seville and oh, here we go.
Anime-
Blue Eye Samurai.
Anime does not play around with copyright, though, I'll tell you that. So be careful.
well, you can come over and pick it up.
But this is a Netflix production.
Okay.
Wait.
Anything you want.
Here we go. Let's look for something bright.
Oh boy, fast and loose.
But you know what? This is not traditional anime. This is very subdued color. So this is not a good one. Let me see. Solo leveling? What?
Yeah, we ship it for free. That's no problem. And it's on a very aggressive sale rate.
Okay, you know what? Let me see. I will.
Well, you can place the order
Second.
on our website if you like, right online.
I think there's got to be a better one. Here we go. This looks kind of anime-ish right here.
I see. Okay.
You said anime-ish?
Well,
Anime-ish?
It looks like it was drawn by some guy.
Oh, here we go. This was good color. Actually, here we go.
1-year interest-free financing.
Okay, does this not look anime? That G5 looks amazing.
G5 is the most colorful.
The G5 looks amazing.
Luke, change it up, baby. G5 is more colorful. If you're watching Black Clove, you're good to go. Wow, the G5 just kicked everybody's butt.
This is.
Yeah.
What just happened?
Color gamut.
The G5 is the anime's washer's choice.
And you look at this anime produced by LG.
How is it the color saturation?
Yeah.
This is the anime setting.
It definitely put it. I bet you it's definitely in freaking standard now. Let me double check.
Yeah, can you double check? This is just too good. Yep. Is that in game mode?
Turn off RTS.
No, we weren't in game. What the hell happened?
You got an RTS. It's got to be in standard.
No, are we in games? How does it in game? It was just some freaking filmmaker.
Yeah, you gotta.
Come on, man.
I swear to God.
Brian set up the Samsung to lose again.
Oh, because I hit the gear. You know why? No, because the gear's still in game mode.
or if we'll never forget you being told by Red Pill, hold down the home button.
I'm telling you, man.
You're in game mode. That's
but
why.
we had it in freaking filmmaker.
We did have it in Filmmaker because I changed it to Netflix.
Yeah, but.
So put it back.
Wait, but Netflix should. Oh, you're telling. Oh, is it auto genre? Ugh.
No, I didn't have it in auto genre.
We should do auto. Just do auto.
Is it? Okay, there you go.
It's still not. It still didn't put it in it. Watch.
But you got to take it
Dude,
out
get
of game
out
mode,
of
man.
freaking game mode, man.
Yeah, we have those. Yeah.
Watch this.
There you go. Go to Filmmaker.
Watch
mode. There you
this.
go.
Okay. So email me at sales.
That's
All right, it looks good still. Now it's normal. It's still
That's
brighter.
bullshit.
It's still brighter though.
That's bullshit.
And both are in accurate static mode, right? We don't have anything.
But if you want to
pumped
see extra colors, go into RPG. You're gonna love it. You're
up.
gonna
Is
love
this
this beauty.
HDR? I think it's SDR.
I don't know.
Anime HDR.
Oh,
SDR.
that's why, because we went into it
It's
switched it out.
SDR.
All right, thank God.
Now, being an SDR though, here, let me take it to the.
And a fixed screen, not motorized, right? Is that okay? A fixed
Let me look at a nice, colorful. There we go.
What do you want?
That's an ugly scene, though.
That is an ugly
That's
scene.
some fade. That's some LED fade right there.
There we
Polarizing,
oh,
motorized, or we have
I like you're trying to time something you've never watched before.
never.
There it is. That's the
There it
scene.
is. There you go.
Oh no, dude, that's
All right.
95's winning again.
Really put this in the category of totally Japanese like maybe
Euro, little European.
European
Turkish.
anime.
It's the new Turkish animation. They're on the rise.
All right, let's make sure my brightness is.
It's in freaking vivid. Oh, where's the other one? I'll take the other one.
Well, the one coming from the
All right, guys, we're at 6.5 hours. Just letting you know.
Very good.
Whoop.
That's the first time we did that all day.
take 5 minutes to come back.
What are we looking for?
Where'd you find us? All right, we're back on.
Okay, so let's see what anime suggestions. I have Netflix, guys. So
The
you have to
G5
get-
is still on. The G5 is. Let me check. Make sure I'm not an RPG guy. I
What is
guarantee you.
this?
Went back.
Gundam. All right.
Damn.
All right, Gundam.
Oh no, I'm still out of it.
The D is pretty bright too.
Yeah, it is. All right, you know what? Let me just turn off Game Optimizer.
Yeah, turn it off. I'm going to look for Gundam.
Gundam?
Gundam.
Gundam?
That is
Why are
truly.
you pronouncing it Gundam? Goddamn.
That is a Japanese anime.
That is very.
I mean, it's a Gundam. It's a Van Damme shame.
Assuming it's
Let's go in. You just said Gundam.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
But see, again, that looks. I don't know.
That's not that looks like that's an animated one.
No, but it's good. Or is that?
I think that's a
live
CG.
action?
Oh, that's live action. That's gonna be poopy. It's like a.
Like they can't figure out what an anime is on here. What gives?
You ever see the Attack on Titan real one? You're like, oh, the live action. It's horrifying.
See if Akira's there. I don't even know if Akira's in that.
No, Akira's not on there. Well, they do have. You know what's Eve Avalia? What am I thinking? Eve Avalia.
Devil May Cry just came out. That's
Look at Attack on Titan's right there.
Oh,
No,
wait,
it's not.
this looks anime-ish. Oh, there you go. I'm a fan of this
Oh, it's in
series.
HDR too.
And HDR. Come on, HDR anime.
No color at all. It's like Fist of the North Star, 82.
There you go. Nope, too dim. Yeah, this is not punchy. Yeah, this is not punchy HDR at all.
What is this, like One Punch Man? Oh, is One Punch Man on here? It used to be.
Oh, actually, it could be.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait.
You like that?
Someone wants. Is Castlevania really anime?
Dude, Max Chablis?
Max Chablis is
Max
here?
Chablis jumping in at 6.5 hour mark? Come on, baby. Come on, man. Coming at the end. You better
All right,
rewind that, Max.
I'll do.
Max, what's up, baby?
Castlevania.
It's
'Cause it's
Net-
colorful.
It's Netflix anime. But
Yeah, but and it's colorful, right?
The menu is mind blowing. What's up, Max? How you doing, brother?
Circus looks pretty colorful.
Dude, my favorite is Love, Death, and Robots. Sunny's Edge is amazing. Who asked for anime? Castlevania is really good, actually.
It's like,
I don't know about this. I don't know Nocturne. I didn't watch this one. I watched the first season.
I watched the first season of it.
First season was
Better
good,
than
yeah.
the second.
The Castlevania was good. This is a different one. This is Nocturnal.
all
Yeah,
right.
you're right. This is different than the other.
No, they all look like crap.
Did you see the Smile movies 1 and 2?
I didn't say they good.
Oh, shit's real good.
Did I watch that? Why did I watch the other day? I love horror, but I watched
Watch
Smile.
Smile 1 and 2.
All right, I watched Thanksgiving the other day on Netflix. That was
Oh, I saw that.
it was terrible. It was like Final Destination, you know.
Not even a big niggas to say.
Dude, it was so violent. I'm like, damn, really?
I'm looking for vibrant scenes,
It's good,
but
though.
the color is so muted.
Scary?
You're better
All
off
right,
seeing
all right,
it.
all right. I'll check it out.
A Pixar movie, Mario Brothers.
Oh, Mario's actually on this thing.
Yeah. I'm not afraid we're hanging out all day. So we hanging out. We family now, baby. Oh man. You know what's funny though?
They got it both on Paramount Plus.
Oh, which I have them all. You know what's funny? I'll tell you this though, like these Netflix movies, I remember watching Carry On like during Christmas. Everyone said it's great. It's the minute I was done watching, I didn't even remember. Like they're so forgettable. Movies now are so forgettable.
What's like the new Ghostbusters movie? You know,
Oh,
like you're
they're
looking at it,
trash.
got all the originals pretty much back for the most part.
Yeah, it's terrible. So I don't know. Was one of you guys actually asked for anime? Just extended this stream by like 2 hours. Oh, what are you gonna put SpongeBob on?
This is the best I could do.
It's colorful.
All right.
What is this?
There's something wrong with his S95.
This 95F is like, come on, man.
All right, Super Tato. I found anime. I am sorry, man. Now, better than anime, G5 or S95F. If this scene is any indication, get the G5. Super Tato.
For all you, I tell you right now, for all you Super Tato fans, you got to go G5.
Are you forward through?
No. There's no doubt that you took the brightness off of that one.
Oh, it's not. Brightest is on up.
Who is this?
No, it's on, man. It's video mode.
Wow. We found the S95F's
Yeah, we
weakness.
found the perfect
and
anime.
it's Super Tato.
Super Tato.
If you're a Super Tato fan, just go with the G5.
Oh,
Boom.
that's a good one.
What is
Oh,
this?
yeah.
This is like Angry
No,
Birds.
you gotta stop before I get called out.
You mentioned Super. You mentioned here.
They took my
You
channel down
mentioned
for
Super
Tato.
Tato. That's what happened to FOMO. I don't know. We were watching Super Tato, and that was it.
What are your thoughts, Brian, when watching anime?
No, I mean, the G5 is an absolute beast, man.
Okay, so this represents anime in America. For those of you tuning in anywhere else in the world, this is what we watch. Super Tato.
Feel bad for us.
Feel bad for us, truly.
Oh my God, the G5. Definitely, this is definitely produced by LG's channel. You know those 300 channels.
I tried. I tried,
Tried
civilly.
Pluto.
This just had a crazy question. These two here, are they in 1x1 mode or not? Because you see the images are getting cut off on the edges and they're not over here with a squiggly line. I don't think you have these on 1x1.
I don't even know how to even set that
Am I
mode.
still?
So if you go,
Yeah, going to just scan.
You do it?
yeah, you gotta do just scan.
Do it.
What, we're 6.5 hours in?
Yep.
16 by now.
Turn it to on. No, go down.
Okay, answering your question, Vivo. When you were guys were in S95F game mode, which GIG setting was
Gotta
better?
redo. I got to
Game
redo it. Thanks, Luke.
Once
Thanks for
again,
nothing.
Setting was there.
Yeah.
definitely basic. Basic was accurate and looked very much like
Luke just
the
undid.
LG.
Luke just undid.
CRT days, they had overscan on
Oh,
CRTs,
right,
and
yeah.
they're still with us 30
Yeah,
days long.
Jesus.
So what is the impact of?
We gotta redo the whole thing. So just reboot it.
All right, so let's just pretend that we're starting all over again. So now,
Hey, what's up? I'm Brian. This is
If the money is in an object, G5.
yeah.
G5. Even when Brian tried to gimp it by not putting it in 1x1
Yeah,
mode,
man,
it's
I
still won.
mean, I unplugged it a few times.
I
Yep.
think it's super special.
Yeah, we tried so hard to make it suck, and it didn't suck.
I did take the brightness down on the
Didn't take
QD
the
OLEDs a couple
brightness down,
times.
right?
But now I took El Patito and I knew it's nice time.
Look at the El Potato. Super Potato. I am.
It's gonna be burning on all four of them.
I know that.
There's a potato on my screen. What happened?
The 83 G5 maxed out like that?
No, it's right there, baby.
Yeah, that's
I mean, look at the fuchsia. Look at the red. This
Actually, if you
thing
turn on
is-
the 83 GA5, it'll have this on it. It's all on a splitter.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you can. But it'll cause the S95B.
Who cares about that? That's last year's TV.
And it's got the mount.
I did a whole video with that screen protector, and I didn't care. It was still that.
Screen
It was that
protector. It
good.
looks so good.
Well, it's in the back. You saw it in the back. You saw it in the back.
yeah. Yeah.
I can't believe we're actually having this on the screen right
I
now.
will just say this: even the G4 is fine.
That's what I was
If
gonna
it
say,
had
the same
brightest
thing.
available in SDR Gaming, it would just be like, I say G4
Yeah, really? Okay, wow.
Looking really good there too, looking close.
because
You-
it doesn't look bad from here for me.
You know, if anyone just tuned in and they're like, what are these guys reviewing? And they see this.
I swear, if you ask me right now, so what do you guys think?
I think the carrots look better on the G5.
The carrots do look better on the
The
G.
hand-drawn carrots.
What
no doubt.
about?
It looks realistic.
But if you're a broccoli guy, you got to go with the
I'm
S95.
not sure is that a radish in the middle. I'm not sure what that.
That's a super potato. Oh, look at the red. Look at the red right here.
Oh, that looks good.
That
Oh
looks
no,
good.
the red in the Samsung is off the charts.
You're
right.
right. You're right.
I'm just going on it right now. Should you put it? Is it like in like power save mode or something?
You know what?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. The S95F, there's
FOMO's got his LG hat on.
We've been sitting here for how long, and they were this
Yeah,
we're all, like,
eco
saying the
mode.
same, and now all of a sudden this guy's just like, well, Unless the S95F only has to work.
Yeah, he got tired.
6 o'clock. I'm
Yeah, he got tired.
I'm getting 7%.
Yeah, oh my god.
It was on big brightness and stuff for when you did
It's
it.
gotta have like power saving or
I'm
something.
looking to see the power saving.
Game mode.
That's in the general. If that's on, I'm going home.
That means it just randomly chose to go do that.
Yeah, it was like.
Oh, the brightest optimization negative.
How did that turn on? Was that on the whole time? we were
No
playing?
Are
way.
you sure of that though?
It could not have.
Are you sure?
I had it off. All right, we're gonna do the whole super potato from the beginning.
Oh, dude. So like that could have been
Wow,
the
what a
entire time
great
we were
for
using
this thing.
No.
It
would have been obvious.
It was brighter sometimes.
That's the trouble now.
All of a sudden, turn the power off.
I do like the fact that we were going to like,
Oh,
do
yeah.
it at the factory. Yeah, he's not able to do it.
All right, okay.
So Fomo.
So we and so now,
you got the energy
Negative three
saver.
brightness. So basically, we did a handicap to the S95F like we're playing golf.
that is true. That is true. Let's go back to YouTube. Are we done with the super potato? I think the G5 is slightly
No,
brighter.
very similar now.
Well, they clearly well, clearly. I mean, the G5 decided to go into
Actually,
our.
now the F has got the nicest red of them all. That tomato is the best looking.
That is the best. That's a good red. Okay, now that we took it off, brightness adjuster optimization, which was not
That
on
was not on all day.
until I put it
I hope
on
not.
this.
My God.
You guys are just getting us all in trouble. Samsung's gonna come down. You guys shut us
Between
up.
me turning the brightness off. The G5 was an RPG. I'm like, this thing's gorgeous.
On your S&M test for black crawl, spears and
S&M.
muscle, how noticeably annoying was it on the G5? Or inconsequential? I need a G5 83-inch. It's inconsequential. I don't think it was a big deal. But with that in mind, though, let's make spears and muscle our last piece of content because we'll have it all in the right whatever. And the optimization was not on the entire time, as you saw it.
We should just put them out of the box. Leave whatever it is out of the box.
Right.
Which isn't standard.
But the thing with Samsung is they like to change the settings on you when you change sources. You notice that?
Is that what your story is?
Well, it was so obvious that the S95F sucked.
You got too much AI going on in Samsung, and it's trying to take over your
Things. Well, you know, but Luke is funny because Luke was like, all of a sudden we did see where he's like, something's going on, but that wasn't 5 hours ago. That was 20 minutes ago. This is El Patato.
I think we would notice that significant difference.
Yeah.
No, we
Oh
wouldn't.
my
We
God.
wouldn't.
Well, we know what this is. We actually.
We didn't notice the difference
But it's
until.
nice enough to make you want
No,
to
no.
think twice, like, wait.
But it was
I
Super
know, now
Potato.
it's like being a creator.
Right?
Man,
Super
we-
Potato was what did it. So
How
with
many times we filmed these videos and had to just redo them all because we're like, oh, that was an SDR? Damn.
I will say the G4 looks the least colorful of the three.
it was the least. It's the least saturated.
What mode,
And
what
the
mode
least
is that
bright.
thing in? I probably got eco mode on.
G4.
G4's got.
The tomato definitely is lacking on the G4.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's a little more clarity to it on here.
When can you tell on the magnetar now? I'm going to do the last set of spears and muscle for the road. Now that we have mastered all the settings. My gosh.
Unless they change it on the fly. But
Pretty-
again, that's something that bothers me about Samsung. Like, it just like.
Yeah, Samsung's like, hey, you like it? I'm going to turn it
I'm
off.
gonna take this home with me now.
Yeah, we're going to double check everything.
That's a good idea. Have blackout screen issues because I mean. it
And this
You
is
don't
an
need to work all the
SDR,
time.
FFM.
It tells,
I disabled it in all
tells
the
you
modes.
you're tired. It's like, Luke, I know you're tired, baby. Turn this thing off.
Well, let's compare. Last year's spring shootout was 7 hours and 21 minutes. And ask Michael how he knows, right? So we
Well, you're the
started-
hero that watched us that long. We're here.
We started at 12 this time, and it's 6:45. So, we'll probably tune out in about 15 minutes. I don't want to go too long over 7 hours. And I blame it on Samsung. Samsung crippling its own TV tech. Matte screen, weird brightness modes.
It
right?
didn't stand it. It didn't stand a chance. It's been doing
Right.
amazing the whole day.
And, the magnetar. Is it on the magnetar? Oh,
No, that's on the PS5.
it's on the PS5.
Oh, wait, I switched them out.
Oh, you switched it out? Oh, never mind.
Forget it.
Let's just put it back on my
Yeah.
Roku, and I'll run Jennifer Gala one more time. So just put it on my Roku is fine.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy. All right. We'll go back to HDR because SDR.
We should do out of the box standard in all of them.
Out of the box standard because that's what most people have.
I would. No one watches Filmmaker except for us today for 7 hours. Did you see how they look out of the box?
All right.
What do you guys think?
I agree.
So out of the box and standard
Luke,
mode.
what do you got?
As the wrong person, I would never put it into that. But I think,
You watch Filmmaker?
Is it going to eco mode on these default wise?
No, they're all on standard.
You know, I love it. Imagine
They're
that's
like eco
comment.
When they first get out of box, I think they're in eco mode.
Sometimes they are, but yeah, we wouldn't do that.
So imagine that says, stop the FOMO. Robert is saying, these are the guests that never leave. They come in, they take over, and they bring friends or total strangers.
Robert's always like, you gotta go home and water the plants.
At least I know those two. Who are these other guys?
Robert actually goes and gets the car, and he's like, Wendy, you ready to go? Leave that guy here.
Wait. So this is kind of our theme. Oh my God, I forgot to take the plastic film off the screen. It looked awesome now. It's amazing.
I did my review with the plastic on that bad boy.
And
it's still on over there. It's right there.
That's right.
That one's being broken in, though, for a client.
Okay, so before I do this, I'm going to put it on YouTube real quick. Jennifer Gallus.
Farouk, you want me to, let me ask you this, Farouk. You want me to actually summarize our 7-hour stream for your convenience?
I can do it.
He's like, look, I can't
5
watch
minutes.
the whole thing. Can you be like, all right.
And I'll timestamp this later, my friends.
That's awesome. He's like, look, I can't watch this whole thing. Which I appreciate. I lived it. So did Luke and Tony been it the whole time. Respect.
All right, let's go to one that I know. I think this Master Series 2000 nit demo is good. Because 2000 nits is the limit of real content.
This is your black and white.
Yeah, it's black and white. Let me go.
You know what's a great one? Do the eyeball one.
The eyeball. Which one is that?
I'll show you. It's the one with the lions. Keep going.
Oh, the lions?
Keep it go. 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 No.
That's over here. The lions, right?
Serengeti. Up.
Oh, the Serengeti's on top?
Up. Is this mine or yours?
It's mine.
Got the same playlist, baby?
I have to. Oh, the eyeball right there.
Go back to, the lions are what's sick. Keep it go. Right there.
All right.
Not there.
Okay, I will.
Boom.
I will summarize. And all the TVs are in. Oh, you want it standard mode now?
No, we're good here.
Okay, we're in Filmmaker.
S95D is the best right here.
We're in Filmmaker.
S95F's energy mode's back on.
So, in Filmmaker mode, static, they're all very accurate. The G5 is capable of brighter. Specular highlights are brighter, but as it gets brighter, it's going to lose a little bit of the color gradient. If that's important to you, get the S95F.
It's not important. Don't worry about it.
Is there any chance you can summarize overall HDR and SDR? SDR, they look so good, but the G5 can get even brighter than SDR. So if sports is important to you, get the G5. It will get brighter.
The G5 brightness slider is unlocked. You can go high, low, medium.
In SDR gaming. So the
It's locked in
SDR
the G4.
gaming experience is definitely
It's actually
better
locked
on the
in everything,
G5.
Look, right? All the LG OLEDs from the beginning of time.
For game mode,
I
they've
would
not been able
get
to do that. This is the first time, so I'm curious if
the
C5s
G5
will be able to do that.
because
I'll look for
of the HDR impact. Brian?
I'll look for it. What's that?
So as we're summarizing, I would get the G5 because the HDR impact is that much slightly better than S95F. It's noticeably better in many scenes. S95F, although slightly better than the S95D, I would choose the G5 for that extra impact. That's definitely better than the G4. And the S95D is so close to the S95F that you get a larger size in the S95D. I'd go for that than getting a slightly smaller S95F for the same price.
For gaming, I call it a tie because I think the S95F's ability to put on advanced contrast enhancer, the ability to game motion plus we haven't even talked about on consoles, a game changer. I think it's a tie. You have more flexibility of image. The G5 is brighter, but I do like the colors better on the QD OLED in a lot of the games that we watched. Separated, you would never notice, but the G5 is definitely better than the G4. But I still think the S95D, S95F, if you're okay with the coding, which I did help some of the gaming, I thought, right, Luke? It definitely was better in the gaming. So I like it.
And for SDR gaming, what is better? Well, the G5 is caught up. So the G5 can do everything the S95F can do, except for Motion Plus, it doesn't have something.
Well, Luke made out a good point that you never could go in to raise the brightness on any of the LG OLEDs, and that is different this year until they lock it. after we do this video. So if they lock it, that's a problem.
Yeah, they'll probably lock it after they see this.
Yeah, after this video, right?
Oh crap! Hey Frank, we locked it.
Assuming it stays unlocked,
Somebody at home is like, "Oh my god, my bad."
which would you choose? Assuming that it stays unlocked.
SDR is not a big deal to me because I love myself. Lots of in HDR, but my G5 fascination is still purely there's no game in town at 83.
Yeah,
I think
if
they were all 65, it's really hard to choose any of them actually. I mean, I would think the S95F, but 83 is the only game in town.
And here's a good follow. Let's forget picture quality, since both are very close, and I agree.
Forget picture quality.
As far as accuracy, I think they're very close.
Forget about the picture quality.
What other factors might you two consider? For me, matte screen. Is that something you'll notice in a bright room?
Yeah.
Updates, firmware updates. LG feels like they do more firmware updates than Samsung.
They don't hurt the image.
And
Samsung may. The LG does not have a stand. There's a one connect. There's a one connect box on the S95. That's a problem for you. The LG has got the gapless wall mount, but does not have a stand with it.
build quality, G5 is better. I think so.
It's a more premium model. In
It
terms
feels
of
to me the G5, the S95F. I mean, it's a flagship, but I like the G5's build. It's a 5-year warranty. I think that goes into its build quality. I mean, they want to make sure.
In the G5 having the gapless wall mount, it can be mounted flush, and it's but the same thickness. It just feels more premium. It's heavy. It's metal.
And thank you for the super chat, DJ. Samsung QD OLED is capable of colors brighter than G5, G4. Correct. Are you seeing this in real content? Not really.
Sometimes, here and there, but very rarely.
If there was 100% content, less than 2%.
I think if we had the G4 next to the S95D, the S95F the whole time, I think that would have been obvious. It wasn't obvious today with the G4. Some scenes, yes.
And tone mapping, the G5 has greatly improved over the G4. We saw that countless times. G5 tone mapping definitely has allowed it to fulfill this new technology's potential. S95F, its tone mapping is consistent with what it did last year with the S95D. It's just a slightly brighter panel, but the G5 is nailing it this year. I think the G5 is doing an amazing job with the tone mapping, the brightness, the entire package this year. And to let you guys know, I told Brian before we started, I'm going to convince you, Brian, to get the S95F, and I ended up convincing myself to get the
What am I going to do, put it in my bathroom? 65 inches, come on. That's like a postage stamp.
Right now, you can't tell which one's glossy.
No.
Yeah, and the matte
Well,
screen,
you can right now. Pause it. Pause.
All right.
And okay. Now put the exposure up.
Wait, it's out of focus. I can't stand that. And that out of focus, like, it's making me feel so like, what?
Pause it.
Okay.
Okay, you only see like a hazing on the top.
Now raise the exposure. Now I'll show you the difference. So now we're in a completely dark room, and you'll be able to see a Bravia 7 in the frame of the G5. Damn. A little brighter, a little more. Okay, so you should be able to see the reflection of there's a Bravia 7 behind me. Yep. You see it now, guys? And now it's not at all on the S95. Well,
Yeah, that's some freaking magic.
so that matte screen there's no reflection. See that TV behind?
That is true.
First of all, Luke is sitting in front of the freaking S95F and he's just missing in action.
Yeah, I'm
So, I
hyper
mean-
exposing this right now.
But you can see the reflections from the exit sign on the G4. You see nothing on the S95. So that matte screen is unreal. So really, Luke and Tony, its best time is right now.
Right, yeah.
And that's what we say about the ambient light. The window, look at the lights are not showing up at all.
And let me show you, now that we are in a more light control setting, it's darker, right? Nighttime, so you guys can see kind of like what the room looks like. It's a bit darker.
Still not pitch black,
Speaking
but
of darker, the G5 bezel is darker silver than the G4. Look at the difference between the two. They are definitely.
oh, that's cool.
You know, we're now in a much darker room than before because, it's nighttime, so forth.
Still not getting dark though, man. What the hell's going on? Alaska? It's freaking it's 7 o'clock.
And we have one more suit. Here we go. Let's go with this one.
In a scenario like this, like glossier matte would be.
I can't find that Dolby Vision one. What is that? That's on ACR Super Channel?
Yeah. It's one of her new ones. Let's go forward a little bit.
I'll find that.
There you go. Okay. And thank you, Imagine That, for the super chat. You were here since the beginning, so thank you for hanging out with us. We love you, Fomo and Brian. Thank you for your special sauce intel. We are all appreciative. Thanks for showing up, guys. Personalities are lit. We tried. Thank you so much. And Devante Swing. S95F or G5? Which will perform better watching sports? G5 without a doubt, because it's just bright room, dark room, it doesn't matter. It's just so flexible. And in the brightest rooms, you don't have the matte coating to worry about. So that flexibility with the brightness, I think the G5 for sports is my choice. Just like last year, the G4 was my choice for sports. And maintains brightness. Yes, the G5 will maintain brightness better than any TV. Now, the S95F, I did not notice it dimming over time. So we'll test that. I'll put on like college football and let it run in vivid and dynamic for 40 minutes and see what happens. But right now, the G5 is my choice for sports, slightly over the G4 even. So yes, thank you so much for that super chat. And do you guys ever eat? Well, I know you haven't eaten since what, this morning? I had a few poached eggs this morning.
Tony hooked me up with some cookies, though.
You got cookies?
Little bite-sized ones.
Oh, and they want to remind us, can we switch off eco mode? Maybe we should.
Eco mode on what?
On all the TVs. Isn't it all, aren't they all on?
What are you talking about?
You guys trying to get us in trouble? The eco mode's
Is this
off.
the one with the red in it?
Don't listen to them.
There's no eco mode. No eco mode.
Is this the one with the red? What's the one that had the flames in the red for her super channel? Was it this one?
No.
Remember the one that had the flames and the red that you love so much? Was
Oh,
that?
that was the video game.
No, it was on one of these
That
demos.
was Super Potato.
No, it was on one of these demos. It was one of Jen's with the flames and the fireplace and the red. Remember the red? Wasn't that this one?
Could
She
be.
had so much content.
You have to memorize it. Thank you for the super chat, Josh. Just got back. Verdict on G5 raised back levels. Yes, it is raised in some scenes. We see it. We saw it. And the G4 had it slight, but S95F, S95D did not. But did it bother me? In a bright room? No. I mean, it looked fine. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, it's like so bright. Now, for those, we had to pause. So, oh, look at that, right? And
It wasn't like what we saw in the CX years ago.
No. It's not terrible raised blacks. But, you know, you'll notice it.
Yeah.
And they have a
they
fix
don't?
coming out by the end of the month is what they promised us.
Because the pure black is still pure black. I think a lot of people are worried about pure black not being there.
Yeah.
It's still there.
That whole thing was raised, they thought.
Yeah. Pure black is still.
Actually, let me see.
There was a period that
I think it's that
YouTube's
one.
had, like,
What is that one? I think that's the one, Fomo.
Could be.
Where the hell is that thing?
And but
Was that
the
ECS
raised
Super
blacks
Chat?
are there. It doesn't bother me, but if you're a purist, it would bother you. And just wait for the fix.
Yeah, this is the one.
Apparently, LG is promising a fix by the end of the month. So
Oh, yeah, with the volcano and all of that.
there we
But I
go.
have this one. I don't know why. No, it's this one. The one with the red.
Oh yeah.
This one.
Yeah. I think it's in here.
That one. No, it's not that one.
Where is it?
It's this one.
Which one is
Deep
that?
color,
Oh,
12-bit raw.
There you go. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
I can't believe I didn't have that one. I must have undone it.
Here's a great question. Patrick Money asks. Oops. Oh, where'd it go? Here we go. Let's put that on. And this mimics hockey, bright white scene, and you'll see for yourself the brightness difference between the TVs. There you go. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Patrick, 65-inch S95D for $2,000 or wait for summer sales of new TVs. If it's between the S95D and the S95F, I get the S95D because you're saving a lot of money and they are so similar as you can see here. The brightness difference S95F is the touch.
G5 is definitely bright.
Oh yeah, the G5 is a big jump.
Now the F and the D looks a little bit less bright, but I gotta tell you, unless you're next to them side by side, I don't think you're gonna see a difference.
Yeah.
The G5 is next level brightness. So
If you really want to go bright, get the G5, but the F, D to the F is not a huge upgrade. I mean, it's there. You can see it, right?
You see him
Slightly
trying to
brighter.
rap right there? He's like the D to the F. Fomo's like, yeah, D to the F. Scarsdale, yeah. Feel a little sexy right now.
And Patrick, not the summer sale, but September.
DSE, I'm not seeing DSE in these screens.
No DSE, no DSE. And September would be the best time to get it if you're getting a 2025. That's when the first sales.
And you're off angle too.
Now, Brian would get the G5 regardless.
I'm getting the G5.
Yep.
So
He's not even tempted. But if it's between the S95D and the F, I get the D and save the money. Because I think you can get a larger D, get a 77-inch D instead of a 65-inch F.
that poor chick in the blue was like, I didn't even know I was on camera.
I think I would err on the side of getting the G. I'm going to tell you why. I don't think I can deal with Samsung's operating system and potential.
Why? Because you saw it in action that
I've had issues with it for in the past. I know other people have.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Blackouts.
Oh, yeah. Did you know that Jifa has Dolby Vision PC setting?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for that super chat, Leo.
Leo, there's just no games in Dolby Vision that I would want to watch.
That you would want, yeah, it's bad. Dark Knight, thank you for the super chat and coming in at the very end as we're closing up. Thank you so much. My apartment has panoramic windows, bathed in sunlight. You don't want the S95F. On a glossy screen, I see only reflections and little content for dark scenes. Okay, so it's definitely which is the least of the evils? Get the S95D first.
Well,
because the F, I think, might be too aggressive. What do you think?
Well, it depends. You can have a sun-bathed room, but is the TV going to get hit? If the TV gets... So you can have a glossy screen in a sun-bathed room, and the reflections will be there. If the sun doesn't hit the screen directly, it'll be fine, and the coat matting it'll help you. But if the sun touches it, it'll be ball game. The screen will be white.
This is like your room. On a glossy screen, you see yourself. So it's not direct, but the room is so bright. The issue is the room is bright. You're going to lose a little contrast on either Samsung, but you won't be distracted by the reflection.
As long as the sun doesn't hit the screen. And what I mean by that is what it sounds like. As long as the sun doesn't touch the screen, you'll be okay. The sun can be... We've had a skylight here all day, and it's not been an issue. But if it touches the screen, you cannot get a QD OLED. Of any kind, not from Sony, not from anybody.
If you are budgeting for a 77-inch S95F, great, go for it. But if it's a 65 S95F, I get a 77-inch S95D. Or if you love how the G5 looks, what about the 83-inch S95F that has the primary RGB OLED, but with a matte screen? That could be a good compromise where you get the brightness of the G5. Now, we're going to get that into this Value Electronics in 2 weeks. Robert's getting the 83-inch S95F, and Brian will come down here just for you, Dark Knight, to compare the G5.
Not for the other 500 people, but for you, baby.
No, just for you, baby.
Just for you.
And
I'm going to do a live stream.
You might want to hold off.
The OnlyFans TV.
Hold off until the 83-inch S95F is compared. So, all right. I think we were preserving this number of people watching us and everything. Thank you so much. Hey, can you click like on your way out, my friends? Because we're going to wrap up over the next 5 minutes as everyone else is starting to leave and close shop.
Yeah, Robert's vacuuming.
Robert's vacuuming, and Wendy's turning off the lights downstairs. Okay. Garrett has been talking to himself for over 6 hours. So have I.
Who's Garrett?
Right here, this is Garrett.
Oh,
First
so
OLED
Garrett.
that will work instead of QLED in my living room. I hope we convinced you, Garrett.
If we haven't, man, I'm sorry. Not much more we can do.
Is there color banding on the G5? No, we didn't notice it. Now, okay, so color banding is very unique to specific scenes or specific games. Those who review it have those scenes in games. That's when you see it. In our scenes and what we're doing, we pause, we didn't see it. So if you do see color banding, maybe our next live stream, share with us what scene, what movies, and we'll check it out. But again, any issue, it's very specific to scenes and games. So if you don't know what you don't know, then it's hard to find. And Broken Wrench wants you to know he's sad that no one's talking to him. Broken Wrench, this is for you, baby.
Yeah, love you, boo. No,
Broken Wrench was put in the corner, and with a name like Broken
Yeah,
Wrench,
put baby in the
I feel
corner.
sad. And I think this is a good comment, probably the best of all for those of you shopping the G5. You know when it's going to be cheap? This time next year when the G6 releases. Right,
Yeah,
right.
It'll be like 20%
yeah,
brighter.
yeah, it'll be 20% brighter. It's a challenge. I mean, it's
But it's a great TV
Yeah.
though. The G5,
Yeah, it's
I
great.
think it's going to be
It's
a
amazing.
legend. I said that about the G4. It's a legend.
yeah, G4. It can't be beat. It was my favorite TV last year.
All
And people
right.
get upset about that, like technology doesn't move fast. Like,
No.
hey man, I thought you were a Hisense guy. You're like,
Oh, but before we leave, Brian, I have to remind everyone that we'll be back tomorrow morning for PC gaming.
not as long, but
Not
yeah.
as long. I brought a splitter that can handle 4K 165, and we'll see how the motion is.
Yep.
Splitting it 4K 165. He's got his 4090,
4090, yeah.
and it might or might not work. We'll see what happens, but we'll try to see what motion is on when we push the G5 and the S95F to their limit.
We'll try to get 165 going.
We'll try to get 165 going for you guys. And any follow-up questions you have that we didn't answer today, bring it tomorrow for sure. And yes, Sean, I will have Hisense, TCL, and G5 brightness testing. I'll have the G5 in. I'll have a Hisense U8, maybe a U9, TCL QM8 for sure, maybe a QM9, depending if I can fit the sizes that comes in. I think it comes in a 65. So yeah, I hope to get a QM9K. But I'd like to close this off with Josh's comment. The G4 looks great from what I see here. It's an 83-inch TV.
It's incredible. I mean,
The
G4,
immersion is there.
Yeah, I mean, those of people said this about the A95L. Hey, I have the A95L. You still have the best TV in the world. Now it's the second best TV in the world. So the TVs are still incredible, and A95L is still incredible. G4 is amazing. S95D. These are still the best TVs on the planet. I mean, they just are.
Agreed.
But I mean, if you're somebody who has these TVs and you're watching, be happy that they're competing the way they are, especially the S95D.
And I know that people like a little bit of reductionism to make thinking simpler. Today, G5 is the winner, I think. And I say based on the cheering and the yelling when the G5 does perform, it did win because I rarely saw the S95F cause cheering until there's a scene where there's a lot of maybe glare or something.
So we
and then-
turned off the brightness limit.
Yeah, until we turned off the brightness
Until
limiter.
we took it out of eco mode. We took its freaking crutches off. But I think too, even having Luke and Tony here, seeing their changes and their attitude because they're informed, and they they know what they like, and seeing their opinions change. They're both very experienced, So I think it's great to see these guys your own unique, genuine changes. So Brittany got a boxing question. Are you a big boxing
Okay,
fan?
so Brittany,
So Brett-
I have to say, please use car analogies.
Yeah, Brett, he's not a boxing fan.
I don't think. Sugar Ray Leonard, anybody?
So Brian and Fomo, who is the Frazier and the Ali, Tyson and Mayweather in this showdown? Or are they champions in their own categories? Well, they're all champions.
Yes.
The G5 is definitely the Blade Runner, twice as bright, twice as long, or half as long. It's the Tyson of the group.
Well, what about the guy who sells barbecues?
Rest in
George
peace,
Foreman.
baby. Oh, rest
George
in peace,
Foreman.
baby.
He's a classic, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that right now it's Tyson is the G5.
No Logan Paul.
No. My girl put me lowercase. Thanks, Brett. Logan Paul, who's the influencer of the group. Thanks.
And with that, Jennifer Gala's content ended. We are ending. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much,
Thank
Robert
you to
and
Robert,
Wendy.
Leanne.
Thank you,
Electronics.
Value
Thank you so much.
Electronics, for having us here.
Yeah, you guys have any questions, you want to look at any of these TVs, please consider purchasing from Value Electronics. They are a small family business. Don't get it twisted. They are amazing at what they do. They have the shootout, but they still are a family-owned local business. They do ship anywhere within the U.S. Taxes, things like that. They make certain exceptions depending on where you live. There's store credit involved.
10% store credit if you mention our names when you call Robert. That means you could use that store credit for a sound bar, calibration, extended warranty, throw in a stand for the G5.
But I mean, guys, we talk about supporting family businesses. We say that all the time, but we seldomly do. We're keeping them here late. I'm here all the time. They're so generous to all of us and to this community.
Very nice.
Just give it back if you can. I mean, the prices, they follow the same pricing. There's no difference. There's no advantage to going to those other places, but they are a family business and they'll take great care of you. We love them.
Yep.
And, this is great that they've let us do this today.
And,
not to
and
mention just having.
they let us do this, right?
Yeah,
we
we've taken over the
begged
whole
them
store.
for us to come.
Yeah.
They didn't ask us to come.
Yeah,
This
we've
is
done this.
something.
We've done this 3 years in a row. I've been here for 6, almost 7 years. I mean, these guys are great. They've had 2 of our own people from our community been here the entire day. I mean, I don't know. Best Buy wouldn't let me freaking do this.
You can walk to everyone else.
Best Buy to like get the hell out of here. But I mean, please check them out, and they'll take great care of you. Call them directly. Let them know we sent you. But it's a true family business. Support them.
Absolutely. And with that, my friends, until next time. Well, tomorrow morning we'll do a little bit of something. We won't take too long.
Yeah.
Come by tomorrow morning. I'll throw up a quick live stream. Stop the FOMO.
All right. Love you guys. Take
Love
care.
you all.